abuse or exploitation materials. The three aforementioned bills are all fall under the LEDAC, or the Legislative Executive Priorities for this Congress. The committee will also consider several measures creating additional courts in various judicial regions, which will require careful review of their personnel, operational, and capital outlay requirements. Under, under other matters, the committee will also take up three major measures. First, the proposed universal social pension for senior citizens. Second, the proposed revised cooperative code of the Philippines. And third, the proposed creation of a congressional commission on agriculture, fisheries, and food sufficiency, which aims to review and recommend reforms for the country's agriculture and agri-food systems. As always, the task of the Committee on Appropriations is to ensure that these measures are not only responsive to the needs of the Filipino people, but are also fiscally sound, properly costed, and consistent with existing budgeting, accounting, auditing, and civil service rules. With that, may we now proceed with the consideration of the items in the agenda. We have quite a lengthy agenda today, but we will try to go through all the measures as quickly as we can, but of course, without sacrificing the very thorough deliberation of the measures. Let's first start with the three items under
Madam
the...
Chair, can we request the acknowledgement of our colleagues and also our valued resource persons?
Yes, we're going there. We're
Thank
going.
you.
We
Thank
do
you very
it.
much, Madam Chair.
We do it actually in terms of who are related to the particular measures. But we
okay.
are. But we
That's
are
a
moving
better
there.
procedure of the chair. Thank you very much.
Thank you, thank you. But of course, upon the request of our honorable colleague, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, our Vice Chair, we will first recognize all the members that are present here in today's hearing. And then as for the resource persons, we will once again acknowledge them as we go through the different measures. COMSEC, please acknowledge all the members of the House of Representatives who are present in today's hearing.
Thank you, Madam Chair, and good afternoon, everyone. May we acknowledge the following members: Representative Micaela Angela B. Swansea of the 1st District of Nueva Ecija, Representative Ricardo S. Cruz Jr., Lone District of City of Taguig, Pateros, Representative Jose C. Alvarez, 2nd District of Palawan, Representative Roman T. Romulo, Lone District of the City of Pasig, Representative Dante S. Garcia, 2nd District of La Union, Representative Florabel Yatco of the Party List Nanay, Representative Monique Yasmin Maria Lagdameo of the 1st District of the City of Makati, Representative Alexandria Queenie Gonzalez, Lone District of the City of Mandaluyong, Representative Reynante Arrogancia of the 3rd District of Quezon, Representative Jose Jess Marquez of the 1st District of Aklan, Representative Gerald Floyd Alexis Galang, 2nd District, City of Valenzuela, Representative Keith Micah, Attorney Mike D. Altan of the 4th District of Quezon, Representative Arlene Ayon of the Suerte Party List, Representative John Franz Norbert Joselito Chan of the Ako Bicol Party List, Representative Joseph Tan of the 4th District of Isabela, Representative Carlos Andes Loria of the 2nd District of Albay, Representative Linabeth Ruth Villarica of the 4th District of Bulacan, Representative Milagros Aquino Magsaysay of the United Senior Citizens Party List, Representative Jennifer Lagbas of the 1st District of Misamis Oriental, Representative Audrey K. Zubiri of the 3rd District of Bukidnon, Representative Romeo S. Momo Sr. of the 1st District of Surigao del Sur, Representative Rufus Rodriguez, 2nd District, City of Cagayan de Oro,
Present.
Representative Nelson Legacion of the 3rd District of Camarines Sur, Representative Maria Bernadette Escudero, 1st District of Sorsogon, Representative Maximo Dalog Jr. of the Lone District of Mountain Province, Representative Maria Cristina Talavera Lopez of the Alona Party List, Representative Loreto S. Amante, 3rd District of Laguna, Representative Amado Carlos Bolilla IV, the 4th District of Batangas. Representative Antolin A. Oreta III, Lone District, City of Malabon. Representative Timothy Joseph Cayton, Lone District of Nueva Vizcaya. Representative Maria Isabel Sagarbaria of the 2nd District, Negros Oriental. Representative Patricia Calderon of the 7th District of Cebu. Representative Arnie Fuentebella, 4th District of Camarines Sur. Representative Rolando Valeriano, 2nd District of City of Manila. And Representative Dibo S. Tuan, 3rd District of South Cotabato. And we also have Vice Chair Rep. Brian Po of the FDJ Party List. 27. No. 27.
Guys, how many? Thank you very much, Comsec. Thank you very much, Your Honors. Just for the record, we have 36 House members present in today's hearing. Thank you very much, Your Honors, for being present in today's hearing. Your inputs and insights on these very important measures are very much appreciated and needed to craft these measures accordingly. Comsec, may we move to the first item in the agenda, which is the Cybersecurity Act. May you please read the item in the agenda, the number and the title of the bill, and the particulars for our consideration.
Under Agenda Number 1, substitute bill to House Bills numbered number 9, 620, 660, 919, 1922, 2193, 2826, 3193, 3822, 4187, 4191, 4381, 5154, 5487, 5592, 6090, 6485, 6768, 6818, 7202, 7203, 7359, 7927, 8071, 8096, 8482, and 8707, titled An Act Establishing the National Cybersecurity Agency, Strengthening the Protection of Critical Information Infrastructure, and Providing Funds Therefore, referred by the Committee on Information and Communications Technology. And for this purpose, may we acknowledge our guest from the DICT, OIC Undersecretary for Cybersecurity, Mr. Rodil Aniban. Good afternoon, sir. And also from the DBM, is Director Trisha Baran here?
Madam Chair, can we have a raising of hands to know where they are, the resource persons? Can you please read again?
Of course, Vice Chair. May we again request Mr. Rodil Aniban, USEC for the ICT. Thank you very much. And from the DBM, Director Trisha Baraan. Di tayo
Where is
pwede
DBM?
mag-hearing na wala yung DBM dito.
Good afternoon po,
Can you-
Madam Chair.
Where-
Tawag pa lang, sir.
From the DBM?
Yes po, Madam Chair. Currently nasa Transpo meeting pa po si Dear. Pero hahabol po.
May you please recognize yourself? for the-
I'm Eileen po. Eileen Faith C. Itas from the DBM po.
Position, office.
Budget Management Specialist 1 po.
Madam Chair, this is the Committee on Appropriations. If there's anybody needed, necessary in the presence, is the DBM. So we have to have somebody with the proper, discretion to be able to agree to these measures we are approving in terms of appropriations. So can you request who is the one who is supposed to be here?
Director Trisha
Secretary,
Baraan.
the new one, the young one.
Oh,
Why is he not here? He has just been appointed. And he seems to be a very qualified young person. We know why the Secretary of DBM is not in this very important committee of the House of Representatives, which is the originating body for all budgets of this country. We know where your new DBM head was taking his oath.
Good afternoon po ulit. Papunta na po si Director Trish from the other meeting po.
Yeah, I thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez. Actually, I was gonna point that out. Nasanay kasi yung DBM na ang pinapadala ninyo sa APRO hearings natin, usually director level. But as you can see, the agencies are sending in at least USEC levels. Usually they would even, like even the secretaries would be here, especially for LIDAC measures. So may I ask where Secretary Kim De Leon is?
We will relay that po to our principals, ma'am, and we will note that po.
How about the USECs? At least sila, USEC Rhea, di ba? Sila yung technical. She's also the operations USEC for operations. So dalawa lang kayo ni Director Tricia na pumunta dito ngayong araw?
Madam Chair, respect demands. She is a new. We don't mind later on that other high officials of DBM will be here. But this is one of the first budget hearings of the committee, not the budget, but the Committee on Appropriations. And being the new DBM, respect demands that he comes here and be known by the Congressional Committee on Appropriations, especially because he will be going to the commission appointments. And here we have some members of the commission appointments here. So at least we should see him and hear from him. Bago eh. So we will not be demanding that every time will be here. But he's a new appointee, and a new appointee should respect the Committee on Appropriations of the House of Representatives. So can we now ask the representative to call him to come here? We did that during the previous Congresses. I have been here for 6 Congresses.
Thank you,
Secretary
Vice Chair
Abad is to come here.
Comsec,
Basta
for
new
the record,
secretary.
Comsec, for the record, may you please state for the committee who the letter was addressed to, the invitation letter for today's hearing?
The invitation in today's hearing was addressed to Secretary Kim of the DBM.
So for the record, Vice Chair Rodriguez, you are correct. The invitation for today's hearing was addressed to the Secretary himself. So siguro sa akin, during the previous hearings, we've had at least Director Tricia here. So I was surprised that even Director Tricia is not here.
Papunta na po siya. On the way na po siya, ma'am, from the previous meeting po.
Secretary on the.
I see, Director.
We asked the secretary to be here.
We will relay that po today.
Otherwise, we'll subpoena him. Because he is the new appointee, Madam Chair. My goodness, this is all appropriations, and DBM has a lot to say. And secondly, we should be able to meet the new secretary. Can you call the secretary to come? Otherwise, we subpoena him the next meeting. I will move, Madam Chair. How can we have the secretary be here with us? We are the duly elected representatives of the people, and we have an appointee who does not want to come here, Madam Chair. So can we have the representative call the secretary to be present this afternoon?
Ma'am, in terms of authority, do you have authority to be here? Is there written authority as a delegate or representative of the Secretary for you to represent DBM in today's hearing?
Si Director po, ma'am. Ako lang po yung nag-relay na papunta na po siya.
Can you please call Secretary De Leon?
I will relay po kay Director para sabihin po.
So from you, you have to go through several layers before the message reaches Secretary Kim.
Currently po, nagsabi lang po ako na papunta na po. Hindi ko po...
We're
wala
talking
po
about looking at all the measures. Again, as I mentioned in my opening statement, we have 138 House bills being deliberated on today. 28 measures in the agenda as a consolidation of the 138 House bills. We are talking about at least several billions of pesos in appropriations requirement. So may I know who is actually authorized by the DBM to be here? Ideally, as mentioned by Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez, we only have several hearings before the budget deliberations itself. And hindi naman po natin gusto na the very first time that the House members will meet Secretary Kim De Leon would only be during the budget deliberation itself or maybe during the DBCC or the NEP turnover. So, Director Tricia, where were you? Sorry. I mean, we relayed the invitation of the Committee on Appropriations way before, so maybe we know why you weren't here earlier.
Good morning, Madam. Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members present in this meeting, and to everyone po. My sincerest apology, Madam Chair, for being late. The Committee on Transportation discussed the PCG bill earlier, and we had to manifest po considering the fiscal impact of the same.
Director Tricia, I will reiterate what Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez said. This is the Committee on Appropriations. And if there's one committee where we need the DBM, it's really here.
Yes, Madam Chair. We commit to not repeat this kind of situation. Madam
So
Chair.
may I once again reiterate the question of Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez, where is Secretary Kim De Leon, given that the notice was addressed to him?
Madam Chair, in the DBM, Madam Chair, our office, the DBM Budget Information Legislative Service is authorized po to appear before the committee hearings in both Senate and House of Representatives. And as our office is, on behalf of the Secretary, Madam Chair, we represent po the DBM.
Madam Chair,
Go ahead, Vice Chair Rufus
the
Rodriguez.
invitation is directly addressed to the Chief of Office, Secretary De Leon. Now, he is, not appearing, and it seems that there is no reason why he could not appear. Does the director have any medical certificate for the secretary that he is sick? That's the only exception here, or he is with the president. Because otherwise, he should be here because the director is here. We have been together, but this is the first time since his appointment that we are hearing the Committee on Appropriations. How about you? What is your authority to appear because the person invited is Secretary De Leon? May we know what is your authority to bind the DBM?
Good afternoon again, Mr. Chair, Madam Chair, Your Honors. We duly note po the comments po of Representative Rufus Rodriguez. And as for myself po, Madam Chair, I am the director po of the Budget Information Legislative Service, and our office is in charge of preparing the DBM position papers po for all proposed legislative measures po for both Senate and House of Representatives, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, there is no statement why the addressee, the person invited, is not appearing in this hearing. So in that case, we therefore ask the director to get in touch with the secretary for him to come here now, this very time. Because, Madam Chairman, when we can proceed, we want to be able to see him and be able to affirm what the director will be saying for every measure that we have. So as to not to delay the proceedings, we direct, Madam Chair, with you, direct the Secretary of the DBM to appear this afternoon without prejudice for us starting already, because his absence is delaying the entire proceedings. So let us have the communication from the director to his boss to appear this afternoon. And we continue while she is going to contact the secretary. Unless he is sick with a medical certificate duly subscribed to by a judge of the RTC of Manila. We are not going to accept any medical certificate. Nor he is with the president. That's always the case. Eh. You know, the secretary cannot come because he's with the president. Overuse. We're going to call the president if that is the reason, if he is there. I have a direct line to the president through the trunk line.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rufus.
So can we now have them, the director, call the secretary? Thank you, Madam Chair. Let's proceed. Well, he is contacting the secretary to be here. Thank you.
Thank you. On behalf of the committee, I hereby direct Director Trisha Baraan to call Secretary Kim De Leon to ask about his whereabouts and as well as request him to be here in today's hearing. We have at least 3 hours of deliberations based on our assessment. So the Secretary has 3 hours to get here. As requested by Secretary Rodriguez, we will proceed with the deliberations. We need Secretary De Leon for 2 things. First, given that he is a newly appointed Secretary of the Department of Budget Management, we would like to meet him. Essentially, the House members would like to meet him for the first time, hear his thoughts in terms of the priorities, and second, for him to be able to affirm and confirm whichever commitments and recommendations that DBM puts forth in the measures that will be tackled this afternoon. So please, Director Baraan, please call Secretary De Leon. We have 3 hours. He has 3 hours to get here. And with that, with the indulgence of Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez, we'll now proceed with the deliberation of the first measure. May we now recognize the sponsor of the measure, Representative Jesus Jess R. Marquez, for the sponsorship remarks on behalf of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology.
Thank you, Madam Chair, my esteemed colleagues, ladies and gentlemen, resource persons, good afternoon. On behalf of the Committee on ICT Chairperson Miguel Luis Villafuerte, who is also the main author of the proposed legislation under consideration, I am sponsoring before this committee the proposed Cybersecurity and Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Act. The substitute bill is a consolidation of 28 bills and the product of 6 tedious technical working group meetings aptly chaired by then Congressman Nat Odocado. In an age where the digital landscape is constantly evolving, the security of our critical infrastructure has never been more paramount. From power grids to financial systems, the backbone of our society is increasingly vulnerable to cyber threats that can disrupt lives, economies, and national security. By sponsoring this act, we take a firm step toward fortifying our defenses against these evolving threats. It establishes a robust framework for collaboration between government agencies and private sector stakeholders, ensuring that we leverage the best resources and expertise available. This collaborative approach not only enhances our cybersecurity strategies, but also promotes resilience across our critical infrastructure sectors. Furthermore, this proposed legislation emphasizes the importance of proactive measures such as risk assessments, incident response plans, and the sharing of threat intelligence. By fostering a culture of preparedness and vigilance, we can significantly reduce the risks of our infrastructure faces and safeguard the well-being of our citizens. In conclusion, supporting this timely piece of legislation is not just a strategic move. It is an imperative for our nation's security and prosperity in the digital age. So let us come together to champion this initiative and ensure a safer future for all. Maraming salamat po, Madam Chair. Thank you and good afternoon.
Next, may I now recognize our resource persons from the Department of Information and Communications Technology, OIC Undersecretary Rodil Aniban.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. I'm Rodil Aniban. I am the OIC Undersecretary for the Cybersecurity. I would like to reiterate the stand of the Department of Information and Communication Technology that the DICT would like the National Cybersecurity Agency be under the supervisions of DICT as an attached agency. Thank you, Madam Chair. That's all.
Thank you. Next, from the Department of Budget and Management, Director Trisha Baraan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of this committee, and to everyone present in this meeting. As to the cybersecurity bills, Madam Chair, we note that any proposed for creation of offices and plantilla positions shall be subject to the review and evaluation of the DBM. And specific on Section 37 of the bill, we note that there is a proposed authority to collect and utilize fees, and consistent with the one fund policy concept of the economic managers, we respectfully recommend that any fees collected should be deposited with the National Treasury po, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you. Next, from the Department of Finance, Director Maria Carla Espinosa. ComSec, where is Director Espinosa?
I think this is still on the way from the other committee hearings in the South Wing Annex.
So, my apologies, but I have to call out the agencies that are invited into the committee hearings. Napapansin namin na naiintindihan namin there are a lot of meetings concurrently and simultaneously being run in the House of Representatives. Pero kung sa tingin ninyo magsasabay-sabay yung mga committee hearings, are you not able to send more than one person from your agency? I can imagine there's more than one person in the whole agency that can speak for the department. So that happened to DBM earlier. It happened once again to the Department of Finance. This pertains to the establishment of the National Cybersecurity Agency, and I would imagine that the DOF would have very important inputs on the matter. So, sinabi po sa amin, may kasabay daw po na meeting sa SWA, kaya hihintayin na naman natin ng ilang minuto. So, anong nangyayari po? Director Espinosa, please. Again, perhaps we can call out, is there no one from the DOF, at least an undersecretary level, who can represent the department?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. Apologies for the tardiness. Madam Chair, unfortunately, our undersecretaries and assistant secretaries are also engaged who are involved in legislative matters, are engaged in other meetings, Madam Chair. But I am prepared to provide the department's comments on the measures under consideration. Thank you, Madam.
So, dati kasi ang uma-attend si Yusek Carlo. So, where is Yusek Carlo?
He is on a personal leave, Madam Chair, currently.
Okay, so do you have authority from the Secretary to represent the DOF in today's hearing?
Yes, Madam Chair,
Do you have
although not.
explicit written authority from the Secretary?
No, Madam Chair.
Can you please furnish the committee a copy?
Yes, Madam Chair.
Yeah, Director Espinosa, please go ahead. Please state the recommendations, the position of the Department of Finance pertaining to the bill establishing the National Cybersecurity Agency.
Madam Chair, I'll just pull up the the paper that we have.
Director Espinosa?
Sorry, Madam Chair, just taking a bit of time to load.
Director Espinosa, do you not have a position for the DOF?
We do, Madam Chair. If the Honorable Chair would allow me to, but the subject to our submission po of an official written position paper. On the matter po of the unnumbered substitute bill on the proposed National Cybersecurity and Critical Information Infrastructure Protection Act of 2026. The Department of Finance acknowledges the objectives of the bill to establish a more secure cyberspace and protect the public against cyber threats and risks. While we defer to the DICT and the DBM on the budgetary implications of the proposals, we submit the following comments for the committee's consideration. We note that the proposed creation of the NCSA under the Office of the President is envisioned as a new office that consolidates the functions, assets, funds, etc. of the DICT, Cybersecurity Bureau and its divisions. The NCSA also serves as the primary entity responsible for the government's overall cybersecurity strategy. While the DOF recognizes the importance of a dedicated agency to strengthen national cybersecurity, we just note, Madam Chair, that the proposal should be aligned with the government optimization program of the national government and the administration's thrust to streamline the bureaucracy. There also needs, we submit to, that there also needs to be a careful evaluation based on a cost-benefit analysis to determine whether the proposed reorganization can meet the desired objectives and produce better outcomes. We support institutionalizing capacity-building programs to ensure that government operators and IT personnel remain updated on cybersecurity threats and appropriate prevention and mitigation mechanisms, regardless of the organizational structure that will be adopted. With respect to funding, the proposed Cybersecurity Risk Management and Mitigation Fund, we find, is not consistent with the one fund policy enunciated in PD 1177. Again, this policy requires that all incomes and revenues of the national government must accrue to the general fund instead of a special fund, so as not to impede the government's flexibility to allocate and manage its limited resources to meet the country's overall financing needs. Similarly, the proposed automatic funding appropriation runs counter to the budget reform effort of the government and bypasses the budget review process, where programs are evaluated against current national priorities and fiscal space. We submit that any proposed funding should go through the usual budgetary process to ensure the alignment with government priorities. Madam Chair, we will also be submitting suggested wording and additional inputs in our written submission. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Espinosa. I believe that your comment pertaining to the establishment of the Cybersecurity Risk Management and Mitigation Fund has already been taken into consideration in the recommendations of the committee, which we will present later on. But we agree to delete the provision pertaining to the establishment of a separate fund.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Any other resource persons, ComSec?
I think that would be all, Madam Chair,
Thank you.
for this bill.
May we now hear the comments of the members relating to this measure?
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Rufus
there is
Rodriguez.
a point of the Department of Finance regarding a separate fund. Can you elaborate on that? Because the statement is there should be one general fund concept. Why is there an objection to that? When cybersecurity is one main focus of this government to protect our country. May we know why it will be so?
Madam Chair, if I may respond.
Go ahead, Director Espinosa.
Your Honor, Mr. Congressman, the rationale for the one fund policy of the government is so that the government will maintain its flexibility to budget, to allocate all the resources of the government so that it's put in one fund, which is the general fund, the national treasury. The existence of special funds, such as the one proposed, will impede the ability of government to access these funds because they have a tendency to be, in a way, stranded in funds, in special funds, Your Honor.
Thank you, Madam Chair. My question now goes to the ICT. Can you live without this fund? Because I believe in the one fund policy. When we start giving to separate agencies, special trust funds, then the problem is it's not anymore open to general appropriations and funds because it's already a trust fund for a particular purpose. What do you say about that? Would you agree to remove this particular establishment of a separate fund? We know from the ICT.
Madam Chair, I'd like to answer that comment from our gentleman congressman. Sir, the DICT is open removing that fund as long as the cybersecurity agency will still be allowed to accept grants and donations from partner countries or other countries that willing to donate just to provide capacity building tools and other means po. Thank you.
Madam Chair, we have to distinguish between what the fund would raise based on the law and what donations will be given. Now, you are saying, first of all, you stated earlier that you wish this cybersecurity agency to be with the ICT, correct? Because what is the status now?
Currently, the Cybersecurity Bureau is under the DICT.
Yeah.
And the objective of this law is to create a national cybersecurity agency, which similar like an NPC or the NPC.
Under
Which
the
will be-
DICT for budgetary purposes, correct?
Correct po, as an attached agency.
As
of
an
the
attached
DICT.
agency. So you're saying that you are agreeable not to include the separate trust fund based on what are the sources of your cybersecurity trust fund? So you're saying donations should go directly. Is there a levy in this bill to put up in the fund? And who will pay for this levy? You should remember, Undersecretary, that the program which you are handling, which is to connect the country. Anong tawag nga nun? Internet connection.
No, sir. It's more on the National Security Operations Center po.
No, I'm asking because you have kept the money.
Ah.
You have not given this to provide internet access on all our barangays and our municipalities. What is that fund that you're holding?
Is that the SUF fund po from the the free Wi-Fi?
Yeah, free Wi-Fi.
Yes, po.
That's the word.
Yes.
Free Wi-Fi fund.
Yes.
Now, who is taking care of the free Wi-Fi fund? Because you have, during the budget hearing, 21 billion was already collected, and yet you're only giving piecemeal 7 billion to this program, such that many parts of our country could not be connected to this free Wi-Fi program. We don't want this to happen again here. So what is the answer of the Undersecretary?
Madam Chair, regarding po the issue F fund, the Cybersecurity Bureau is not able to tap that fund po. So mostly, the fund po ng Bureau is coming from the GAA.
Okay. So, Madam Chair, my question, Madam Chair, is will this bill raise revenues from sectors to be put into the fund? I would like to know from the chairperson, because there is a one fund policy in the team. Yes, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Actually, the recommendation of the committee, we are with the Department of Finance in this, rather than having a separate special fund for this. We're going to follow the one fund policy. So we actually, in the proposed bill submitted by the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, their suggestion is to, in Section 32, to put in a CRMMF, or the Cybersecurity Risk Management and Mitigation Fund, as a separate fund. However, our proposal on the side of the Committee on Appropriations is to delete that provision and follow the one fund policy.
I always agree with the chairperson. So therefore, let us have that. So remove that special fund so that everything will be should be part of the one fund policy of the national government. Thank you, Madam Chair. That clarifies it. Thank you.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Actually, rest assured, that's why we really need DBM's assurance on this, that because this is a LIDAC measure, so chances are this is going to get approved. I believe this is part of the targets for passage by June by both houses. So most likely, this would be ready for implementation come the 2027 fiscal year. So the question actually, which I have to the Department of Budget and Management, which is actually my primary question pertaining to this bill, is that have you considered during the budget call the funding requirements for the establishment of this new agency? Because you would have to consider, yes, I understand you're going to carve out certain functions from the DICT, but additional funding would be required with the establishment of a completely new agency. You have to fast track the identification of the plantilla positions, the organizational structure, and do they need to rent an office or put up a new building, etc. So have you considered all of that in the budget call for the fiscal year 2027 budget?
Madam Chair, we submitted po a letter about the requirements once the Bureau is absorbed into the National Cybersecurity Agency. Now, currently, our GAA is around 641 million. And if the bill is passed, as you said, this coming June, the Bureau would like to request an additional 200 million as a contingency plan for the transitions. That includes hiring of additional personnel, office space requirements, office equipment and ICT infrastructures, and organizational transition activities, and also include capability development. So the fund that we are requesting for on top of the existing GAA will be more on the transition period. And then we have requested for the 2027 budget, we have a tier 1 and tier 2 request for the next year budget. Thank you.
So just to understand, in the current GAA, the 2026 GAA, the amount allocated for the functions stated here for this new agency, lodged under the DICT, is allocated 682.605 million pesos. Is that correct? So you're asking for an additional 200 million pesos on top of that for the transition activities into the new agency. So in total, that would be 882 million pesos.
That's correct, Madam Chair.
So perhaps if I could pose this question to the DBM, How would that work? Because we're going to start the budget deliberations in July, August, and this would most likely be in effect come January. Because if it's approved on third reading on both houses, you have give or take 3 to 6 months for the IRR. So come January, this agency would be established. So paano yon? Kasi baka pag nag-deliberate natin yung budget, baka malodge pa natin sa DIECT because we have no other choice. There's no agency yet under which we can put it in the budget. So saan po natin ilalagay yon? Kasi ang mangyayari, ilalagay natin yung 800 million under DICT. What happens once this agency is established? How do we reallocate that to the new agency?
Yes. Good afternoon again, Madam Chair. For newly created offices and positions po, we have naman po under the GAA, first the contingent fund for new or urgent projects po of the government. Just in case hindi po siya masama yung details. And for the plantilla positions naman po, we have the miscellaneous and personal benefits fund po. If ever na isasama po siya ng DICT sa budget po nila, then we can facilitate naman po the transfer of funds to the newly created office once implemented na po.
Because for me, why would you need to access the MPBF and the contingency fund when that whole fund is already lodged within the DICT? So hindi ba pwedeng simple transfer na lang? Because that would, we're essentially double counting. We're charging it against the DICT budget and also charging it against the MPBF and the contingency fund.
I'm sorry, Madam Chair, as clarified po with the ICT, they did not include in their budget proposal the funding requirements for the creation of offices and positions po. And
So ano pong laman nung, sorry Yusek, ano pong laman ng tier 1 nyo or tier 2 nyo relating to these functions? So yung 680 million lang?
Yes. No, Madam Chair, the proposal for the 2027 Tier 2 is around 1 billion. That's covering our existing operations of the National Security Operations Center. Currently, our NSOC had a budget of around 580 million procured during with the 2025 budget. And then for 2026, hindi po kasi kasama yon sa budget namin because that overlap up to 2027. Then for 2027, we requested to add additional around 90 agency to expand the coverage of the national SOC. So, ang request po namin for 2027 is the expansion of our SOC. And then the contingency fund that we would like to request is only for the transitions of the Cybersecurity Bureau to the National Cybersecurity Agency.
Can you not already incorporate that into your budget proposal given that this is the direction of the administration? This is gonna happen. So can't you not already incorporate that into your budget proposal? Ang mangyayari po kasi yan, hahabulin nyo na naman kami pagdating sa HGAB. Or worse, baka BICAM. We don't want to do that. Because we already know this is the direction of the administration. We already know this is gonna happen. So can you not already incorporate that? Lumalabas po kasi sa akin na hinihingi yung 200 million, hinihingi nyo para sa DICT, which I would have to respectfully decline. Because why would DICT need an additional 200 million? Because that should go into the new agency already. So the 800 million, the totality of it, the 680 million that is currently allocated for your current operations that would be transferred to the new agency, plus the 200 million should all go to the new agency. So I don't know why the ICT is requesting 200 million for you. Because the transition activities, technically po, hindi na kayo yung gagastos dyan eh. Iti-take on na yan yung bagong ahensya. So again, to the DBM, since you are facilitating the budget call, can you not already incorporate that in the NEP? Kasi po kami yung mahihirapan dito sa House. You're going to ask us to all of a sudden carve an additional 800 million out of nowhere. Kung ayaw ibigay ni DICT doon sa Tier 1 and Tier 2 nila.
Yes, good afternoon again, Madam Chair. We will flag this na po sa aming operations group and our principals para just in case ma-consider na po for NEP. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
But just for the record, the position of the Committee on Appropriations is we will approve this measure given that this is a priority measure, but we already know that this is going to happen. We already know how much would be required. That would be 680 million for the operations plus an additional 200 million for the transition. So sana po yung 820 plus million na yon mailagay na sa NEP. So i-explore na lang po because at this point I think it's going to have to be lodged under the DICT given that we still do not have the new agency under which we could lodge the funding requirement. But I hope that the DBM already can anticipate in advance how the transfer would be done once the new agency is established. So yun lang po. Dito po, on our part, it doesn't require that much additional funding kasi nandun naman na yung 620 million and one-time cost lang naman yung 200 million given the establishment of the new office. So in the view of the Committee on Appropriations, the additional funding requirement would be 200 million pesos. So please, please, please incorporate that into the budget call and please have it in the NEP already. Mahirapan na po kaming i-carve out yan later on during the budget deliberations.
Madam Chair,
Yes, Vice
we
Chair,
support
Mr.
the stand of the chairperson. If we get the commitment of the DBM to already include in the NEP the 200 transition fund for this commission, so that we'll have no difficulty, Madam Chair, in August when we meet for the budget. Do we have that commitment? But before you answer that, have you already contacted Secretary De Leon? He must be jogging now from Ayala Bridge coming here. As stated by Don Carlos, Congressman. Wala na. So have you contacted the Secretary to be here? Because we'd like to meet him.
Good afternoon again, Madam Chair, Your Honors. As coordinated po with the Office of the Secretary just had a DBCC meeting po in preparation for the 2027 budget preparation. And he has a later meeting po sa OP. Hence, he will be submitting a written confirmation of whatever that the DBM will be committing po in this meeting.
Madam Chair, that's a reasonable excuse. DBCC, so Malacanang, DBCC, medical certificates. But when is the next hearing of this committee, Madam Chair? So that at least we will exempt him now, but in the next hearing, we should be able to have him. And we get the commitment of Director to ask that next time we want to meet him. This is the Committee on Appropriations of the House. So when is the next meeting so that we are already going to tell our Director to be able to request the Secretary to come in the next meeting for us to meet him. May we know the next hearing?
Yes, Vice Chair Rodriguez, we will most likely have another meeting next week. If not next week, the week after.
Yeah.
But we want to get the commitment of the Secretary to make himself available for the next hearing of the Committee on Appropriations. Again, ayaw naman po natin that the first time we're going to meet the Secretary is during the NEP turnover or the DBCC itself. So may we get the commitment of the good Secretary to please make himself available and be present in the next hearing of the Committee on Appropriations, tentatively for next week. And then, as you mentioned, Director Tricia, for example, yung hinihingi po ni Vice Chair Rodriguez, as I mentioned, if you can request the Secretary to put in writing that the DBM commits to incorporate into the NEP the 820, let me get the precise figure, just so we're talking about exact numbers, the 882.6 million peso requirement for the establishment of the National Cybersecurity Agency, if we can have that in writing as a commitment from the Secretary.
Yes, duly noted po, Madam Chair, and we commit po.
Thank you.
Sige po.
Vice Chair Rodriguez?
Yes, we have to remind the DBM that this is a LEDAC priority approved by the two houses of Congress and the President. Of course, the DBM is the alter ego of the President. And so this will be approved because it's a LEDAC priority. And so definitely by next year, January, there has to be funds already as approved by the Committee on Appropriations and the House and sent to the Senate. So thank you for that reminder, Madam Chair, that there will be a commitment from the representative, and we have to have the written commitment of the Secretary. That will be in lieu of his presence. There has to be commitment because he is absent today. So is that okay with us, with the Director?
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honors po.
Thank you. That is correct answer.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez. Senior Vice Chairperson Albert Garcia.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Just to add to what the Chair and Kong Rufus mentioned about the presence of our new good Secretary of DBM, in the last hearing, Madam Chair, if you remember, you instructed this representation to preside, and we had several important measures for consideration that needed the comments of the DBM, and we were hoping, I together with the members then, to meet the new Secretary. Pero absent din po siya last Wednesday. So, ngayon absent pa rin. Hopefully, in the next hearing,
Strike
Madam Chair, ma-meet na po natin yung bagong Secretary. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Senior Vice Chairperson Garcia. Again, my gratitude to SVC for presiding over the hearing of the Committee on Appropriations last week. Director Tricia, that is in addition, whichever commitments were made, SVC, with your permission, we will also request the Secretary to put that in writing, whichever commitments the DBM made last week, if he can also have those commitments in writing. So, yung commitments po ng DBM last week as well as this week, kasi 2 weeks na po siya na hindi uma-attend ng APRO hearings natin. Thank you. Vice Chair Rodriguez, anything else?
I was taking a post for picture in aid of re-election. Thank you.
Thank you. Any other comments po from our distinguished colleagues, from our honorable members of the Committee on Appropriations?
Madam Chair, is there already a presentation of the appropriations language? Because I'm ready to move for approval, excluding the special fund. If it's there, so we can move now to approve the measure.
Actually, we do have quite a bit of recommendations in terms of amendments that we would like to put forth. May I request Vice Chair Attorney Mike Tan to please walk us through the recommendations of the Committee on Appropriations.
Thank you, Madam Chair. May we request
around this being an attached agency of the DICT. All the while, we're operating under the assumption it's going to be a new agency under the Office of the President. So, siguro yun po kasi yung nangyayari, Kong Jess, pag nasa APRO na biglang hinahabol na ng mga, mayroon pa may mga pagkakataon na dumaan na sa 3 committees before po pumunta sa Committee on Appropriations. Tapos biglang lang dito, for the first time, magsasabit ng position paper yung mga agency. So I agree with you 100% po. I'm also in agreement that this should be an agency under the Office of the President and not as an attached agency of the DICT.
Madam
Yes,
Chair.
maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
If I may
Vice
comment.
Chair Brian Po.
Madam Chair, as one of the principal authors of this bill, and I agree, there have been several technical working groups in which the DICT was present but never made this statement. As one of the principal authors, I do not agree with making it an attached agency. The coverage of cybersecurity is too broad for it to be an attached agency. And the DICT has way too many things on its plate as it is. The free Wi-Fi program that we were discussing earlier, pati yun, we're still debating the implementation of what more if we attach this agency underneath. So, Madam Chair, my position is we don't make it an attached agency.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brian Poe. Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. Again, I also very much value the inputs, of course, of Kong Jess and Kong Brian, given that they have been working extensively on crafting this bill and refining this bill over the course of the past few months. So, thank you very much, po. Vice Chair Rodriguez.
There is validity on having this attached to the Office of the President. But is the Office of the President accepting more agencies under its wing? Because there are just so many already with the Office of the President. Unless we call President BBM that he is going to accept this and the Office of the President, Executive Secretary Ralph Recto, we cannot assume, Madam Chairman, that they will be accepting additional, in fact, in many instances, there has been refusal of the Office of the President to be accepting separate commissions to be under it. Yes, that's why it will not be attached. It will be only be attached so that they will have the independence for budgetary purposes. The budget comes in their determination of the budget of the city, but they are not an attached agency, only for purposes of the budgetary. Now, we will know from the DBM, has the President's presidential office, had they been accepting, because I have been here for 6 terms already, we have many bills wherein it was stated that the President is already, of the President, is overloaded with supervision and there are very few personnel there. So can we have that answer? If we can also have the DBM say that. Does the DBM agree that the Office of the President will be happy to have this agency with him? Kasi wala, I mean, the President, that's just to be seen. This will be one kind of agency, Madam Chairman, where there will be no real supervision at all. Or real, not supervision, but being able to be oversight of this. So normally, it's an attachment for purposes of budget, but not under the Office of the President. Secondly, the budget of the Office of the President, we don't anymore discuss because we always have that as a courtesy to the OP, including all its agencies. Yeah, that's why we would like to have to scrutinize each and every agency. Now, Office of the President, wala eh. Pagdating dito, OP budget, approve na, which I always propose, out of respect to the President. So walang mangyayari sa budget, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez. May I pose that question? Comsec, is there anyone from the PLLO present here today? Like Asek Lambert? Unless DBM, would you have the... Nandito siya. Maybe, Vice Chair Rodriguez, so I have here the minutes of the meeting of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology held last May 6. It is stated here that from the Office of the President, Attorney Audris Bolata was present in that hearing. So may I request Kong Jess to please enlighten us as to what the position of the Office of the President was during the May 6 hearing of the Committee on Information and Communication Technology.
Yes, Madam Chair, may I read the minutes? Attorney Audris Bulatao of the Office of the President shared that in the earlier executive draft of the Cybersecurity and CIIP framework, the NCSA was originally envisioned as an attached agency under the DICT, reflecting a governance approach focused on efficiency, streamlining, and reliance on technical expertise. She explained that the draft contemplated two bodies, an interagency council chaired by the executive secretary and composed of the cabinet members under the direct supervision of the Office of the President with oversight powers over the NCSA, and the NCSA itself attached to the DICT. However, following policy discussions at a Legislative Executive Development Advisory Council meeting, the President directed that the structure be streamlined, resulting in the removal of the Interagency Council while retaining the NCSA. She further suggested that Congress clarify the nature of the attachment contemplated under the bill, noting that under EO number 292, agencies under the Office of the President may exist under different forms of relationship, such as supervision and control, administrative supervision, or attachment for policy and program coordination. She cited the Philippine Space Agency model under RA 11363 as an example, where attachment to the Office of the President is expressly for policy and program coordination while preserving its technical independence. That's all, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, Madam Chair, it's an equivocal position. It's an equivocal position. Therefore, we should decide. What happened to the space agency? Mahirap nga ma-appoint yung mga officers doon because you need to have the president appoint. So therefore, we are saying that for transparency, we attach it for budgetary purposes to the DICT and scrutinize the budget of this cybersecurity. Pag Office of the President yan, wala na. There will be no examination because we approve the OP and all attached agencies. And the supervision, the President is just too busy with so many things to do. So I would maintain, Madam Chair, maintain that it should be attached. It should be attached for budgetary purposes to the ICT. And we in Congress always has the oversight on this commission. Always. That's the power of Congress. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez. I would defer to Kong Jess Marquez as representative of the Committee on ICT, as well as the principal author, Representative Brian Poe, that is actually outside of the jurisdiction of the Committee on Appropriations as to where the agency would be lodged. But the OP actually had the opportunity to state its position during the previous hearings. But again, I would defer to Kong Jess and Kong Brian to respond to Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Sige. Madam Chair, if I may. So, Madam Chair, we defended the budget in the last budget season. So we talked a lot about cybersecurity and how much budget we were putting into it. Realistically, if you collapse the budget of CICC, DICT, PNP Cybercrime, and NBI for cybersecurity, you actually have a budget of around 3 to 4.5 billion already, just with those four, and not including AFP and other cybersecurity-related projects and activities. So there is actually enough funding to be able to at least give the base pay for Plantillian operation for a cybersecurity agency, at least based on what I understand. No? of course, what we're trying to avoid here is, for example, nung budget season, we were trying to advocate for larger cybersecurity given all the government hacking that took place around that same season, no? And yet, at the end of the budget season, we saw a decrease in some of the cybersecurity components because it's scattered between different agencies. And when it's scattered between different agencies, it's given less priority. Kasi hindi naman yun yung focus ng agency mismo. Kumbaga, dagdag lang sa line items nila. And in their list of priorities, syempre, they'll be like, okay, pwede namin ibigay yung budget ng cybersecurity because we need to protect other items. That's what we're trying to avoid here. So at least we have an agency that's really dedicated to protecting us on the internet. And it's not for lack of funding. Kasi if you collapse the funds from different agencies, aabot naman tayo sa budget na kailangan natin. The question is where the authority will stem from. So I think there was a position from PLLO regarding this, no?
Thank you, Vice Chair Brian. Actually, I would have, sorry, Kong Jess, before
Madam Chair, sorry. Actually, cybersecurity today is just no longer just internet telecommunications and digital services. It now involves national defense. And of course, elections, banking systems, power grids, water systems, transportation, military coordination, and critical infrastructure protection. That is why it's very important, Madam Chair, that it be lodged in the Office of the President, because I don't think the DICT has all this capacity to overcome all of these issues. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kong Jess, Vice Chair Brian.
If I can just paint a picture for everyone in this room, no, just so that they understand the situation of our cybersecurity now. Cybersecurity experts from CICC, NBI, PNP, their turnover rate is so high because the private sector keeps on poaching them from government. That's a huge problem. If we don't have a dedicated budget and agency that can be competitive with private sector, government, which secures all of our data and all of our transactions and activities, will continue to suffer hacking, will continue to suffer data loss. This is something that should be prioritized. And by giving it its own agency, its own secretary, we're sending the right signal to our constituents that we are doing something to protect them. Because as of now, parang when someone has a cybersecurity complaint, people point to different agencies, DICT, NBI, PNP, AFP, depending on the concerns. There's no single agency that takes on the mantle and the security position to say that kami na bahala dito. That's what we're also trying to address with giving an agency the authority to execute this, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Kong Brian. Thank you, Kong Jess. Actually, I would have to agree because when we were looking at the budget, we were looking at the utilization rates of the different agencies. And we saw the utilization rate of the ICT relating to their cybersecurity initiatives. And we felt like it was very underutilized. They also had other items, for example, Spectrum, free Wi-Fi. They had such high underutilization rates in their agency that we felt like we didn't want to pile on and add more funding. So in that regard, I agree with Kong Jess, Kong Brian, that it's better to have an agency dedicated to cybersecurity initiatives rather than have it lodged under the ICT, which, with all due respect, historically, we have seen quite a bit of underutilization in terms of their cybersecurity initiatives. So we understand the position as communicated by the PLLO and the Office of the President, given their reservations. But given our assessment of it, in the previous budget deliberations, it's better to have it as a separate agency, as an agency separate from the DICT. Although there are two options, have it lodged under the Office of the President or have it become an OEO. It's like other executive offices which kind of mimics an agency that is lodged under the Office of the President, but they, as parang pong Philippine Space Agency, as mentioned by Vice Chair Rodriguez a while ago. But I agree with Kong Jess and Kong Brian with the position of, again, This is outside of the jurisdiction of the Committee on Appropriations, but just by looking at the underutilization or the utilization rates for cybersecurity initiatives under the DICT, it would be best to have a separate agency handling these. So for now, with the concurrence, of course, of the members of the Committee on Appropriations, we will, again, it is outside of the jurisdiction of the committee to amend anything relating to the structure or the attachment or as to where this would be lodged. So, Sir po, with regard to the other recommendations, Congress, is the Committee on Information and Communications Technology amenable to the recommendations of the Committee on Appropriations?
Yes, Madam Chair, we are agreeable. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much. I think the most, among the recommendations of the committee, yung iba naman po kasi it's pretty standard. It's really just aligning the separation and retirement benefits and structure with the rest of the other government agencies. It's aligning the composition of the organizational structure and staffing pattern. It's just making sure that it's compliant to DBM and CSC policies. The others, as mentioned a while ago, it relates to alignment with the one general fund, one fund policy of the government. Yun lang naman po. Yun lang naman po yung mga main recommendations ng committee. And with that, with the concurrence of Representative Jess Marquez on behalf of the Committee on Information and Communications Technology and the amendments of the committee, may I hear a motion?
Madam Chair, it's my honor to therefore move for the approval of the substitute bill on the establishment of the National Cybersecurity Agency, strengthening the protection of critical information infrastructure and providing funds, therefore, subject to agreed amendments and subject to style. So move, Madam Chair.
Second.
Second. Thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez, SVC Garcia, and Vice Chair Milagro, and Representative Milagros Magsaysay. There is a motion to approve the measure subject to the said amendments put forth by the committee. It has been duly seconded. The motion is carried. The measure is hereby approved, incorporating the recommendations of the Committee on Appropriations.
Madam Chair,
Congratulations po.
Madam Chair,
Yes.
I move that all those present today, those earlier who were present and those present now, will be considered co-author of this very worthy bill, adding to the long list of authors. So move, Madam Chair.
May I first solicit the comment, of course, of Representative Marquez? Are you amenable to the said motion po?
Of course, Madam Chair and Kong Rufus, thank you very much for supporting this bill. Thank you, everyone.
Thank you. There is a motion duly seconded to make co-authors all members who manifest that they want to be co-authors of the measure. Again, it has been duly seconded. The motion is carried. Congratulations to the Committee on Information and Communications Technology, of course, represented by the Honorable Jess Marquez and the principal author, Representative Brian Poe. Congratulations po. Thank you to the representatives from the ICT, from the DBM, and to the DOF for your insights and inputs on the matter. Thank you very much po. Before we move to the next agenda, may I now recognize Senior Vice Chairperson Albert Garcia.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. Before the committee proceeds with today's agenda, may I respectfully inquire on the committee standard for finalizing the agenda of its meeting. Specifically, first, what is the cutoff point between the internal lineup of measures considered for inclusion and the final notice issued to members? Second, on what basis are measures added or removed from the lineup during the interval? And third, are such additions or removal subject to consultation with the members concerned or with the primary committees of origin? I raise this as a parliamentary inquiry, Madam Chair.
Thank you, SVC. Perhaps I can use the deliberation on the composition of the agenda for this week as an example to respond to your query. So actually, we put priority towards LDAC measures. So whenever there are LDAC measures that are transmitted to the Committee on Appropriations and they are cleared by the DBM, the DOF, the PLLO, we put them in the agenda. So, for example, there were several LDAC measures that were put forth in the hearing for this week. And there were several LDAC measures with which the PLLO had reservations. And because of that, they requested us to exclude those from the agenda, subject to deliberations or further refinement. So in that case, given that it's a LDAC measure and the PLLO had reservations on the matter, which then the reservations were so substantial that they actually requested us to exclude that from the agenda for them to have like time to talk to the author. So we're at, yun po siguro yung example namin, only for this week.
Yes, thank you, Madam Chair. If I may, because one of the LEDAC measures that was removed from the agenda is the meritocracy bill, which is part of the LEDAC measures. And if PLLO did so, hindi naman po sila sumama dun sa hearing during the TWG, during the Mother Committee, and now referred to APRO, ngayon sila magsasubmit ng kanilang comments. So, they weren't there. So, paano natin consider yung comments nila, Madam Chair? And if that's the case, do they have the mandate to change the contents or to influence the contents of what was deliberated on, Madam Chair?
Actually, SBC, we requested, given the query of Vice Chair Rodriguez also with regard to the OP a while ago, we actually requested Assistant Secretary Lamberto Santos III to be here this afternoon. So we were told as of 20 minutes ago, he was already en route from Malacanang. So we can pose this question to him again once he gets here, if you're amenable to that. He'll definitely get here in the next 30 minutes or so.
Yes, Madam Chair, because
Yes.
I would like to get to the bottom of this because this is such an important measure that will really address all the issues we're facing today. At ito po, nakita ko po, Madam Chair, ang laki ng effort nyo for transparency, accountability, and this measure can address that,
Yes.
Madam Chair. So, I'm amenable to the suggestion of the Chair, and maraming salamat po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, SVC. For the record, and SVC knows this, the Seal of Local Good Governance bill was actually included in the original draft of the agenda of the Committee on Appropriations. And just last Friday, before the notice went out, PLLO requested us to take it out from the agenda to have a little bit more time to talk about it. So better po if we can hear it straight from ASEC Lambert when he gets here as to what the reservations are with regard to the bill.
Yes, I agree, Madam Chair. Maraming salamat po.
Thank
Madam
you,
Chair.
SVC. But again, always in full support ako for that bill. We've talked about it for several months now. So we'll request the PLLO to hear it straight from them as to what their reservations are. Thank you, SVC. With that, we'll move to the next item on the agenda. And this relates to the conversion of the National Feeding Program into a National Nutrition Program. Once again, another LIDAC measure. COMSEC, please read the title of the bill and the particulars for our consideration.
Before we proceed with the agenda, may I acknowledge the following members. Our Senior Vice Chair, Albert S. Garcia, of the 2nd District of Bataan. We also have Representative Pilimon Espares of the Co-op NATCO Party List. Representative Iris Marie de Mesa Montes of the 4K Party List. We also have Deputy Speaker Representative Janet Garin of the 1st District of Iloilo. We also have Representative Gerardo Jerry Espina Jr. of the Lone District of Biliran and Representative Jose Bong J. Teves of the TGP Party List. Under agenda number
Before
2...
that, COMSEC, thank you very much, Your Honors. Thank you for being present here in today's hearing. Go ahead, COMSEC.
Under agenda number 2, substitute bill to House Bills numbered 1193, 2191, 2325, 2425, 2487, 3157, 3202, 3551, 4173, 4929, 5046, 5236, 5248, 5433, 5562, 5641, 5681, 5689, 5718, 5800, 5838, 5881, 5989, 5991, 5992, 6089, 6240, 6311, 6419, 6671, 7940, 8051, and 8131. Titled, An Act Converting the National Feeding Program into a National Nutrition Program by expanding its scope and coverage and enhancing its support mechanisms and appropriating funds, therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act Number 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino, referred by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, authored by Representative Faustino Bojidi III, Romanti Romulo, Brian Pro, among others. And for this purpose, Madam Chair, may we acknowledge our guest from the Department of Education, Director 4, Attorney Razel Ann Requesto. Are you here, sir? And from the Department of Social...
Madam Chair, is he present? Repuesto?
Mr. Requesto, Director?
Director, if you're here.
Yeah, please sit down.
Thank you, ma'am. We have also from the DSWD, Assistant Secretary Fatima Alia Dimaporo. Afternoon, ma'am. And from the National Dairy Authority, Attorney Gavino Alfredo Benitez, Deputy Administrator. And to sponsor the bill, may we acknowledge Madam Chair, Chairman Romanti Romulo to sponsor the bill.
Before I acknowledge Chairperson Romulo, may I inquire from the Department of Education? We have been asking the agencies this. Where are the officials of DepEd? At least sana USEC level. That's what we've been asking for from all of... This is a LIDAC measure. We are talking about funding, and Kong Brian knows this because we tackled this during the BARC, upwards of 11 billion. Right now, the National Feeding Program has a 26 billion peso budget in the GAA. So, tatanungin po namin, nasaan ang mga USEC ninyo? Because again, this is such a big program. This is a 26 billion peso program. So, yun po siguro. You are asking us for such a big funding requirement. Nasaan po ang mga undersecretary ninyo? I am a little bit inclined to defer deliberation of this measure, but
We object to
We
that.
object to that, Madam Chair. Yeah, Madam Chair, can we proceed and allow the resource person to speak and the authors to defend our proposed measure?
DS Karin, with all due respect, we have been having this issue with the different executive offices today. They have not been sending the proper representatives to discuss the measure. Again, I am not saying I am going to defer. I am not the type of person who would do that. There are also other USEC level. We have the
Yeah,
deputy.
with due courtesy, Madam Chair, we started 1:30. We have a very long agenda. Can we proceed to the agenda on hand? Because all members will also have to participate in the session and other matters. I do fully empathize that you need the USECs to be here, but allow to hear us with our proposed measure. That's just my appeal, Madam Chair.
Yes,
Let's
yes.
deal with the-
But I am
if-
just inquiring from DepEd because the other agencies were able to send USEC level representatives.
Yeah, I think you have conveyed your message, Madam Chair. Let's proceed to the hearing.
So
proper.
may I first, before I recognize again Chairperson Romulo, may I first get the response of DepEd on that query? Go ahead, Director.
Good afternoon po, Madam Chair. Respectfully, we would like to state on record that our principals are currently in the Palarong Pambansa as well as their management committee po.
Do you have written authority from the Secretary to represent DepEd?
I'm duly authorized po, Madam Chair.
May we request for a copy of the written authority? We just need it by this afternoon.
Noted on this, Madam Chair. We will
Madam
comply.
Chair, I support the chairperson. We have to emphasize the fact that these are important legislation, LEDAC approved. And so we should have higher officials to be present. Like if the secretary could not come, the undersecretary. So in other words, the chairman had the proper statement that we should be able to emphasize, but we are not going to delay the proceedings. But let it be known by everyone here that henceforth we would like to get, like in the case of DBM earlier, DS Garin came later, we insisted the new secretary, De Leon, to be present, just not been here. So we asked him that we proceeded, and next hearing, we asked the new DBM to be present to the committee. So now, we are just asking that the USEC, the higher officials, be here for very important billions finance projects. So thank you.
So, Madam Chair, may I inquire, will we finish all these measures today?
Yes.
Will we have subsequent hearings or no more?
We have to finish all of this today because
So there will be no subsequent hearings?
not for the agenda items in today's hearing. We will tackle all of them today. We have to tackle all of them to finish them on third reading.
No, but those in the agenda, we're going to finish everything today?
Yes.
Yeah, with that, Madam Chair, I do agree that undersecretaries or the secretary will be here, but I do also understand that it's the preparation of budget and they have other matters as well. As long as they are authorized to speak in behalf of the department and they have the respective position papers, with the urgency of time, may I appeal that we request to the discussion of the bill at hand because we have a lengthy agenda.
And for the record, I am fully supportive of this measure. I am a principal author of this measure. Chair Roman knows that. So I am not gonna delay my own bill. We know how important this is. I'm just asking the DepEd as to
So can we
what's
proceed,
happening.
Madam Chair? Please. May I inquire, Madam Chair, do we have enough members in the Committee on Appropriations? Because if we don't have, I move that we adjourn.
Meeting suspended. recognize from the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture.
There is a motion to withdraw. So let us have first the withdrawal of the motion to adjourn for lack of quorum from Congresswoman D.S. Garin.
Thank you,
Madam
Vice Chair
Chair.
Rodriguez. May I respectfully request Deputy Speaker Garin to kindly withdraw your motion to adjourn?
Thank you, Madam Chair. I respectfully withdraw my motion on the condition that we proceed with the deliberation of the items in the agenda. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very
And thank
much.
you, Boss Rufus.
Deputy Speaker Garin may now again recognize, as we proceed with the
Second the
deliberation
motion.
of the agenda,
I second the motion.
chairperson of the Committee on Basic Agriculture.
I
Sorry.
second the motion.
Oh, thank you. There is a
Withdraw.
Thank you, Kong Brian. Again, for the record, Deputy Speaker Garin has withdrawn the motion to adjourn the hearing. Thank you. May we now again respectfully recognize the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, the Honorable Roman Romulo, to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Madam Chair, esteemed colleagues. This particular measure before us this afternoon is really a substitute bill for about 35 measures that have been filed in this Congress. So there are at least 35 principal authors to this act converting the National Feeding Program into a National Nutrition Program by expanding its scope and coverage and enhancing its support mechanisms and appropriating funds, therefore amending for that purpose Republic Act number 11037 or the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act. This bill aims to broaden the coverage and extend the duration of the government's national feeding program to ameliorate the impact of malnutrition as pressing causes of learning difficulties and lagging performances of our students. Its key provisions include, amongst others, the following. It strengthens the supplemental feeding program for undernourished children under 5 years old by requiring the provision of at least one adequately funded fortified meal daily for not less than 200 days each year. It likewise expands the DepEd school-based feeding program to cover all public school learners from kindergarten to grade 3 and undernourished learners from grades 4 to 12 by providing at least one adequately funded fortified meal daily throughout the entire school year, ensuring continuous implementation through coordination with LGUs during school breaks. It prescribes that at least 30% of the total agricultural and fishery products required for the program be sourced directly from local farmers and fisherfolk with priority given to small-scale farmers, and allows sourcing from other farmers and fisherfolk only when local small-scale supply is insufficient to meet the program requirements. Madam Chairperson, esteemed colleagues, this measure principally authored by the Honorable Speaker, this representation, the Honorable Chairperson of this committee, the Honorable Janet Garin, Deputy Speaker, the Honorable Brian Poe, and many, many other members, is a product of careful deliberations by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and the consolidation of salient provisions of all the bills mentioned earlier in response to child hunger, malnutrition, and food insecurity. Its substitute bill was earlier approved by the Committee on Basic Education and Culture and thereafter referred to this committee for consideration and approval of its funding provisions under Section 4C, Paragraph 6, and Section 14 hereof. May we thus seek approval of the aforementioned substitute bill's funding provision. Thank you, Madam Chair. Thank you, esteemed colleagues.
Thank you very much. Chairperson Romulo may now recognize a principal author of the measure, Representative Brian Poe, to sponsor the measure.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues, this is a legacy bill for my family, as Senator Grace Poe was the author of the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act. And today, I rise to express my full support for this measure, expanding the National Feeding Program into a more comprehensive national nutrition program. At a time when many Filipino children continue to face undernutrition and food insecurity, this measure ensures sustained, science-based, and adequately funded nutrition interventions from early childhood through basic education. This measure is important because it institutionalizes long-term nutrition interventions instead of temporary or fragmented responses. Equally commendable is the bill's recognition of the role of local farmers, fisherfolk, and dairy producers in building a sustainable nutrition system. The bill likewise introduces stronger implementation mechanisms, including the establishment of central kitchens, enhanced monitoring systems, and closer coordination with local government units and parents. This proposed measure sends a strong message that the fight against child hunger and malnutrition is a shared national responsibility. And it warms my heart, Madam Chair, that many of our colleagues here are so passionate about the National Feeding Program, yourself included, Madam Chair. We fought to institutionalize the largest school-based feeding program budget that the country has seen. And proudly, this year in this GAA, we have 26 billion pesos to feed more than 4 million learners across the country. This should not be the exemption. This should be the standard for our country. And that is what we are doing today by passing this and granting our learners a better chance at a better future, creating a long-term, dependable funding for universal feeding. And I just want to note, Madam Chair, that I am honored to stand alongside very principled and very passionate co-authors here with, of course, Representative Roman Romulo, who is the chairman of the committee and on basic education, as well as Deputy Speaker Janet Garin, who really wanted this to happen. So thank you for giving us the opportunity to speak and support this bill, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brian Poe. May I now recognize our resource persons. First, from the Department of Education, Attorney Razel and
Madam Chair, can we request one of the main sponsors, to also principal sponsors, to speak? The Honorable D.S. Garin. Principal sponsor.
I'm the principal sponsor of the bill that I filed, which is planned to be consolidated. So the bill that I filed, Madam Chair, is House Bill number 2425, authored by yours truly, an act establishing a free
my
breakfast.
apologies, yes. Given that Deputy Speaker Green has manifested, my apologies, COMSEC did not flag it to me. May I now recognize Deputy Speaker Janet Garin, one of the principal authors of the measure, to sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. That's why it's very close to our heart that this be tackled, because we have been repeatedly fighting for this measure for several Congresses. Now, I filed House Bill 2425, which is an act establishing a free breakfast program from all public school students from kindergarten to grade 12, to be known as the Libreng Almusal para sa Batang Pilipino program. Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues and a resource person, it is an undeniable fact that our human resource is actually the gem that pushes the economy of our country. Unfortunately, since there is discrepancy in terms of social status, we have a lot of talented Filipinos whose talents are not maximized because nutrition at an early stage has been deprived. There is also an abundance of agricultural products just being left behind in areas, especially in the areas of my colleagues here and us in the Visayas and even in Mindanao. Nung dati po kasi, nung nagkaroon ng feeding program, sila ang naging pangunahing market even with milk and our dairy farmers. Unfortunately, because the program is somehow erratic, nandiyan, nawawala, bumabalik, nawawala, nawala na rin tuloy ng gana yung ating ibang farmers na ipagpatuloy yung kanilang produkto. Moreover, our children, our students are depending on dried fish and salt for their nutrition. This is very unhealthy, Madam Chair, distinguished colleagues. Providing for free breakfast is not only a solution to the problems of our farmers. It's also a very important ingredient in our investing in our people, the core of our existence. With this, Madam Chair, may I appeal for the support of the chairman and the members of the Committee on Appropriation that House Bill number 2425, which was proposed to be consolidated with the measures of Congressman Brian Poe and Congressman Romulo and Speaker Bogie D, be approved by this honorable committee. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you very much, Deputy Speaker Garin. May now proceed to our resource persons from the Department of Education, Director Razel Requesto.
Thank you, Madam Chair and honorable members of the committee. The Department of Education fully supports the proposed consolidated bill in substitution of various House bills seeking to amend the Masustansyang Pagkain para sa Batang Pilipino Act. And the DepEd recognizes the importance of this bill in enhancing the implementation and impact of school-based feeding programs. The DepEd fully acknowledges and supports the proposed need to expand and amend RA 11037, the law that recognizes and institutionalizes the school-based feeding program in the agency, and improving the overall health and nutritional well-being, as well as the academic performance of our school children and learners. Maraming salamat po.
Thank you. Next, from the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Undersecretary Fatima Alaya de Maporo.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, let us recognize that our representative of DepEd was a colleague. The disability is a colleague, former colleague of Congress to be given preferential attention. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Rodriguez. Of course, a former colleague of ours, now Undersecretary of the Department of Social Welfare and Development, Undersecretary Fatima Alaya de Maporo.
Thank you. Thank you, Kong Manong Rufus. Thank you, Congressman. The DSWD fully supports the proposed measure converting the National Feeding Program into a National Nutrition Program. We welcome its emphasis on collaboration with parents, LGUs, and communities, as well as prioritizing the sourcing of food from small-scale farmers and fisher folks. These provisions not only nourish children, but also uplift local livelihoods. The DSWD is ready to carry out its responsibilities under this act, confident that with adequate funding and strong interagency cooperation, we can secure healthier futures for Filipino children and build a stronger nation. Thank you very much for sponsoring this very laudable measure.
Thank you very much, Undersecretary de Maporo. Next, from the National Dairy Authority, Deputy Administrator Gavino Benitez.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, honorable members of the committee, and my colleagues in the executive branch. Like the two resource persons before me, we also applaud this bill. We feel that all the problems we encountered in the 4 years, I think, of implementation were sufficiently addressed by this bill. So, very good. Can I be allowed to point out some just clerical errors, typographical errors, may I? Just to avoid confusion and misunderstanding in the future.
Go ahead, but we have to make sure the typographical errors that you point out are within the jurisdiction of the Committee on Appropriations. Otherwise, I will defer that to Chairperson Romulo. But please go ahead, po, Deputy Admin.
Okay, just on page 2, on line 23 and 24, it says there that 720C, that should be 72 degrees centigrade. Kasi this would read as 720 centigrade. That will be too high.
Chair, to abbreviate the discussions because there are very many bills, we will appreciate and probably accept as long as it is just submitted to us kung hindi naman siya to the funding provision.
Deputy Admin, just for clarification, all the amendments that you will point out, would any of those relate to the funding requirement?
No, Madam Chair.
Okay. In that case, with the indulgence of Chairperson Romulo, may you please refer that to the Committee on Basic Education so they can enact the required changes before we put out the committee report.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chairperson Romulo. Aside from that, Deputy Admin, anything else?
Nothing else, Madam.
Thank you. Before I make any comments, I would like to open the floor. My apologies. From the Department of Budget and Management, Director Trisha Baraan. My apologies. Oh my God. Sorry. Go ahead po, Director Baraan.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For this bill po, we respectfully manifest po on Section 7, amending Section 7 of RA 11307, which proposes to include other government funds. So in accordance po with the local autonomy, we defer po to the comments of the respective LGUs for the same. And on the proposal amending Section 8, para po mas generic na lang po siya, subject to the guidelines that will be issued by the GPP BTSO or in accordance with the Government Procurement Act, we recommend po to revise the provision to state na Section 8, procurement of produce from small-scale farmers and fisher folk, consistent with RA number 11321, the government shall directly purchase the agricultural and fishery products needed to implement the National Feeding Program from qualified and accredited farmers and fisher folk cooperatives and enterprises in accordance with RA 12009 and its implementing rules and regulations or issued by the GPPB board po. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Baraan. I will present all of those all together, Chair Romulo. May I any comments from the body, from the House members before we proceed? Just a few questions po to the DBM and DepEd. Last year kasi, for fiscal year 2026, we were only able to increase it to 26 billion because we were able to realign funds that were taken out from the flood control fund, and a bulk of that we put towards education. So that's the reason why we were able to increase the funding allocation from only 11 billion pesos in the NEP to 26 billion in the GAA. So may I know what the funding requirement would be for the proposed parameters in this bill? Because here, I remember yung 11 billion pesos, 120 days lang yon. The 26 billion was able to increase it to 200 days. I also just don't quite remember yung specifics. Yung 11 billion bag until grade 3 lang yon? Or does it also include undernourished learners from grades 4 to 12? So just wanted to understand the incremental cost and incremental funding that would be required by institutionalizing this measure. Because ideally, we're all supportive of that. We want to increase it to 200 days. We want to do it as kindergarten to grade 3 and undernourished learners from grades 4 to 12. But we need to understand the funding requirement for this new institutionalized measure. So either DepEd or DBM, go ahead po, Director Requesto.
Thank you very much, Madam Chair. Just to clarify, but yes, the previously mentioned amount of 11 billion included already the severely wasted and wasted. In terms of the appropriations needed for this bill, we are still currently evaluating basically the capacity of DepEd as well to implement these measures. So we will be submitting that as soon as possible.
But we're already talking about the appropriations. So do you not have an estimate? Because you already have 2026 as a baseline. You have 26 billion. We're already almost half of the year done. So you should already have at least an assessment as to your utilization rate for the 26 billion. I understand when we approved the 26 billion for the National School Feeding Program, there were some concerns around the absorptive capacity of DepEd, being able to put in enough kitchens, mobile kitchens, etc., to be able to service the schools, whether the NDA can actually provide that much milk, etc. So yun lang po siguro. We want to know how much this measure would require. Because again, I will go back to the DBM, and the same way that we did it for the Cybersecurity Act, I will ask them to commit. And for DepEd and DSWD and the National Dairy Authority to commit to put these into your NEP proposals for 2027. Because again, this is a LEDAC measure. As DS Garin noted, they have been fighting for this for so many congresses, and finally now it's a LEDAC measure. So we need to make sure that it's funded. So may we know how much would be the requirement? How much higher from the original NEP amount of 11 billion pesos are we looking at?
Madam Chair, we're just validating lang po the numbers, but we will submit to this committee po.
Madam Chair, let me put it this way. In the current budget, in fact, what was allotted by Congress was really for DepEd pa lang was about 26 billion. But we also allotted about 9.6 billion to DSWD. Now, sa DepEd pa lang, sa 25 plus billion that we gave, right now, they cater to about 4.4 million learners covering grades 2 to 6. Ito po, yung pa lamang sila sa 2 to 6. Under the proposal, as will be submitted to the plenary, it will be mandatory for all students in grades 1 to 3, to all undernourished 4 to 12. So you can imagine that will really be at least times 2. But Madam Chair, as it always happens, hindi naman po talaga nabibigyan ng tamang budget. So what the Department of Education does is that pinagkakasya nila. The 35 billion covering 4.4 million learners is about 27 pesos per learner. And we all know that is too small. Ang liit na ng 27, and then to cover that, 10% of that will go to MOE effectively. Covering the next phase, sa DSWD po, we gave them 9.something million, 9.6 billion. We gave DSWD. But Madam Chair, DSWD does not have data, in fact. The only data they have are data of those below 5 years old who in fact enrolled, 2 to 5 years old, who enrolled in fact in their daycare centers. But ADB has already told us, based on their own study, wala pang 30% na nag-enroll dyan. So you can imagine, napakarami po na malnourished, undernourished na Pilipino. So at the end of the day, this might help DepEd, especially the DSWD, to buckle down to work. Because right now po, in that 9.6 billion that we gave them for this year, they only cover those who have enrolled in DSWD daycare centers. And that doesn't even reach 30% of those between the ages of 3 to 5. So napaka-konti po nun. So I think, as Deputy Speaker Janet Garin mentioned, this is the best investment that this government, that the state can do. We should invest in our youth, especially maraming undernourished. So I hope we can just get this through so that DSWD and DepEd can finally get their data correct. DepEd in fact medyo okay pa kasi finite nag-e-enroll But again, Madam Chair, just to mention to this body, DepEd does not even capture all students from K to all children ages 5 to 18 in their schools. Marami rin out of school youth. And that is a real fact. So yung numbers pa nga nila, ang konti pa rin. But again, if there is any measure that we should pass, it is this measure because it is investment in our children.
Madam Chair.
Thank you, Chair Romulo Diaz-Garin.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. May I be allowed to propose questions to DepEd? Yeah. So, Madam Chair, Madam Director, can we go back? What is your exact proposal? Will kindergarten to grade 12 be applicable? Or are you inclined on reducing the number of students?
Currently po, Madam Chair, for this, we're looking at universal key stage 1, because
Stage
as,
1.
yes po, key stage 1, yes po, universal, as recommended also in the EDCOM 2 findings po.
And universal stage 1 means
K to 3 po.
kinder to
Kindergarten,
grade 3.
yes po.
And may we inquire how many students are there in public schools all throughout the country for kindergarten to grade 3?
It will be about almost 8 million students, Madam
8
Chair.
million students. And if we are referring to breakfast only,
Yes. 145 meal only is what we could afford with the present budget that Congress gave them of 35 billion. It is 27 pesos per learner. So maliit po talaga. But
So,
then hinabol rin po natin as many members in the committee, and I think with the bills of Speaker Boji and the rest, ang gusto natin, yung grades 4 to 12, at least yung undernourished, matulungan na rin natin.
Yeah.
Hindi na universal from 4 to 12, but only the undernourished.
Madam Chair, the reason why I'm asking is that if we can come up with a budget that's doable. So if we have around 8 million students for stage 1, and that's kinder to grade 3, if 27 pesos is not acceptable, how much are we proposing? So that the Committee on Appropriations can duly...
Madam Chair, Deputy Speaker Garin, that is why, in fact, if you will read the appropriations provision, it states the amount necessary. Because we also acknowledge the fact, we recognize the fact that we are not we probably will not afford it yet. But as a statement of policy, gusto natin universal K to 3, undernourished 4 to 12. When we take up when the Committee on Appropriations takes up the budget, that is when you can fill up that gap. Because sa totoo lang, kung talagang i-calculate natin ito, medyo malaki talaga. That is the reason why the DBM, the DSWD, and the DepEd, until now, cannot give us that final amount. But this law will provide the framework of who we should assist, and let the national budget be the one to fill in the exact amount. That is why we put the amount necessary for the initial implementation of this act.
Thank you for that, Madam Chair, Congressman Romulo. But I think it will be to the advantage of our proposed measure if we can have a ballpark figure. Kasi yun ang nagiging problema. If we leave it to them, they will say, oh, pwede na yan yung ganitong amount. And we've learned from that lesson before na, o sige, wala, blanco lang yung amount. Pagka lumabas, it becomes very minimal that if you remember when we were in our younger years, they ended up just feeding kindergarten. And then it got lost because they had to focus on daycare students, which we really agree because the first 1,000 days were not being covered. So dapat talagang ibaba sa daycare. Now, if we talk about kindergarten to grade 3, I believe the 27 pesos, or if we were going to increase it to 30 pesos, will be doable if there is an HE in the school. Before, kasi they had to provide for, kasama sa 27 pesos, yung the bowls, yung pangluto, the kitchen utensils. But if we take that away, and each child will bring their own cup or bowl, it can actually be, it can fit into the budget as long as we buy from the local farmers. And then we remove all the other, yung bibili pa ng mga plastic fork, plastic spoon. We have to remove all of that. It should just be basic food ingredient. And mahal ng itlog ngayon, 10 piso ata. So eggs can be there, vegetables can be there. Some of the produce from the local farmers can actually be there. The only problem before was that pinatulan pa kasi ng, oh, ito COA-ball, ito hindi COA-ball. So I really believe we have to come up with the budget, the proposed budget, Madam Chair, and at the same time include the parameters that it should be for the actual food ingredients. Wala na yung mga kutsara, na mga plastic, yung mga bowl, kasi doon naubos ang budget. Bumili nga ng mga kutsara at lahat, wala namang laman at naging puro sabaw. No? So I believe we have to go back. I mean, we have to pass this, I agree. But then we can actually have an estimated budget now.
Yes, and Madam Chair, Deputy Speaker, that budget can come the moment we finalize this bill and it's approved here. We do not have to write that in this bill, actually. It is just an estimate that should be provided for us, and I agree with all that Deputy Speaker Janet Garin has stated, but that should not delay the passage of this measure in this committee, but with the warning to the DBM, the DepEd, and DSWD that they should provide with an estimate before we take it up on the floor. Because that is where that is supposed, in fact, Doc, gusto naman natin dito may flexibility, and we agree. Dapat alisin na yung mga excesses. Pangalawa, if you will take note in this measure itself, it recognizes the fact that local governments must also assist. So kung kaya at willing yung local governments, they are under this measure allowed to, in fact, help out in the school nutrition program. The fact remains that if we insist on putting an exact amount here, that will delay this unnecessarily. And I'm sure we can all agree that can be agreed upon, that we can pass it as is, and that we can urge the DBM, DepEd, and DSWD to provide that estimate before we take it up on the floor.
Actually, Chair, I agree completely with DS Garin on this because it's also protection for the bill to have this estimate. Because again, binabantayan ko din si DBM because historically, they've only put in small amounts. Like in previous years, they've consistently just put 11 billion pesos, which is really not sufficient. It only covers 120 days. So, ako binabantayan ko din si DBM dito.
Yes, Madam Chair, but unless you have a framework bill already, they will work on the existing measure, which is simply covering undernourished from grades 1 to 3. And then secondly, yung sa DSWD, they will not cover those who are not in the daycare centers. Because according to the study, wala pa nga 30% na nag-enroll. So it will be in your hands that you do not want to, for me, because at the end of the day, this will provide the framework, this will provide for the target, the DSWD and the DepEd must comply with.
Thank you, Chair. But again, we're in the Committee on Appropriations. There was sufficient time for the agencies to come up with estimates. Yun lang naman po yung hinihingi namin. Bakit walang estimate si DepEd? Bakit walang estimate si DSWD? I will not hold you to that number. But I think this has been with the Committee on Basic Education for a month or two. It was already identified as a LIDAC measure as early as December. So bakit po between then and now wala pa? Estimate lang. Estimate is all we're asking. Are we really looking at 26 billion diba, as a difference from the 11 billion?
Madam Chair, prior to that, can we decide, do we only go to kindergarten up to grade 3? Are we fixed with that? Well, my proposal was actually kindergarten to grade 12, but of course, I submit to majority of the members. So where are we? Are we going to have stage 1, that's kindergarten to grade 3? Or can we increase it somehow to grade?
With the permission
Chair,
of the Deputy Speaker.
I'll defer to Chair Romulo
Yes.
because it's the
Again,
substantive part.
Studies have shown that meron tayong undernourished until grade 12. And I think that is the reason why there were several measures and during the committee meetings that we include 4 to 12. Again, this is a policy direction. Ang universal will be key stage 1 lang because apparently malaki talaga yung hahabulin pa doon. The number
Madam Chair, do we have the estimated numbers of undernourished grade 4 to grade 12?
In fact, even sa ECCD, wala nga eh. Even sa DSWD, yung sinasabi niyong first 1,000 days, we have not even gone to that. Because wala ngang, they don't have the data. And the reason why they probably don't have the data, because they are not required to provide any assistance. With this as a framework, mapo-force na rin sila to finally submit all the data.
Well, Madam Chair, maybe we ask DepEd, what's the percentage estimated malnourished or undernourished grade 4 to grade 12? Or let's take it on a pure level. Kasi dati, I believe the estimate was around 10% in the poorer communities, but that has improved to around 5 to 6%. Because let's start with an estimate, Madam Chair. Oh. Lagay na natin 5%. Do you agree with that, Madam Chair, Your Honor?
undernourished
Undernourished.
grade 4 to 12.
My apologies po, Madam Chair. If it's all right with the committee, we'll submit na lang po the specific numbers if that's all right.
Yeah. Pero kasi Madam Chair, if I may, what we had before was around 5%. So can we have the estimated, the number of students, total number of students, grade 4 to 12? Grade 4 to 12, para mag-compute na tayo.
Sabi mo na on the average 2 million per grade level. Kasi you have what now? 27 million students, di ba? From in
It's
your
around
DepEd
2
schools.
million. 2 million per year, tama? The
On
estimate,
the average.
Madam Chair.
On the average. Estimate lang. We won't hold you to that number.
So, Madam Chair, the 8 million is kinder to grade 3. So, kinder 1, 2, 3. So, if you divide that, it's approximately 2 million. Okay, so if will you agree with that, approximately 2 million per year? So if you have 4, 5, 6, 7, 8, 9, 10, 11, 12, so 9 times 2 million, that's around 18 million. So 5% of 18 million is 5%. 18 million times 0.05. What I know is it's like 5 to 10%, that's the range. So if we have, that's 900,000. So roughly, I think with due courtesy, Madam Chair, we can estimate it at around, let's say, good for 10 million students. So you have 8 million students, and we have the 5% undernourished. The range is actually 5 to 10%. With the current crisis and the increasing cost of food, that can rise up to the average of 10. So that will be 1.8 million students additional, plus the 8 million. So we're actually talking about let's talk about 10 million students. Times 27 pesos. Times, are we going to use 120 days or 200 days? 200 tayo. Or maybe we can just have 120 days so that it's a doable figure.
The problem with the 120 days is that if it is not continuous, baliwala rin. Babalik rin yung bata dun
May
sa
holidays
state
kasi
niya.
eh.
Yes, that is why in-extend to 200 days is because if you do not complete those 200 days, baliwala rin yung tinulong natin ng 120 days.
So it's really 200 days,
That was the
not
reason.
120.
No.
Not 120. So if we have 200 days, then that would be 54 billion, Madam Chair. Is DepEd objecting to my computation or that you're amenable with that? So just to recap, Madam Chair, we have 8 million students for stage 1. That's kinder to grade 3. If we get the estimated population of 2 million per year from grade 4 to grade 12, so that's 18 million. 10% of that is 1.8. That's a usual average. So you have 8 plus 1.8, that's 9.8 million students. If we are going to consider the 27 pesos and 200 school days, that is 54 billion. However, if we're going to consider the, 98 times 27. If we're going to consider the 120 days, that is 31.752 billion.
And I would urge the committee to defer to the experts, which said that 200 days as a minimum would be the most purposeful objective. 120 days, and then they're not fed properly after that, baliwala na yung binigay natin for 100. Sayang rin yung 30 billion.
Madam Chair. Madam Chair.
Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Yes, but Section 4 provides for the 4 interventions. The first intervention goes to the SWD, which is from 3 years old to 5 years old in recognized daycare center. That's the first one. The second one is Section 4B, the school-based feeding program, the SWD, DepEd. So we have here kinder to grade 4 learners, grade kinder to grade 3, correct? And then the other group will be undernourished children, grade 4 to 12. The third intervention is milk feeding program, section C, paragraph C of section 4. This will be milk. The first two are meals. And the last intervention is micronutrient supplementation program. Madam Chair, if we approve this bill, it's a very laudable bill, but this will be one of the unfunded bills. Because it's just too much. It's so big, no? I think not even ang computation ni Tony Roman here is 140 billion. So we are saying that there has to be stages. What should be done first? While the law is there, we should specify the first probably 3 or 5 years should be one, DSWD for ages 3 to 5 on recognized DSWD daycare that will take care of 3 to 5. The second one, Madam Chair, will be this all public school children, learners from kinder to grade 3. So, and then yung grade 4 is it's really, we don't have the funds. But if we start with this one, let me finish, 200 days, but we give it to grade all the grade, because these are the formative years. We give it to the kinder to grade 3, and then the grade 4 undernourished could be in a later stage. Then we have a reasonable budget that can be financed through the years. So I'd like to ask, therefore, what is the necessary funding for Section 4A, supplemental feeding program for daycare children to be lodged with DSWD? That's my first question to our give us the number of students, of learners from daycare center students from age 3 to 5. How many? In the entire universe, if we are going to make sure that the daycare centers be registered, I think they will. Once they know there's a budget for that, there'll be more registration with DSWD. How many are we expecting? And then we will try to multiply the DSWD, how much it will be, you will be spending. So that we're clear on the parameters of funding a bill like this. It's big, but it can be done through stages. We ask our former colleague here, Aliyah, to give us the figures for Section 4A.
Okay. Thank you for the recognition, Madam Chair. Firstly, we do have the numbers to show that the children in our universe, which is the center development centers and also the childhood development centers and also the supervised neighborhood place, which we loosely call as daycare centers, have improved 80% in nutritional status. We have data here from 2020 to 2024. We're still collecting data from 2025, and we're hoping to complete the data within the month of June. So we do have numbers of that, and our targets have been based on the number of children that have been enrolled in these daycare centers, and more or less, it's 30. So we go by the number of 30. So 30 times how many daycare centers all across the board in the Philippines. For example,
What is 30? What is the 30?
30 children po. 30 children sa isang daycare center.
30 per daycare.
Yan
How many
yung
daycare?
target.
Yeah, then multiply with the daycare centers.
Multiplied with the
How
daycare
many?
centers.
So that may idea tayo, per stage tayo, so that we can
Tech
find...
staff is going to pull out how many daycare centers we have, but I think what's most important is how many children we're
Yeah, how many
feeding.
children? Yeah.
Okay. So how many children we're feeding here in 2026, our target is mga 1.8. 1.8 yung target natin. But last year, it was a little bit higher. So it differs every year based on the enrollment. But I have an average number based on 2020 until to date or until the latest GAA, and that's 1.9 million. So let's say 2 million children ang average.
2 million, yeah, let's proceed with that figure.
Outside, yes, 2
How much
million.
will we spend
Now, outside of the daycare centers, I just want to point out that outside of the daycare centers is not the mandate of the DSWD. I also want to point out the importance of the LGU, which is why we are very happy that they are given a crucial role in this substitute bill. Because the budget that we give to each child is actually only 25 pesos per meal. And for those who are undernourished, is 22 pesos for the milk. Mag-add kami. That's the budget that we have. That's very little. So LGU is actually very important. Our budget is not it's to subsidize the meal.
Them to put a budget because they are autonomous. And
Yes,
there can
Madam
be
Chair.
no law that will direct, it will be struck down by the Supreme Court if the law directs them to be spending for this. Let
Yes,
them
yes,
come
Madam
out
Chair.
and
So-
be helpful, but then you forget about them. Let
Okay.
them do what is good for their constituents. That is their decision. How
Yes.
much,
Yes, Madam
Aliyah,
Chair.
will we spend for
My-
22? How much are you recommending?
To rephrase and to also give you the numbers so that you can see where the numbers are coming from, I can give you the estimate. An educated guess would be a conservative number of 14 million because we were 14 billion.
14, how much?
That's an estimated.
1.4?
1.4.
Okay.
To augment, yes, to rephrase, this is to augment what the LGU is already doing. That's 14 billion for the 200 days. That's where I got it. So the numbers are taken from what was provided to us, DSWD, in the 2026 GAA, which is 9.6. And that was given to us on the assumption that we're going to be feeding children for 120 days. Now, 120 days is basically 60% of 200. So the differential there is the 40%. You add 9.6 to 40%, 40% is around 3.8, and that comes up to around 13. But I'm saying 14 because baka mas maraming bata next
Okay,
year.
14
So,
billion for
more or
section,
less.
to be clear, Madam Chair, 40 billion for section 4A, supplemental feeding program for daycare children, early childhood care. Okay, so 24 billion. Now we go now to the
Before that, just
Yeah.
to put it in the proper context, the 14 billion is only an increase from the current that we already give them of about 10 billion. Nagbibigay na tayo, 9.6. So we give them already that amount. So this is to cover the 80 days pa.
Yes. So it will be 9.6, then you add, it will become 20 billion, right?
With the additional
Yeah.
of 200
So-
days.
Sorry.
maybe
days.
up to 40.
So we go now to
Madam Chair.
DepEd. Kasi 24 billion, doable.
Yeah.
Uh,
Boss Rufo,
Additional 14.
Madam
Yes.
Chair, let me just quickly interject so that we don't, we align in the computation. This is 14 million daycare 2 million daycare students. Okay. And times how many pesos? Because there was mention of 27 and 22. Magkano ba? Tatlo ang narinig ko.
25 ang meals. Tapos konti lang, maybe around 1% lang nakukuha ng milk.
Yeah, I think let's focus on one figure. So it's 25 pesos. So 2 million times 25 pesos. Correct, Yusek? 200 din ang daycare?
Actually, it's 120 days
120.
now.
Yeah.
Na yun, 120.
200. Kasi
Yeah, but-
yan ang sabi ng chairman.
Hindi ba?
Yes,
but for,
Mababalik tayo sa
Hindi, nag-add na
malnourishment.
po ako ng 40%. 200 days is 40% number of additional days to the 120 days that were already
let's, with
implemented.
due courtesy, Madam Chair, may we ask DSWD, how many days ba pumapasok sa daycare center yung bata? Hindi, mas lesser sila, boss?
200 actually, because we've actually been advocating for more days, to be honest.
Okay, so it's
we're very
200.
happy with this bill.
Okay, so it's 200 days. 200, please confirm, Yusek, Madam Chair.
I confirm, Madam Chair.
Okay, so 2 million times 25 times 200, that is 10 billion. For daycare. Hindi, kasi meron pa kasi siyang milk na
14,
additional.
14. Ang computation is only 20B.
That- my-
Sorry, 10B.
Yeah. Yeah, because my proposal is, let's not make it complicated. Let's make
Yeah.
it simple. I think Yusek Aliyah is also adding milk and the other provision. But in other areas, nahirapan din sila ng supply ng milk. Just for a
Meals
start.
muna.
Please remember
Do you
admin
agree?
costs. po.
with the proposal
Meron pong
computation,
Anong-
DS,
What's the,
Deputy Speaker, 10 billion. ang
10
ano po,
billion lang.
To keep it strictly at meals without the milk. Correct?
Kasi
Yes,
may,
so-
yung, we call the meals itself grants or subsidies. So for example, in the 2026 GAA, you gave us 9.6 billion, but the grants and subsidies is only actually 6 billion.
yeah, but,
Kasi may admin cost po.
okay, so out of the remaining, out of the 6 billion, where was the money utilized? How was it utilized?
MOOE po. So it's part of the, like you said, like making the meals.
So with this, Madam Chair, maybe may I propose that the SWD get their MOOE from their budget. Kasi ito yung sinasabi ko rin dati, na yung naging feeding na 25, 26 pesos, binigyan pa yung sa school. Meron pang bibili pa ng mga plastic na kutsara, bibili pa ng mga plastic na bowl. Ang nangyari, sabaw na lang at malunggay. That's why, if we put a budget, it should be in the provision that is specifically for food only. Kasi ang laki ng nababawa, sometimes they would charge MOE, they would charge orientation, they would charge meetings. Let me go back, Madam Chair. Our proposal is that 2 million daycare students times 25 pesos times 200 days, that's 10 billion. Now, plus the stage 1, which is kinder to grade 3, that's 43.2 billion pesos, considering the 200 school days. So the needed budget is 53.2 billion.
Be fine, Madam Chair, that computation is fine. Now, the MOE should be with the budget of the DSWD, so that ang 10 billion will be solely 2 million learners, 2 million daycare centers or early childhood, times 25 pesos, times 200 days, that's 10 billion. Yung other expenses, it should be included in the MOE. So that clears the provision, this will go to food. Because actually, the title is feeding program. So it should be for that. Okay, now, the other computation is we start first with grade the kinder to grade 3. And the computation is how many students times 27?
43.2 billion. So 8
43
million
billion, yeah.
students, 8 million students times 27 pesos times 200
27.
days.
Yes, that would be. In other words, that will be what will be stated here, but the undernourished for grade 4 to grade 12 is part of the bill under the provision of phase 2. So
Yes.
that we can put up a time frame of probably 3 to 5 years so that ma-fund natin ito. It's only 53 billion. Kaya na. 26 na ngayon eh. So therefore, that is
53.2,
my-
boss.
Ha?
0.2, 53.2.
53.2. So that should be what is stated here. We cannot put it here, but we already know the ballpark figure. So that in our hearings on the budget committee appropriations on in August, then we are talking of 53.2 billion. Learners, 2 million students. Kinder to grade 3, how many million students?
Yeah.
Yeah.
Madam Chair, Your Honor,
Kinder to grade 3.
can I make the proper motion? Can I make the direct motion? So the motion
I would
is-
yield now to our Deputy Speaker, the
Yeah,
main
thank-
author, so that there will be a proper motion. Stages na tayo. First stage, our DSWD. Also, the grade kinder to grade 3. Next stage, universal yan, universal. And then, stage 2 will be grade 4 to 12 undernourished, but it will be in another stage.
So,
So I yield, Madam Chair,
Yeah.
to that.
Madam Chair,
Before
if
I recognize Deputy Speaker Garin, because she will make a motion, so just to make sure we're all aligned. So on the part of DSWD, under the CDCs, we're looking at 10 billion pesos. Yun po yung computation kanina, na 2 times 35 times 200. And then, as stated by DS Garin, what we're looking at on the side of DepEd, that's 8 million students times 27 pesos times 200 days. So that's 43.2 billion. So in total, that's going to be 53.2 billion. DS, sorry, just to clarify, that 8 million students, that's K to 3?
Yes, Madam Chair. It's
That doesn't
kinder to grade
include-
3.
That doesn't include the undernourished from 4 to 12.
No. So Madam
Okay.
Chair, the proposal is this. To reiterate, Madam Chair, the proposal is that in the consolidated measure, the funding for phase 1 will be a total of 53.2 billion, which covers the following. 2 million daycare students at 25 pesos per meal for 200 school days. 8 million students, kinder to grade 3 at 27 pesos for 200 school days. The total funding requirement is 53.2 billion. For phase 2, or the universal coverage to cover 1.8 million estimated undernourished grade 4 to grade 12 students with a corresponding budget of 9.72 billion.
So that's 1.8 times 27 times 200. Yun po ba yung phase 2? Wait,
Madam
Madam
Chair?
Chair.
yes, I will defer first to Chair Roman
Yes.
because that would substantively change essentially how the bill is structured.
Yes, Madam Chair, but the essence of the bill will remain because the essence of the bill is that we will fund everyone, all children from below 5 and all children above 5 to until they graduate grade 12, except that what the request was to make it reasonably, for us to be able to have an initial implementation amount. And I think that should be acceptable for the first phase 1. For DSWD, they retain the 2 million students up to enrolled in their CDCs because they don't have the numbers yet. In fact, for the more than 70% outside of that, for the DepEd, it will be only for the universal coverage of Key Stage 1, K to 3. Yung sa bill na 4 to 12 to cover undernourished, phase 2 na yon. Pagka na-fund na natin completely yung 1 to 3 ninyo. That will be that's the proposal. If that is the proposal, if my understanding is correct, that is acceptable to us.
Thank you, Chair.
Madam
May I
Chair.
solicit now the comments of DBM? We are essentially jumping from 11 billion in previous years, as stated in the NEP, to 26 in the 2026 GAA, to a funding requirement for phase 1 of 53.2 billion plus
43.
Madam Chair.
including yung sa CDC po.
Yes, pero yung sa CDC is lodged in the DSWD.
DSWD, yes. So sorry, let me do that. Apples to apples. From 9, actually, I'm not seeing a big problem with the DSWD side because from the current 9.6, we're looking at 10. So, hindi malayo. Yung sa DepEd, from 26 billion, from 11 billion in the NEP, we're able to raise it to 26 billion in the GAA. But as proposed now, for phase 1, which covers kinder to grade 3, that would be 43.2 billion. And for phase 2, covering undernourished 4 to 12, that would be an additional 9.72 billion. So I guess ang proposal kasi is to fund this in phases. How would we actually operationalize that in the budget?
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. For this purpose po, may we respectfully note that the 46 billion additional funding may be too high for the government considering po na we have other priority programs and projects po unless we have to bump off po yung ating ibang programs depending on our fiscal space po yearly. Kung magiging phase implementation naman po siya, baka kailanganin po ng prioritization pa po. So for the first year, ito yung unahin or yun po yung isang suggestion.
The danger with what DBM is proposing, if we keep 200 days for some students and they're not able to fund the full 43 billion, ang mangyayari po dyan, selective siya. So rather than universal sana, na lahat ng K to grade 3 mabibigyan, baka po ang mangyari, you only have, for example, DBM is only able to provide, I think, hopefully they can keep the GAA level. Let's look at it at the 2026 GAA level of 26 billion. Half lang. So instead of the 8 million students na sana universal, ang mangyayari po dyan, if they're only able to fund half, we're gonna be forced to only fund 4 million students. Ganun po ba yun? Or to keep it universal, bababaan yung number of days. So like, which one is it? Let's say, for example po, just to explore options, realistically, and I think medyo long shot pa to, if DepEd is able to sustain the 2026 GAA level of 26 billion, so that's less than half, a little less than half of the 43 billion supposedly for phase 1, what will DepEd do? Will you lessen the number of days? Or will you go back to 120 days? Or will you halve the number of target beneficiaries?
Madam Chair, prior to that, may we inquire how much is the research funds of the Department of Education, if any?
Go ahead, Director. 2 questions. So the first is like a policy direction. Say we get pushed to a wall, diba? We pass this law, and we will pass this law before the start of the next fiscal year. So come 2027, if in case DBM is only able to fund 26 billion, what is your policy direction? Will you half the number of students, or rather than 8 million K to 3, magiging 4 million lang? Or will you lessen the number of days from 200 days to 120 days? So what's your policy direction on that? Para po alam ni Chair Roman, alam ni Diaz-Garin, alam ni Kong Brian as principal authors, like realistically, we won't, DBM already said, realistically, we won't be able to fund the whole amount. So what's the policy direction of DepEd? Pag limited lang po yung fiscal space natin. So if we're only able to fund half.
Thank you, Madam Chair. For this po, what we've been doing in the past is we will lessen the number of days po so that we can accommodate the learners. Thank you very much po.
So you'll endeavor to accommodate the 8 million students, but less 120 days.
Madam Chair, if I
Madam
may.
Chair?
Go ahead po. This is a matter for the committee po.
Madam Chair, maybe for me, I think we should really find a way to secure the 53 billion. Simply because this is human human capital to, and these are the young ones eh. So sana mahanapan natin. But I just want to express a suggestion to DepEd. Sana hindi nila i-cut yung mga days kasi sinabi na ng lahat ng eksperto, pag kinat nyo yan, baliwala rin. So if you have to do that, which I think all members here will fight for the 53 billion, sana unahin nyo muna yung undernourished. I mean, end of the day, you can still characterize somehow siguro. But again, Madam Chair, I think you're one of the principal authors of this. I'm sure we all want to fight for that 53 because that is the minimum that we can at least give the Filipino youth.
Yeah.
Madam Chair.
Madam Chair, let me go back to my previous question. How much is the research funds of DepEd, if any? Because based on what I know historically, 5% of every budget of every agency goes to research. So, and this is transferred to PCHRD. And these are things that we can let go of as of the moment. Kasi mas importante ang human capital.
Director Requesto?
Apologies po, Madam Chair. I don't have the data with me on hand, but we can submit naman po to the committee.
Yeah, maybe we can.
Yes, we're checking po.
Yeah, thank you, Madam Chair. Or we can also source it from the other agencies as well. Like, we have a lot of repeated researches under the Department of Health. Paulit-ulit lang yun eh. The impact of pollution, the impact of climate change. We can do that later on. No? I believe that's 5% of their actual budget. If you remember, Madam Chair, this was during the 19th Congress and we asked DOH, they actually gave a figure of 400+ million. Now let's go to all the other agencies. DOST, DOLE, all the research funds. Or maybe for gender and development, we can request a portion to be spent on that. It's a matter of tweaking. Or, because we have Zoom facilities, we can also reduce from international travels or even promotions. Malalaki rin kasi ang budget ng promotions. Because I believe, Madam Chair, the 53.2 billion should be non-negotiable.
Madam Chair.
Yes, my apologies, just a quick response. So upon looking at the GAA, the research fund, which one? Survey, research, exploration, and development expenses amount to 118 million for the whole department.
So my proposal, Madam Chair, that is just for one department. But during the 19th Congress, DOH mentioned around 500 million. DOST mentioned also, I think maybe 300 million. If we combine the research funds of all the agencies in the government, we can fill up the 53.2 billion. Because our human capital is now, it's a make or break decision that we need as of the moment. So with due courtesy, Madam Chair, I don't think reducing the number of days will, sayang eh. Sayang eh. Kasi parang pag buntis ka, tapos during that 9 months, if you only have medicines during the last quarter, you will not contribute to the neurological development of the fetus. So it's the same here. Sayang yung may pagkain ngayon, bukas wala. May pagkain ngayon, bukas wala. So it's very erratic and it's not really hitting our target. So my proposal is that para sa bayan, we have to reduce the research funds and the international travel funds of all agencies to come up with the 53.2 billion.
Madam Chair,
Thank you, DS. Before I recognize Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez, Vice Chair
I
Brian
yield
Poe.
to the more handsome gentleman.
Thank you, thank you, Madam Chair, and thank you for yielding, sir. Madam Chair, we cannot compromise on this. Do not make the mistake that we made in 2018. We were told by the economic managers in 2018 that 15 billion pesos was too much budget to give for a national feeding program. That's what we were told. And that's why we compromised and we didn't make it a universal feeding program. Here we are, almost a decade later, 8 years later, debating amendments because we made a mistake. You don't want to make that mistake again. I will not compromise on making this anything less than universal for K to 3 because that's the bare minimum of what we can provide. If I may suggest wording, no? Because if ever we do 53.2 billion, which is the proposal, we should definitely say not less than 53.2 billion and adjusting for population and inflation. Because the student population will always change and inflation will always change market prices. If we do a hard 53.2 billion today, at the rate that we're experiencing inflation, we will not be able to cover K to 3 within the next decade. So if we're going to do a hard number, sana the computation adjusts for these variables.
Thank you, Comrade. Again, we are all in support as much as possible for us to be able to fund this. Tanong ko lang, same question that I had to DICT earlier.
Madam Chair, I am next
Yes.
online.
Sorry, Vice
But
Chair.
I yield to the chair always.
Thank you po. Quick question lang po. What's your proposal for the 2027 NEP? What's your proposal for the National Feeding Program? Mamaya 11 billion na naman yan. Would you be able to tell us?
Yes po, thank you, Madam Chair. For this, it's around 54 billion po.
That's your, is that under tier 1 or tier 2?
For tier 1 po, around 9 billion and tier 2 around 45 billion po.
So DBM, Director Tricia, at least for the record, we can say that in the 2027 NEP, the proposal of the Department of Education for the National Feeding Program is at 53 billion. 54.
Madam Chair, 54 billion, but it's only until grade 2 po. Yes po.
But then again, given the computation of DS Garin, you can definitely amend that to accommodate, you know, making some adjustments in terms of
No MOE, no briefing, no trainings, no meeting, purely food. Dapat doon lang yung budget. Kasi doon kasi, Madam Chair eh. Wag nang ipasok yung ibang expenses na uubos eh.
For both
Chair-
DSWD and DepEd.
Both DSWD.
Chairman, I agree with the suggestion of DS, but would that be under your jurisdiction or our jurisdiction? Kasi I think to safeguard that, perhaps you want to put that in words in the
Madam
bill.
Chair, I was thinking about that earlier. On the part of the Committee on Basic Education and Culture, whatever was discussed here, including what Vice Chairperson Rufus Rodriguez suggested and Deputy Speaker Janet Garin. We are willing to even put that in the individual or committee amendments during the floor. We fully agree with the phase that we do this in phases. We fully agree that that is where the amounts will really come out. And any amendment necessary, we are willing to take that up we will accept that in fact in the plenary.
Thank you. Upon conferring chair, we can actually put that in sa RO ng Committee on Appropriations, given that it pertains to the funding requirement. So of course, with the permission of Chairman Roman and like all the principal authors, are we in agreement that we'll put that in writing, that the funding should be spent purely on the food?
That's
Not
correct, Madam Chair.
MOE, not representation, not briefing. We'll just find the correct wording po. But the intent is it has to go
Food.
towards the food and the milk.
So,
Madam
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Diaz, with your permission, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez.
Madam Chair, at this point, I would invoke one of the highest principles of political law. This Congress acts as parents patriae. This is a bill for parents patriae. Congress, the executive, and then houses of Congress act as parents of the people. And this is one kind of bill that will make sure that we assure the future of this country through our childhood care and early learners. And so we are therefore imploring all the members, especially the chairman, that let us have the 53.2 billion. So that's the first point. The second point, I will now invoke the Dead Poet Society, ayan, which says, Carpe Diem. Let us seize the day. Let us seize the day today, this very hour, by making sure that we are going to afford our young people, our learners, and our childhood care the proper support in food to develop their mind and body. So, parents patriae and Carpe Diem, Madam Chair, let us all work for this. And therefore, I move for the approval of this bill as amended.
Before that, Vice Chair, with your permission, we have some recommendations from the committee. So, siguro po, we have two safeguards that we were discussing, if it's okay with the authors po. The first safeguard is that, which is the funding should be used purely for food, not towards, as Dia said, orientation or packaging or whatnot. So that's one safeguard. The other safeguard po, I don't know, Chair, if you want to be this detailed or if you want to put it in the IRR. We're concerned po kasi, di ba? Like for example, if DBM is only able to provide half of the ideally 43 billion pesos, we essentially right now, they have the flexibilities. They have the flexibility whether to reduce the number of days or reduce the number of beneficiaries. So I don't know if we have preference as to which way they want to go. Do we want to tie them in terms of policy that do not reduce the number of beneficiaries, do not reduce the number of days?
Yeah.
Which to
Madam Chair,
prioritize?
if I may, for the consolidated version, the section on appropriations, the amount of 53.2 billion shall be appropriated for this program to be implemented by two agencies. 43.2 billion to the Department of Education to cover phase 1, which covers kinder to grade 3, covering 200 school days. 10 billion to DSWD to cover 2 million daycare children, covering 200 school days. Such appropriation shall be used for direct food cost with priority to local farmers. No amount appropriated shall be spent on meetings, administrative costs, and other MOE related to this program.
Madam Chair, can we ask for 1 minute suspension?
Meeting suspended. Chairperson Roman Diaz Garin.
Yes, Madam Chair, again, we thank DS Janet Garin, of course, Vice Chairman Rufus Rodriguez, and the name always mentioned, Chairman, Congressman Roman, for participating in this afternoon session. Chair, I think we have come to at least a consensus that we have to keep the bill as the framework. We also agree with you, Chair, as one of the authors, that we should do this in phases as proposed. And the phases will come first sa DSWD with their existing CDC enrollees. With respect to DepEd, it will be the K to 3 universal, and also with Honorable DS Garin's strong suggestion that this will, for both agencies, cover only food. No MOE, no for meetings, purely for food. And with that, I think DS Garin will also have one last question with the DBM, just to make sure that we get the commitment.
Madam Chair, to the representative of the Department of Budget and Management, can we get your commitment for the approximate budget that you will include in the proposed National Expenditure Plan for 2027?
Madam Chair, Your Honors.
Director Braan.
Ma'am, if I remember it correctly, 54 billion po yun. Plus, 54 plus 10 po yung sa DSWD, tama po.
So just to clarify, Madam Chair.
Yusek Dimaporo, sorry, DS. What's the proposal of DSWD for the 2027 NEP for this? Is it 10 billion?
We actually do have our proposal that we submitted to the BM, or it was deliberated already in DBM for 10
billion.
Yes,
Madam Chair?
but that's for 180 days.
Yes, Madam Chair. Just to put the discussion in the proper context, I think the submissions by the DSWD and the DepEd would entail the use of some sort of MOE or for meetings, but the proposal that we have here is that that amount should not be part of the MOE, the seminars. They should look for that budget elsewhere. That is why that will give them enough flexibility and leeway.
Thank you, Chair. So hopefully, Yusek Dimaporo, Director Requesto, and Director Braan, when you do your internal deliberations, given that the agencies have already submitted their proposals, I hope that you keep that in mind when you finalize the NEP, for all of that to go into the direct food cost. So not MOE as previously mentioned. So sorry, DS, you were saying something, or?
Just to clarify, Madam Chair, because I did not hear DBM correctly. What they're saying is that in the proposed NEP for 2027, what is included is a total of 54 billion, 44 under DepEd and 10 under DSWD. Did I hear it right, Madam Chair? $54 and 10. That is what is included in the proposed NEP.
In the proposals submitted by the respective agencies. So hindi pa po sa NEP. So just their tier 1, tier 2 proposals from DSWD.
May I have a follow-up question, Madam Chair? How, on a percentage basis, how much do they usually deduct from the proposal? So we get the commitment. Maybe DBM can commit that it stays at 43 and 10.
Yeah, 43 and 10.
Madam Chair, as you mentioned po, we will coordinate with the agencies concerned since we have a procedure po in the DBM when we evaluate po the budget proposals of the agencies. But taking into consideration po all the discussions mentioned here po, Madam Chair. Your Honors. Sige po.
Last question, Madam Chair. Can the DBM representative appraise us how much is the research fund? All agencies, total research fund for all agencies.
We will submit a report po, Madam Chair, to the committee, Your Honors.
Any estimate, historical estimate?
Wala lang po akong data ngayon. Balikan ko po, Madam Chair, Your Honors.
Wala siya sa percentage, Madam Chair, because it's usually an accompanying percentage and then they reduce it. Walang, because maybe we can get the commitment of DBM on that, to somehow influence all the executive agencies to let go of their research funds and instead fund the basic need of our human capital, our human resource.
DS Chair, with that, would it be okay if the committee
Chair.
presents our?
Yes, please, Madam Chair.
Yes, Chairman Esparas.
Yeah, it's just a quick matter lang on, with the permission of the chair, no, the part of the amendments, on the inclusion of cooperatives in as a partner or implementer of this program. So particularly on page 8, line 18, after enterprise, pwede na rin dagdagan no, or cooperatives. And then in page 9, line 20, yung mga enumerations dito, after private corporations, pwede na rin yung cooperatives. And line 24, ang mga enumerated entities dito, pwede na rin idagdag yung cooperatives. And other sections probably, Madam Chair, which appropriate for the cooperative to be included. Thank
Where
you.
appropriate, we
Chair?
accept, Madam Chair. Where appropriate.
Okay. Chair Mon, nasa jurisdiction po ng basic education, so they will incorporate it upon the concurrence.
Amendments namin, just pa.
Apo. Thank you. With that, may we request Vice Chair Mike Tan to please present the recommendations of the Committee on Appropriations with regard to the amendments. Before we approve, DS Janet, may you please reiterate the wording, the proposed wording for the safeguard with regard to ensuring that the funding goes towards direct food costs.
So the appropriation clause will, ano nga ba yung term mo?
Direct food cost.
Hindi, yung term mo sa cost.
Food cost
No, yung prior to that, yung walang amount.
shall be used for MOE,
Hindi, yung sinabi mong amount, kasi we will not specify the 53.
necessary,
The necessary.
amount necessary to carry out the initial
Okay.
implementation of this act.
On section on appropriation, the amount necessary to cover the implementation of phase 1, which would cover kindergarten to grade 3, covering 200 calendar days, and daycare children
CDC, yeah.
enrolled in daycare centers, again covering 200 calendar days, shall be appropriated. No amount shall be spent on MOE, meetings, orientations, and purchase of equipments or tools for such program.
Accepted, Madam Chair, subject to style because wala ng daycare,
Oh,
dapat CDC.
Yeah, let me add, sorry.
Yeah.
Priority should be given to the procurement of direct food items from local farmers.
DS, Chair, we just found one provision in the bill that we may want to amend. Section 4, page 3, Section 4A. If you would look at the second paragraph of Section 4A, there's provided that each city or municipality where CDCs are established and recognized by the DSWD, an allowance amounting up to 10% of the total meal cost shall be allocated towards meal distribution and other overhead costs of the program. So there's another section that
As a
provides 10%.
universal amendment, because we agreed all provisions referring to an MOE or costs other than for food should be deleted.
Thank you, Chair. Because there's also another one, 4B, pertaining to DepEd naman. It's the same, which says 4B, paragraph 2, an allowance amounting up to 10% of the total meal cost shall be allocated towards meal distribution and other overhead costs of the program. So the suggestion is to put the safeguard that it should go towards direct food costs and also delete those two
Yes. Logical
lines.
enough. Logical
Okay.
enough, Madam Chair.
Noted po. So four amendments. May we request two separate motions. The first one would be for the two recommendations of the Committee on Appropriations and a separate motion for the proposal of DS Garin and the one relating to direct food costs. in
Madam
Section
Chair.
4B and 4A.
I am ready to move for the two motions
Yes, please, Vice Chair
on this
Rodriguez.
very pivotal and game-changing act, converting the National Feeding Program into a national nutrition program by expanding its scope and coverage and enhancing its support mechanisms and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Republic Act 11037 or the mas sustansyang pagkain para sa batang Pilipino Act. I move to approve the recommendations of the committee for approval subject to style and amendments. So move, that's the first one.
There is a motion to approve the first set of recommendations as put
From the
forth by
committee.
Vice Chair Mike Tan earlier. Any second?
Second, Madam Chair.
There is a motion duly seconded. The motion is carried. Vice Chair?
Madam Chair, may I move now to have the same substitute bill approved subject to amendments by the committee chairperson, by the authors of the bill and members of this August committee with amendments and subject to style. So move, Madam Chair.
There is a motion to approve the second set of amendments as put forth by DS Garin and this representation pertaining to the direct food cost. Is there any second?
Second, Madam Chair.
Second. There is a motion duly seconded. The motion is carried. And
Thank
with
you,
that,
Madam Chair and all members. The Filipino people will thank you for approving this measure.
Thank you very much. And with that, this very important piece of legislation,
There's another very important motion.
go ahead, Vice Chair.
I move,
Rufus.
Madam Chair, that all those present, including those who were present earlier, be considered as co-authors of the two motions and this bill. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Chair Roman?
Second.
Okay. I take that second as a concurrence from the chairperson of the Committee on Basic Education. There is a motion to make co-authors all those members who manifest that they want to be made co-authors. It has been duly seconded. The motion is carried. Congratulations, Chairperson Roman Romulo, DS Garin, Vice Chair Bayan po. I'd like to congratulate myself also as a principal author. Thank you very much po.
Congratulations to the authors.
Thank you.
Before they will leave, Madam Chair, I would like to talk to the NDA, Mr. Benitez and Mr. Lumuntad, because of their promise to give cows and goats to Cagayan de Oro. Wala pa, hindi pa dumarating. I'll talk to you.
Meeting suspended. We'll now move to the next item on the agenda relating to OSAIC. COMSEC, please read the title of the measure as well as the particulars of the bill for consideration.
Agenda number 3, substitute bill to House Bills numbered 809, 2319, 5494, 7858, 7901, and 8276 titled An Act Strengthening Child Protection Safeguards, Regulatory Measures and Enforcement Mechanisms, including policies against online sexual abuse or exploitation of children and child sexual abuse or exploitation materials, providing penalties for its violations and appropriating funds therefore, repealing for the purpose Republic Act number 11930, otherwise known as the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse or Exploitation of Children o SAEC, and the Anti-Child Sexual Abuse or Exploitation Materials CSAEM Act. Referred by the Committee on Public Order and Safety, authored by Representative Rolando Valeriano, Representative Vela Vanessa Swansing, and Representative Ronaldo B. Puno, among others. And for this purpose, Madam Chair, may we acknowledge our guest from the Department of Justice, Attorney Stephanie Garay, Attorney 5. Good afternoon. And from the Cyber Investigation and Coordinating Center, or CICC, Mr. Cleo Donga, Division Chief. Good afternoon, sir. And from the Department of DICT, Mr. Maricar Magpili. Are you here, ma'am? Ms. Maricar Magpili. And from the NTC, Attorney Regina Anel Cruz Velasco. From the Anti-Money Laundering Council, Attorney Patrick Arnold Tetanco. Good afternoon. And for this purpose, Madam Chair, may we acknowledge Chairperson Rolando Valeriano and Representative Bella Swansing to sponsor the measure.
Thank you very much, COMSEC. May I now recognize on behalf of the Committee on Public Order and Safety to sponsor the bill, Honorable Representative Bella Vanessa B. Swansing.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, everyone. We'd like to thank the House Committee on Appropriations for putting this on the agenda. for the interest of time, just to, of course, inform. No, it's okay. Basically, what we're trying to do here, Madam Chair, these are amendments to the Anti-Online Sexual Abuse and Exploitation of Children Act of 2022. Most of the structures that we're institutionalizing already exist. So we really just are putting it into law. If anything, the new provisions here that would be considered up for consideration of this committee would be the establishment of the Philippine Child Sex Offenders Registry, as well as other structures and mechanisms for financial intelligence reporting. This bill that we're putting forward here it's a product of countless hours of deliberations with civil society partners, with the concerned national agencies. We're really just trying to capacitate the NCC as the national clearinghouse of all OSAIC cases. At the same time, we're also capacitating, enabling our law enforcement agencies to be able to do their work. Really putting vesting authorities to them and capacities on them to be able to do their job properly. This bill is part of the legislative priorities of the President, which just outlines and emphasizes just how important these amendments are, especially with the advent of artificial intelligence. So with that, we hope for the support of this committee. There are a lot of provisions here and mechanisms, particularly with the financial intelligence monitoring, that are the first of its kind in the Philippines. So we hope to be able to lobby and to be able to get the support of this committee for the passage of this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Vice Chair Swansing. May I now recognize the resource persons in today's hearing. From the Department of Justice, Attorney 5, Attorney Stephanie G. Garay. On behalf of the DOJ,
Good afternoon.
it would be DRP Barbara May
May Flores.
Flores,
Good
OIC
afternoon.
ED DOJ. Go ahead, ma'am.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. Good afternoon, honorable representatives of this committee. Allow me to read our brief statement from the DOJ, NCC, OSAIC, CSAM Secretariat. The Philippines is usually identified as a global hotspot for OSAIC and the proliferation of CSAM. President Ferdinand R. Marcos Jr. himself has characterized the issue as one of the greatest challenges of our time, underscoring the urgency and gravity of the situation. To briefly demonstrate the extent of the problem, the International Justice Mission Scale of Harm study provides that nearly 500,000 Filipino children were trafficked in 2022 alone to produce new child sexual exploitation materials. ECPAT, Interpol, and UNICEF Office of Research, Innocence Disrupting Harm in the Philippines study further reveals that 20% or almost 2 million of internet users aged 12 to 17 in the Philippines were victims of grave instances of online sexual abuse or exploitation, including being blackmailed to engage in sexual activities, non-consensual sharing of intimate images, or being coerced to engage in sexual activities through promise of money or gifts. Towards this end, the Philippine government has taken bold steps to confront this crisis, most notably through the passage of RA number 11930, or the Anti-OSAIC and CSAM Act, a landmark law against OSAIC and CSAM. Yet, while this law remains a robust and comprehensive framework, the operating environment has evolved significantly since its enactment in 2022. Offenders are rapidly adapting, exploiting new technologies, platforms, and payment systems to evade detection and perpetuate harm. Without timely legislative updates, the law risks losing its effectiveness against these evolving tactics. In line with this, we respectfully submit for your endorsement the harmonized bill proposing revisions to RA 11930. The
bill reflects the consolidated inputs, recommendations, and technical insights of NCC, OSAEC, CSAEM member agencies, civil society partners, industry stakeholders, and subject matter experts. These were gathered through a series of technical working group meetings, focused consultations, and the recently concluded multi-sectoral summit and write-up on the expanded anti-OSAEC and CSAEM legislative measures. So the resulting draft represents a broad and multi-sectoral consensus on the reforms needed to strengthen the country's legal and institutional framework to combat OSAEC, CSAEM, and other related online harms against children. So key proposed enhancements on the bill includes modernizing and future-proofing the law through technology-neutral provisions that can adapt to emerging and future digital developments, strengthening the responsibility and accountability of covered entities. So this refers to online platforms and financial intermediaries, which recognizes their important role in the prevention and disruption of OSAEC and CSAEM. Establishing the National Council for Child Online Safety and Protection, or the NCC, as an attached multi-agency body of the DOJ. The request to have it as an attached body is because of the numerous functions given to the Council in the proposed bill, including its regulatory functions, as well as functions in data monitoring, and assistance to investigation and prosecution. And also the creation of the National Child Safety Command and Operations Service as the permanent operating arm of the NCC. The bill will also clarify regulatory authority. Under our present legal framework, there are no identified government agencies that has regulatory authority over several online platforms like social media platforms. So this bill seeks to answer that gap. We respectfully seek your support in advancing these proposed amendments. Your support would be invaluable in ensuring that our legal framework remains responsive, future-proof, and reflective of the collective insights of the multi-sectoral community working to protect Filipino children. Thank you.
Thank you, Edie. Next, from the CICC, the Cybercrime Investigation and Coordinating Center, Mr. Cleo Donga as Division Chief, Investigation Division.
To the Honorable Chair and members of this committee, good afternoon. The CICC would like to manifest its support to the House Bill on Child Online Safety and Protection Act of 2026. We welcome the inclusion of the CICC as one of the member agencies of the proposed National Council for Child Online Safety and Protection, or NCC. We look forward to strengthened interagency and multi-stakeholder collaboration in addressing OSAEC, CSAEM, and other related issues towards the protection of children online, hopefully with the passage of this bill into law. That would be all from CICC. Thank you, ma'am. And Madam
Thank
Chair,
you,
Your
Mr. Dongaas. Next, from the National Telecommunications Commission, Commissioner Attorney Ella Blanca Lopez.
Yes, hello, ma'am. Good afternoon. Good afternoon, Madam Chair and the honorable members of the committee. The NTC respectfully expresses its full support for the proposed measure. Republic Act 11930, otherwise as the Anti-OSAEC and Anti-CSAEM law, is a landmark measure to protect children from online sexual abuse and exploitation. Notwithstanding its significance, gap remains in its implementation. Critical gaps identified with the existing laws, such as the absence of a clearly designated primary regulatory authority over internet intermediaries, where this omission risks fragmented enforcement and undermines effective government oversight, and the limitation of law to include other application platforms and technologies such as artificial intelligence. The proposed measure amends the existing law to strengthen and expand jurisdiction over internet intermediaries, digital platforms, and other emerging technologies, and to address the identified gaps. The NTC has been attending the committee meetings and the technical working group hearings and also the Right Shop conducted by the PLLO. We express our full support to this measure. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much, Commissioner Lopez. May now recognize from the DICT, OIC USEC Rodil Aniban.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair. The DICT, under the Cybersecurity Bureau, would like to manifest that we support the House bill to enhance and improve the anti-USAID CSAIM bill. And then the DICT would like to provide support, any technical support regarding the bill. Thank you.
Thank you, USEC. May now recognize from the AMLAC, from the Anti-Money Laundering Council, Attorney Patrick Arnold Tetanco.
Good afternoon, Madam Chair, and to everyone present. I would like to read the statement of the AMLAC. We fully recognize the importance of the initiatives undertaken by all of us present in addressing OSAIC and CSAIM and related unlawful activities. The Council is committed to supporting these initiatives and providing financial intelligence, guidance, and collaboration to strengthen efforts against these crimes. At the same time, we must ensure that such support does not compromise integrity, operational independence, or effectiveness of the country's anti-money laundering and counter-terrorism financing regime. The AMLAC's mandate under the AMLA, consistent with international standards set by the Financial Action Task Force and the Egmont Group, requires the Council to exercise discretion over the collection, analysis, and dissemination of financial intelligence. Any deviation from these principles could inadvertently weaken the country's overall AML-CTF framework, reduce institutional credibility, and create vulnerabilities that may be exploited by criminals. Well, besides these, we fully support the amendments to the anti-OSAIC CSAIM law, and we will work together with all those present here and our colleagues to support such law. Thank you.
Thank you very much, Attorney Tetanco. Before I present the recommendations of the committee, I would just like to open the floor for any member who wishes to interpolate Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, Madam Chair. So therefore, we congratulate Congresswoman Bella Swansing and of course the Chairman, Micaela. These are both beautiful sisters, for the information of everyone. And they are good friends of mine. And I would like to state my full support for this bill as headed by the Swansing sisters. And my support is because we need to strengthen the anti-OSAIC bill law and also the anti-OSAIM act. And therefore, we also have to acknowledge, Madam Chair, that presenting for the DOJ is the Executive Director, Barbara May Flores, the better half of our valued member of the Committee on Justice, Vice Chairman, Jonathan Keith Flores, who is one of the prosecutors, who is my neighbor in Bukidnon. So Barbara May, thank you for presenting a very forceful presentation of this. And so with all the others who have signified their full support, I would just want to hear first the committee recommendations, and in the proper time, I'm going to move for the approval of this substitute bill strengthening child protection safeguards. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez. May I first pose a few questions to the sponsor and of course to the resource persons. So DBM, Director Trisha. Sorry, I keep on forgetting you, but okay. From the DBM, of course, Director Trisha Baraan. My apologies, Director.
Good afternoon, Madam. Honorable members of this committee and to everyone present in this meeting. For this bill po, Madam Chair, we would like to manifest the following po. On Section 38, on the proposal to create a National Child Safety Command and Operations Service, We will respectfully note po na yung existing NCC o SAEC po kasi natin ngayon ay kumbaga office level po siya. And sa proposal, gusto po siyang maging attached agency ng DOJ. So, per our initial study po with our OPCCB na rin, medyo masyadong mataas po yung level na gusto po natin, comparable po sa other agencies, attached agencies, and including the positions po. Hence, we respectfully recommend to maintain po the level of the National Child Safety Command and Operations to an office. So ang description po ng office under the DBM standard rules naman po ay for a while po. So instead na service office po yung nomenclature na we propose po. And an office is similar to a staff bureau performing policy, program development, and advisory functions, which may be headed po by a director for position po. Yun po. And for the transitory provisions po on Section 71A, since kasama na po doon ng funds and assets, we respectfully recommend that the same shall be subject to existing budgeting, accounting, auditing, and other pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. And on Section 71D, since may funds na nga po na para matransfer sa NC office po, so we respectfully recommend to delete the provision on the transfer of funds. And for Section 72, we recommend po our usual appropriations language for those bills which involves NGAs, GOCCs, and LGUs po. For your kind consideration, Madam Chair. Thank you po.
Thank you, Director Baraan. I'd like to then pose the question to Vice Chair Swansing and ED Flores. This is quite a substantial change. This may affect the way that, this might be contrary to how you envisioned the NCC to operate moving forward. So we just wanted to get your thoughts on the recommendation of the DBM to convert it from an attached agency, as stated in the bill, to an office, as it currently is right now.
There are several reasons why the proposal was to make the National Council to be an attached agency. First and foremost of which is the several functions given to NCC as well as to NCCOPS. Those functions include regulatory functions. That also includes data monitoring and compliance of covered entities. It also includes establishment of Child Sex Offenders Registry, the Blacklisted Aliens Registry, the establishment of the Data Fusion Center, as well as assistance to investigation and prosecution, among others. So that is why we propose that the NCC, as an interagency body, be made an attached agency so that the implementation of all its programs and activities would be faster. When that proposal was also made, it was actually proposed by some stakeholders during the several technical working group meetings. And when that proposal came up, we also made a survey of other interagency councils on how are they situated. So we found out that some interagency councils are actually also attached agency, such as the CICC, the JJWC, or the Juvenile Justice Welfare Council, the Council for the Welfare of Children, as well as the National Council for Disability Affairs. So for us regards the ranks, we also just patterned it with these different councils that are also attached agencies.
Okay, we were just discussing because I'm inclined to side with, sorry, DBM, I know we're on the same side most of the time, but in this case, given the super expanded functions of NCC as it is right now, we're putting up a registry for the very first time, which is the president himself has said it's super important for us to be able to have that. It might be hard for them to do it given their current manpower, because I'm seeing the latest proposal. It's really just literally the same structure, the same organizational structure, same position, same level, same divisions, departments, etc. So given this expanded function, I don't know how they can handle it if they stay as they are now. The other thing is you also have a lot of functions lodged within the ICT, lodged maybe within the PNP pertaining to cybercrime. Nagdiscuss kami nila Vice Chair Mike, that would all now go to this expanded NCC. So siguro yun yung tanong ko. Kasi the same as the first bill which we tackled today, the Cybersecurity Act, we're now kind of pretty much centralizing all functions pertaining to safeguards against child exploitation towards this one NCC. So siguro yun po yung tanong ko. I'm also looking for ASEC Lambert of the PLNO. I also believe that the admin version proposes that the NCC be an attached agency of the DOJ rather than an office. So yun po siguro. I just want to understand perhaps the objection of DBM. Is it really, I was conferring with our secretariat. It was really more of like nomenclature, aligning it with a certain way we do it in terms of organizing government entities. But I think given the expanded function, may we revisit that? Would the DBM be open to making this as an attached agency? I'm just waiting for PLLO, just so we're also aligned on the admin version, but I know they also suggest that this be made an attached agency.
Madam Chair, we will double check po yung the attachment of a council po to a department. But what I'm saying po kanina is yung section 38 po, yung existing po na secretariat ng council na hindi po siya gawing USEC level at maging office lang po siya under the DOJ, not the council po.
ED, Vice Chair Swansing, the way you read it, medyo natatali tayo dahil dun sa existence ng council ngayon. So I think DBM is kind of, let me know, Director Tricia, if that's the constraint. How do you convert the current council, the existing secretariat, etc., to that new attached agency? So I don't know, it might be, what I was sounding off to Bella is, remove parang dismantle the council as it is known right now and put up a new attached agency. I think, Director Tricia, would that address the issue? Like, because you were talking about the existing secretariat of the council. Is that the constraint?
Yes, Madam Chair. The constraint po is under Section 38 on the creation of a Child Safety Command and Operations Service, which is proposed to be headed po by a USEC level. Since ang recommendation po namin is to maintain siya, the secretariat to be an office under the DOJ po, to be headed by a director for position po. But on the attachment of a council to the DOJ, of the council itself po council itself po ba yung pinag-uusapan natin o yung NC Cops?
If I may, Madam Chair.
Chair Swansing, go
yes. Director Tricia, yung NCC, which is going to be called, kasi there's a confusion. The NCC, there's an is status quo. There's an NCC, National Coordinating Council, and then there's an NCC Secretariat. So the NCC Secretariat will now be renamed as si NCCOPS. And the NCC, the National Coordinating Council, it's a council, it's an interagency council. So different, parang sila, they're just renamed differently. But the secretariat is yung NCCOPS.
If I may, Madam Chair. Yes, Madam Chair. So, as to the council po, it seems na meron naman pong council na naka-attach sa isang department, like the Juvenile Justice and Welfare Council. So, for the council, i-confirm ko lang din po yun if pwede dito. Ang sinasabi po na, yung the secretariat itself, under Section 38 po, kasi doon po sa Section 41 po, ang gusto po nilang head nung secretariat ay undersecretary level. So and yung sa discussions po, baka ang intention was ay attached agency of the DOJ, which yun po yung ino-oppose namin. So ang proposal po namin for the secretariat to be maintained po na an office under the DOJ to be headed by a director level position po and not an undersecretary. And baka hindi po kailanganin ng assistant director.
We will defer to the discretion of the Congress, but we would also like to give the rationale why we put that ranking, because we only patterned it to other existing councils that are attached agencies where their executive directors also have the same rank. So that is the rationale. So we are just confused why if it's allowed in other interagency councils but not in this case.
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Rodriguez?
we agree with the executive director. Other agencies have the same positions, rank, and their salary scale. So why not also in the case of the DOJ, OSAIC, and this law? So we have to therefore give equal treatment to similar agencies. We ask again the DBM why there will be a lowered treatment for those in the DOJ, anti-USAIC, anti-USAIM.
Yes, Madam Chair, Your Honors. For the executive director position naman po, iba-iba po yung ranking niya per office. For example po yung National Academy of Sports, executive director din po yung nomenclature niya, pero ang level po niya ay director for position lang din po. So it will really depend on the function of the said office. And for this purpose po, for the NCC Secretariat, we initially deemed that yung functions na gagawin po ng Secretariat should be is commensurate po sa director for position, which is already the existing po na position din ng executive director po ngayon na created na NCC Secretariat po. Madam Chair, Your Honors. Thank you po.
Yeah, but I think Attorney Flores can give us also similar offices where there's a higher treatment of executive directors of secretariats.
If I may also, Madam Chair, the reason why we also propose that ranking is because of it's no longer based on the proposed bill. It's not only a secretariat but also the operational arm of NCC. So basically, it will operationalize all the programs and projects that NCC will come up with. And that will also include management of the database, management of the registries that are mandated to be one of the functions of the NCCOPS, which is the operational arm of NCC. And as regards to the previous comment of DBM on the transfer of funds, the reason why there was a provision on the transfer of funds, because right now, the NCC o SAEC-CSAM Secretariat also has an allotted budget under the GAA.
Madam Chair, it is clear that there are additional functions that the Secretariat will be doing, not merely on what has been done before, but also additional. So we strongly support the proposed ranking and classification of the Secretariat. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rodriguez.
Madam Chair, if I may, for example, sa EDCOM, EDCOM is headed by Executive Director na same level as USEC. Just to be in the same page as everyone. Nagiging national clearinghouse po for all OSAEC sa SAEM cases ang NCC. At the same time, they're going to manage this registry, this child sex offender registry. So it's going to be like a triaging, they're going to act as a triage. So you can't function, you can't handle, and can't manage a whole entire registry. At the same time, also develop prevention programs, aftercare of victims, not just victims, but also all of the frontliners who are like managing these child victims. Saan po, we understand yung position po ng DBM, but we really earnestly imploring this committee na sana, kasi ang hirap po like, I'll say it, yung ina-amendyahan po nating batas, ang dami po doon na pinasang responsibilidad sa NCC Secretariat na hindi po nila magawa. For example, yung referral pathway. Dahil limited sila sa tao. Itong panukala na pinuput forward po natin ngayon, actually very lean na to sa lagay na to. We are actually lobbying for a phase-by-phase implementation just to accommodate, of course, the considerations of the Department of Budget and Management. Ito pong bill po natin, ilang summit na pong ginawa natin sa Kongreso, yung mga members of Congress, PLLO, members of the Senate, civil society organizations, kasi ito na po actually talaga yung naging consensus. Even the regional presence of the NCC, which now will become the NC Corps, that will also be subject to phase-by-phase implementation. Lahat po phase-by-phase. So sana po mapagbigyan naman po tayo dito sa sa hinihingi po natin. Ang dami po kasi nating idedemanda sa sa NCC Secretariat. Nagagawa naman po sa iba. Sana po bigyan po ng konsiderasyon. Sana let's arm them with the right manpower and the right technical capacity. Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Director Trisha. Again, I always, we're usually on the same page, but in this case, follow the same concept that we did kanina sa Cybersecurity Act. We created a new agency lodged under the OP because we're essentially centralizing all functions from all the different agencies towards that one cybersecurity agency. So on the same thread, that's also what we're trying to do with this OSAIC bill, which is to centralize all matters, all functions relating to protection against child exploitation towards the NCC. If we did it for the cybersecurity agency a while ago, I'm wondering why we shouldn't do the same for the NCC, establishing it as a essentially new attached agency under the DOJ. And siguro meron na rin tayong precedent, di ba? We have the EDCOM, we have as you mentioned a while ago, Juvenile Justice Council. So we have precedents. So we're usually on the same page, but for here, I'll follow the same concept that we applied to the cybersecurity agency. If it's okay that the version that will pass today is the NCC as an attached agency. So I also conferred with Vice Chair Rodriguez that given the expanded mandate and the importance of the function that would be done by the NCC, having an undersecretary level there is actually, it's meritorious. It merits having a USEC level there to oversee this, especially with the establishment of the registry. We're starting from scratch. We've never done this. We don't even know where to start in terms of collating the data. So it's very, very important. So with that, may I request, or go ahead, Director Trisha.
Madam Chair, if I may clarify po our position, we do not oppose naman po the attachment of the NCC, the council itself to the DOJ. We are not opposing po the attachment of the council itself to the DOJ. What we are saying po, yung pag on the secretariat lang po na yun nga po as mentioned, gusto pong gawing USEC level.
Siguro, kasi kung super importante nung function nila, why are you opposing having a USEC level, particularly for this bill? You have EDCOM, you have the Juvenile Justice Council, both of them have USEC levels. So, I wonder, hindi ko lang makita siguro yung objection of, it seems like we're on the same page. It's going to be an attached agency of the DOJ. At least we're aligned on that. But I want to understand the objection with regard to creating a higher level position for the head of the Secretariat of the Council.
Yes po, Madam Chair, maybe we can elaborate more in writing po para mas ma-further study rin po namin. But as soon as possible time po. Thank you po, Madam Chair.
Thank you. Kasi, Edie, just to ask po, aside from having a USEC level rank, adding the top layer, what other organizational changes would you require? Kasi I believe, the deputy EDs, medyo we had to refuse that. Any other, just wanted to understand the funding requirements in terms of restructuring the council.
Well, additional plantilla positions for higher positions would be the Deputy Executive Director, but as mentioned, it could be reduced. And then Director and division chiefs for the different divisions of the, right now we have 3 divisions, but we are envisioning that when we implement it like phase by phase, then we will be adding more divisions.
Perhaps if I may request lang po for you to revisit the suggested personnel services, because you already have here 24 division chiefs and regional coordinators. Just wanted to ask if you need that at the onset. Might be a little bit too much for a first-year implementation. You have here division chiefs, regional coordinators, 24 in number. Yun po yung original proposal ninyo.
We have not proposed that, Madam Chair. We only propose like personnel in a phase implementation, personnel in some regions, but not necessarily regional chief.
So how much do you need for the additional plantilla positions?
additional currently we have 15 plantilla positions and we are asking for ilan to? Additional 78, but those 78 includes regional presence. So it could just be intelligence agent or some staff in the regional areas because we have right now we have 18 task forces in the different regions, and we are supposed to provide each task forces at least one personnel. So that includes those are included in the proposed plantilla positions.
So how much do you need?
Um,
Yes.
for the initial implementation would be additional 78. Yes, 78 plantilla positions.
How much would that be? Have you computed po with regard to the corresponding salary grade?
Madam Chair, having computed the 78 plantilla positions, we are looking at around the ballpark of 56 million for the plantilla positions. But as ED said, we will be implementing this by phases. So this will be for the initial mobilization of the NC Corps if it would be allowed.
Aside from, so that sounds reasonable. Aside from the plantilla positions, would you require capital outlay? Can you, ano po, quickly run down all the fundings that you need?
Yes po, thank you po, Madam Chair. For the other considerations, we would also be needing funding for the comprehensive database, which would include the registry for blacklisted aliens and the child sex offenders registry, also for the registry for the cyber tip line reports and for case management system and the unified referral pathway system. So for that, Madam Chair, we would need for the initial mobilization of around 65 million if that would be hard-coded, but if it would be customizable, the database, but if it's hard-coded, it's around 40 million. So, and we would also need, apart from that, we would also need ICT hardware, which is around 10 million. And then we pegged the office equipment for initial mobilization for around 1 million because we already have existing office equipment. And also for the rent, if we would need to rent, it would be around 4 million pesos for 4 million pesos ballpark for 479 square meter office, so around 300,000 per month, if that would be. And also we would also need for the usual expenses like the internet, water, fuel. So,
Can you furnish the committee with that? So how
Yes
much
po.
would that be in total? So
So-
plus the 50 PS, 50 personnel, you have 65 million for the registry, etc., and 10 million for software. How
Yes
much
po.
would
Okay po.
everything
For
altogether?
everything po, we've estimated it for around the ballpark of 221 to 222 million po. And then the current budget of the NCC, including for the National Expenditure Program and for the SICA, is around 111 million. So we would need an additional funding for mobilization of around 110 million if the registry is customizable.
So the total amount that you need is 221 or is it 331?
221 plus po, yes po.
Okay, so again, same thing that I said in the earlier bills. This is a LIDAC measure. This will most likely pass before the end of the first regular session for both houses. So this would most likely be implemented by fiscal year 2027. So the question is, ED, have you incorporated this into your proposal for the 2027 NEP?
We have not incorporated it, Madam Chair, in our 2027 NEP yet because we really are not sure if the bill will push through, so it was not included. And besides, it was the NEP was only provided to us. We provided a higher amount, but what was given to us was a lower amount also.
So Director Trisha, sorry, same question that I had earlier with cybersecurity. Since the amount is lodged, so dun kasi mas complicated, DICT to a different agency. Ito ba, since ED wasn't able to put in a proposal in the NEP, and most likely there won't be an equivalent amount in the NEP, how would we be able to put in the funding requirement? If, like when, not if, when this does pass as a law before fiscal year 2027, saan natin ipapasok?
Yes, Madam Chair. For the operating requirements naman po of the council, pwede po yun ma-include na ng bawat member agency ng council na attributable po sa kanilang mga existing PAPs. Lalo na po kung ginagawa na nila yon. As to the creation po or yung mga additional plantilla positions po, then yun po yung the same may be charged po sa MPBF po natin.
How
under
about
territorial GA.
the registry? Yun yung pinaka-importante. The 65 million for the registry, where can we attribute that if ever later on?
Yung registry po I believe is part of ICT po siya, no? Yung item po niya. And sa budget call po kasi natin, Madam Chair, we have a requirement po na any IT-related system should be approved po by the DICT and should be included in the ISSP of the agencies concerned. So, baka po kung hindi man mahabol po sa 2027 budget, baka sa 2028 budget.
Mukhang hindi po papayag. Honestly, this is a huge priority of the administration. Hindi po papayag na unfunded to for 2027.
Pwede naman pong, kasi kung IT system po yan, baka naman po phased implementation din po siya. Baka for 2027 ay feasibility study pa lang or creation po nung system itself.
Ano to, Director, this was really pointed out during the LIDAC. That civil registry is what we're really after. So we have to find a way to be able to fund that in the 2027 budget. So if you can lodge it muna, for example, you can lodge it under DOJ, or you can lodge it temporarily under DICT. You have to be able to find a place to put it in the NEP. I-secure nyo na yung ISSP approval because this has to be funded in 2027.
Duly noted po, Madam Chair. We will look into it po.
Yes, please. ED, if you may please explore options with the DBM, the DOJ leadership, and also with the DICT, because there has to be a way for this registry to be funded in 2027. So whichever prerequisite approvals you need to secure for it to be qualified for funding in the 2027 budget, i-secure nyo na po, even if the bill hasn't been passed yet.
Thank you, Madam Chair. We will do that.
Magagalit po, di ba? Utos talaga na kailangan yung civil registry as soon as possible. So we have to be able to fund it ASAP. Okay, with that, given all of the agreements, may I please request Vice Chair Mike Tan to put forth the recommendations of the committee. This now follows the original, the new proposal, which is all
on section 38, page 62, line 24, between the word support and the period, insert the phrase as an attached agency of the Department of Justice. On section 71A, page 89, lines 40 to 41, after the article "the," delete the phrase National Council for Child Online Safety and Protection, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase the NCCOPS, subject to the existing budgeting, accounting, and auditing and other pertinent laws. On the same section and page, lines 43 to 45, delete the paragraph. On Section 71B, page 90, lines 4 to 6, delete the entire paragraph and in lieu thereof, substitute the following: the DOJ and the Executive Director of the NCCOPS office shall determine the organizational structure and the staffing pattern of the NCCOPS office subject to the review and evaluation of the Department of Budget and Management in accordance with the Civil Service and other pertinent laws, rules, and regulations. On Section 71D, the same page, lines 23 to 27, delete the entire paragraph and renumber the succeeding paragraphs accordingly. On Section 72, page 91, lines 5 to 25, delete the entire provision and lieu thereof, substitute the following: Section 72, appropriations, the amount necessary for the initial implementation of this act shall be charged against the current 3 years appropriations of the departments, agencies, and GOCCs concerned. Thereafter, the funding of which shall be included in the Annual General Appropriations Act and the corporate operating budgets of the GOCCs concerned. The LGUs concerned may provide the necessary funds for the purpose in their respective annual budgets.
Okay, so we'll just amend one of the recommendations. So what we're attaching is the council, not NGCOPS.
Yes.
So Vice Chair Mike, please amend the recommendation accordingly.
Madam Chair, I move to withdraw the recommendation regarding Section 38, page 62, line 24. Making the NCCOPS being an attached agency of the Department of Justice. I move to withdraw that amendment, Madam Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair. Vice Chair Swansing, any comments on the recommendation put forth?
We accept, Madam Chair.
So just to clarify, COMSEC, please flash on the screen whichever amendments are up for approval. Just for the record, and we're all clear. So just one. And two. So those are This one, it's really a standard appropriations provision for Section 72. Whichever requirements there are would be lodged against, a charge against the current year's appropriations, and any departments, agencies, GOCCs, it would be chargeable against them in the GAA. And LGUs, if need be, may put in funding. So those are the two recommendations. With the concurrence of the Committee on Public Order and Safety, may I now solicit a motion? From the
Madam Chair, together with Kit Flores, we, the better half of our executive director of the NC COPS, would like to therefore move to approve this substitute bill, which provides an act strengthening child protection safeguards, regulatory measures, an enforcement mechanism, etc., to be approved subject to the amendments approved by the chairperson and subject to style. So move, Mr. Chairman, Madam Chair.
Any second?
Second.
There is a motion to approve the measure subject to the recommendations put forth by the committee. It has been duly seconded. The motion is carried. Congratulations to the authors and resource persons. Congratulations to the Committee on Public Order and Safety and Vice Chair Bella Swansing. Congratulations.
Madam Chair,
Vice Chair Brian Poe.
may I move that all those present and who made it to this point be made co-authors of this measure?
Any second?
Second.
There is a motion to make as co-authors the members present here now upon the approval who wish to be made co-authors. It has been duly seconded. The motion is carried.
Thank you, Madam Chair.
Thank you very much. Congratulations. For the next set of, for the approval of the RTCs, I will turn over the floor to Vice Chairperson Mike Tan to preside over the approval of the RTCs. Thank you. Meeting suspended.
Agenda numbers 4 to 25 involve the creation of courts, namely RTCs, MTCs, municipal trial courts in cities, and family courts. These measures contain similar appropriations provisions. As a matter of procedure, we shall move for the omnibus consideration of the measures under agenda numbers 4 to 25. The committee will first read all the bills into the record. Thereafter, the sponsors may deliver their sponsorship remarks or move to insert the explanatory notes of their respective bills into the records. Committee Secretary, please read the items in the agenda number 4 to 25, the number and title of the bill and its particulars for our consideration.
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Agenda number 4, substitute bill to House Bill number 26, titled An Act Creating 3 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Catarman, Allen, and Lawang Province of Northern Samar, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14I of the Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Nico Raul Dasa. Agenda number 6, substitute bill to House Bill number 232, an act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Quezon, Province of Bukidnon, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14K of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Audrey K. Zubiri. Item number 6, substitute bill to House Bills number 316 and 709, titled An Act Creating 2 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the cities of Silay and Victorias, Province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14G of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Javier Miguel Benitez. Agenda number 7, substitute bill to House Bill number 1395, titled An Act Creating 1 Additional Branch of the Regional Trial Court and 1 branch of the Family Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Cabugao, Province of Ilocos Sur, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14A of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Ronald V. Singson. Number 8, substitute bill to House Bill number 1544, titled An Act Creating 1 Additional Branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 10th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Socorro, Province of Surigao del Norte, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Francisco Lalo Matugas. Number 9, substitute bill to House Bill number 1579, titled An Act Creating 2 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Candihay and Valencia, Province of Bohol, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14H of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Christine Alexi B. Tutor. Item number 10, substitute bill to House Bill number 1974, titled An Act Creating 10 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court and 5 additional branches of the Metropolitan Trial Court in the National Capital Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Taguig, Metro Manila, amending for the purpose Section 14D and 27 of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Ricardo S. Cruz Jr. Number 11, substitute bill to House Bill number 2118, titled An Act Creating 1 Additional Branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 5th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Pascual, Burias Island, Province of Masbate, and appropriating funds therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14F of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Elisa Olga Tico and Representative Antonio Tico. Item number 12, substitute bill to House Bill number 2362 and 5548, titled An Act Creating 2 Additional Branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Calabanga in the city of Naga, 2 additional family courts in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Calabanga and city of Naga, 3 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in cities in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Naga, and 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Pili, Province of Camarines Sur. Further, amending for the purpose Section 14F, 29, and 30 of Batas Pambansa Bilang number 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Nelson S. Legacion. Number 13, substitute bill to House Bill number 2659, and through 3427 titled An Act creating 3 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the cities in the 4th Judicial Region and stationed in the city of General Trias, province of Cavite, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14E and 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Antonio A. Ferrer. Item number 14, substitute bill to House Bill number 3122, titled An Act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of La Paz, province of Abra, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14A of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative J.B. Bernos. Item number 15, substitute bill to House Bill number 3181 and 3182, titled An Act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 6th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of Himamalaylan and municipality of Isabela, province of Negros Occidental, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14G of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, authored by Representative Emilio Bernardino Yulo. Item number 16, substitute bill to House Bill number 3265, titled An Act creating 2 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court in the 5th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Labo, Camarines, province of Camarines Norte, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14F of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Josefina Talyado. Number 17, substitute bill to House Bill number 3514, titled An Act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Dalaguete, province of Cebu, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14H of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Organization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Edsel Galeos. Item number 18, substitute bill to House Bill number 3878, titled An Act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 7th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Consolacion, province of Cebu, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14H of the Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Daphne Lagon and Representative Sani Lagon. Item number 19, substitute bill to House Bill number 3948, titled An Act creating 4 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 2nd Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Diadi, Quezon, Santa Fe, and Alfonso Castañeda, province of Nueva Vizcaya, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Timothy Joseph Cayton. Item number 20, substitute bill to House Bill number 4318, titled An Act creating 1 additional branch of the Municipal Trial Court in the 1st Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 30 of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Eric Goyap. Item number 21, substitute bill to House Bill number 4647, titled An Act creating 4 additional branches of the Regional Trial Court and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Rodriguez, province of Rizal, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14E and 30 of Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Organization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Dennis Tom Hernandez. Item number 22, substitute bill to House Bill number 4995, titled An Act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 8th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Sogod, province of Southern Leyte, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14I of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative Christopherson Coco Yap. Item number 23, substitute bill to House Bill number 5095, titled An Act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 12th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of Dato Odin, Sinsuat, province of Maguindanao del Norte, and appropriating funds, therefore amending for the purpose Section 14M of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended, authored by Representative by Dimple Mastura. Item number 24, Substitute Bill to House Bill number 5565, titled An Act creating 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 11th Judicial Region to be stationed in the city of General Santos and appropriating funds, therefore, amending for the purpose Section 29 of Batas Pambansa Bilang 129, otherwise known as the Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980 as amended. Authored by Representative Sherlene Banyas Nograles. And item number 25, substitute bill to House Bill number 6133, titled An Act creating 1 additional branch of the Regional Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipality of San Pascual, and 2 additional branches of the Municipal Trial Court in the 4th Judicial Region to be stationed in the municipalities of Lobo and Tingloy, Province of Batangas, and appropriating funds, therefore, amending for the purpose Section 14E and 30 of the Batas Pambansa 129, otherwise known as Judiciary Reorganization Act of 1980, authored by Representative Attorney Gerville Jinke Beatrix Luistro. That's all, Madam, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Comsec. May we now recognize the sponsor of the measures, Representative Brian Poe, for their sponsorship remarks.
Thank you, Mr. Chair. My speech originally said good morning, but now it is evening. So good evening, Mr. Chair and the distinguished members of the Committee on Appropriations. As Vice Chair of the Committee on Justice, it is my honor to sponsor before this committee these bills seeking the creation of various first and second level courts in various parts of the country. We continue our mission to serve the underserved. These bills seek to create various first and second level courts across the country in the 1st Judicial Region in the municipality of La Trinidad, province of Benguet, in the municipality of Cabugao, province of Ilocos Sur, and in the municipality of La Paz, province of Abra, in the 2nd Judicial Region, in the municipalities of Daedi, Quezon, Santa Fe, and Alfonso Castañeda, province of Nueva Vizcaya, in the 4th Judicial Region, in the city of General Trias, province of Cavite, in the municipality of Rodriguez, province of Rizal, and in the municipalities of San Pascual, Lobo, and Tinguloy, province of Batangas, in the 5th Judicial Region, in the municipality of San Pascual, Burias Island, province of Masbate, and in the municipalities of Calabanga and Pili, and the city of Naga, provinces of Camarines Sur, and in the municipality of Labo, province of Camarines Norte, in the 6th Judicial Region, in the cities of Silay and Victorias, in the city of Himamaylan, and the municipality of Isabela, all in the province of Negros Occidental. In the 7th Judicial Region, in the municipalities of Candijay and Valencia, province of Bohol, and the municipalities of Dalaguete and Consolacion, province of Cebu, and in the 8th Judicial Region, in the municipalities of Catarman, Alen, and Lawang, province of Northern Samar, and in the municipality of Sogod, province of Southern Leyte, and in the 10th Judicial Region, in the municipality of Quezon, province of Quezon, province of Bukidnon, and in the municipality of Socorro, province of Surigao del Norte. In the 11th Judicial Region, in the city of General Santos, province of South Cotabato, in the 12th Judicial Region, in the municipality of Datu Udin Sinsuat, province of Maguindanao del Norte, and in the National Capital Judicial Region in the city of Taguig, Metro Manila. These proposed courts are not merely additional offices in the judiciary. They are essential institutions that will bring the administration of justice closer to our people, especially in rapidly growing communities and geographically isolated areas where litigants, lawyers, witnesses, and even law enforcement officers continue to face considerable difficulty in accessing courts. The creation of these courts will help decongest existing court dockets, expedite the resolution of cases, and strengthen the public's faith and confidence in our justice system. More importantly, these measures affirm the constitutional mandate that justice must be accessible, efficient, and responsive to the needs of every Filipino. The Committee on Justice carefully deliberated on each of these measures and recognize the urgent necessity for the establishment of additional courts in these localities in light of increasing population, expanding economic activity, and the growing volume of cases filed before our trial courts. We therefore express our gratitude to the Committee on Appropriations for promptly calendaring these measures for consideration. We likewise respectfully seek the favorable approval of the honorable members of this committee so that these bills may proceed immediately to plenary deliberations. With this, I respectfully urge the approval of these measures. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Vice Chair Brian Poe. May we now recognize the sponsor of the measure also, Representative Rufus Rodriguez.
Thank you, our debonair chairman, vice chair of the committee, Attorney Compañero Michael Tan. Earlier, two of the authors of these bills creating regional trial courts or MTCCs and MTCs requested me to sponsor on their behalf. They are my primo, Ading Rodriguez Cruz, who has just given us balut right there from Taguig, and also my neighbor, Audrey Zubiri in Bukidnon. On their behalf, Mr. Chairman, I move that their explanatory notes be considered as their sponsorship speech and that the same shall be approved. That is from also in support of Congressman Brian Poe to approve likewise and support him items number 4 up to item number 25 in seriatim be approved omnibusly, in omnibus motion. Thank you, Mr. Chairman.
Thank you, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. May we now hear the comments and position of the DBM, Director Trisha Baraan.
Yes, good afternoon, Mr. Chair, honorable members of this committee, and to everyone present in this meeting. For the creation of courts, Mr. Chair, we respectfully recommend the revision of the appropriations provisions po to state that the funding for the purpose shall only be included in the GA once the positions of the proposed courts are already in place po. For your kind this is for fiscal prudence po, Mr. Chair. For your kind consideration. Thank you po.
Thank you po, Director Trisha. The chair now recognizes Vice Chairperson Rufus Rodriguez to read the omnibus recommendations of the committee.
Thank you, Chair. The recommendations and comments are as follows. The committee recommends the reporting out of the aforementioned measures with omnibus amendment. In the corresponding section of each measure containing the provision on funding, delete the entire provision and in lieu thereof substitute the following. Section 3. The funds necessary for the implementation of this act, including appropriations for personnel services, such as salaries, benefits, and emoluments for judges and court personnel, court operations under maintenance and other operating expenses, MOOE, and provisions for halls of justice or courtrooms to accommodate judges and court staff, as well as funds necessary for the implementation of automatically created prosecutor positions pursuant to Section 13 of Republic Act number 10071 or the Prosecution Service Act of 210, where I was the principal author, and appointment of public attorneys pursuant to Section 7 of Republic Act number 9406, or the Act recognizing, reorganizing, and strengthening the Public Attorney's Office, PAO, resulting from the creation of these courts, including appropriations for personal services such as for salaries, benefits, and emoluments for prosecutors and public attorneys shall be included in the annual General Appropriations Act. Next paragraph. The funds necessary for the operation of the courts herein created shall be appropriated and released only. This is where the DBM suggestion comes in. Released only upon the actual organization of the court and the appointment of its personnel. Those are all, Mr. Chairman, move for the approval of the amendments.
Before we approve, Vice
Second the motion.
Chairperson
Second.
Rufus Rodriguez, can we hear from the sponsor about this recommendation of the Committee on Appropriations?
Mr. Chair, as the representative of the Committee on Justice, I accept the recommendations of the committee.
Since there is already an approval from the sponsor, there is already a motion made by Representative Rufus Rodriguez and duly seconded by Representative Mila Magsaysay.
Mr. Presiding Officer.
And Representative Filimon Espares. The motion is carried. Congratulations po sa lahat po ng sponsor.
Mr. Chair?
Yes.
Before we end this part of the agenda, may I move that the explanatory note of House Bill number 26, filed by Representative Nico Daza, be included into the records as his sponsorship message.
Noted, Vice Chair.
Thank you,
Brian
Mr. Chair.
Any motion for co-authorship?
Move on, Mr. Chairman. I therefore move that all those present, Brian, only those present now, or we can include the others. Also those earlier present, it's a long proceeding, if they so wish, be considered as co-authors of all these measures that have been approved by the Committee on Appropriations this afternoon.
Any second?
Second.
There's a motion. Duly seconded. Motion is carried.
We gladly accept. Yeah.
Thank you to our sponsor. There is a motion.
Thank you, Mr.
Duly
Chair.
seconded. The motion is carried. Hearing is suspended.
Senior citizens na.
Now that we're resuming session, I'd like to call on the resource persons to give their positions on the said measure. We'll start first with the DSWD, Undersecretary Fatima Dimaporo.
Madam Chair,
You're recognized.
I'd like to ask the indulgence of all the members and the value resource persons. I have guests in my office since 5 o'clock. I thought we are going to finish. We started at 1 o'clock. So may I just manifest the following. I support whatever is the decision of the committee in line with giving our senior citizens what is due to them. I understand there's some discussions on having some kind of action. So I manifest that I would wish to become a co-author of the Senior Citizens Bill, Universal, with also the statement that here probably Aliyah can also comment, is that it's high time that the National Commission on Senior Citizens be the one implementing the pension. I don't know how the DSWD will take this, but under our principles of specific authority and administrative authority, senior citizens are clearly the specific agency to handle senior citizens in this country. That's one. That's subject, of course, to our discussions. No? And so that's something that the membership will agree. So just now, as co-author of the Senior Citizens Bill, I've already asked the principal author for the second bill on cooperative strengthening, and I would like also to be co-author of this bill. And lastly, the bill on Congressional Committee on Agriculture and Fisheries and Food Security. So with that, I would like to beg leave because namumuti na paghihintay yung aking mga guests ngayon sa opisina ko. So at least I'll be able to meet them. So thank you very much again. We support you, Chairperson Gutierrez. We're very privileged you're with us. Of course, Aliyah is here. Thank you for this WD and all the rest who are here. Thank you. And with that advisement, I hope that in the proper time, I will become a co-author of this very, very wonderful and game-changing bills. Thank you very much, Mr. Chairman.
Thank
And
you.
to our Chairman Mika and our presiding officer, Brian. Thank you so much. Thank you.
Thank you for
Thank you.
the wisdom of that manifestation, Vice Chair Rufus Rodriguez. Returning now the floor to our resource person. Thank you for your patience and for the indulgence. Yusek, you have the floor.
Thank you very much, Mr. Chair. The Department of Social Welfare and Development respectfully registers its categorical and full support for the universal social pension for senior citizens. We've had the same stand in the past few Congresses. We fully support the universal social pension for as long as there is fiscal space. And I've submitted a position paper based on datasets that was requested from us, from the Secretariat of the Committee on Appropriations. Since it's a 3-long-page paper and we do have a number of other resource persons here, I'll just go straight to the point on discussions that have budgetary considerations. So the first thing that we submitted in our position paper, which was requested by the committee secretariat, is the data sets. How many senior citizens do we have? By law, we have to follow the CBMS law now. In the past, just last year, it was based on what OSCA would give the DSWD and what DSWD field office would validate on the ground. But starting this year, we started to use CBMS because it's required by law. And we have had a data sharing agreement with the PSA. PSA provided us their numbers and mapped an overall elderly volume of 10,651,367 and 367 senior citizens. I have to note, though, that this data is coming from PSA. This is not generated by the DSWD, and this data is also a 2024 data set. So obviously, today, it would be higher. If you want updated numbers, I've had this discussion with the committee secretariat. The DSWD cannot provide you with that. The best agency to provide you with that is the PSA. Now, given that, the secretariat also asked us to do a fiscal analysis, a comparative of 500, of a model of 500 per month stipend and a 1,000 per month stipend. We gave the same last year, but that was based on the DSWD list. Now, based on the CBMS list, again, this is based on a 2024 CBMS list. So I would say that the numbers are actually bigger than what we submitted because we're basing it on 2024. We've given a disaggregated age group based, again, that's numbers from PSA, but the comparative fiscal analysis equals to the subsidies, the personnel services, which is a broad 0.02% of the subsidies, the administrative costs, which is 5% of the total amount, and we have the capital outlay. To be honest, Mr. Chair, we were requested this data at a very short notice, so we weren't able to really truly calculate a good amount for the capital outlay, and we just kind of mirrored what was last year's. And but I think that with the rising cost of everything, it would be higher than this, but just a little bit. I did a rough estimate earlier, and I would say it's around 48 instead of 20. But that's, that's very minimal, 20 million compared to the billions that we're talking about. So total estimated budget for the 500 peso model, which was requested, we're not pushing it. This was requested by the committee secretariat to give a comparative analysis. 500 per month would be around 67 billion, and for the 1,000 per month stipend, it would be 134 billion. So that's the cost implications of those two stipends. And again, just to reiterate, that is from the 2024 CBMS data. That is 10.6 million senior citizens. Now, just because Kong Rufus mentioned it, I just want to provide the DSWD stand on who holds the social pension, should it be the DSWD or the NCSC. And I have to give you our stand, which is it should be the DSWD. We believe that we have the organizational capacity for it. And I'm actually glad that we also talked about feeding program here today, because we've seen how much we need in order for us to grow a very economically viable human resource from the youth that we have. And coming from DSWD, it's too bad that Chair Swan Singh left already, because I know very close to her heart is the juvenile justice. And she knows that because she's been a volunteer in these juvenile justice centers, a lot of these young people come from broken homes. We have a lot of young babies not just young children, but babies who are also abandoned. There are a lot of problems in the youth. And with that, the budgetary implication of keeping it with DSWD is budgetary efficiency, because we already have an existing organization. I'm not saying that NCSC is unimportant. I'm just saying at this time and period, the DSWD is really the most efficient and the most practical choice to keep the social pension. I understand that there is a law, but there are a lot of laws that are unfunded because of tight fiscal space. And with due consideration, which is why we're okay with the substitute bill. The substitute bill says that social pension stays with DSWD until NCSC is ready. And that's what we've been working on since the very beginning of time with NCSC, their readiness factor. And so our stand is we really should keep it with DSWD. We have the operational capacity. If we're looking at trying to find resources for different types of programs for the government all across the board, I'd like to invoke the newest law, which is the optimization law, which is actually the #1 priority bill that PLLO worked on when President Bongbong Marcos first sat as president. And it was passed last year. The IRR came out in February. And the optimization law allows the president to reorganize his organization, his government. And part of that reorganization of the government is transferring NCSC under DSWD. And we could be a very helpful partner for them. And I would say we're working well together. We're coordinating, we're talking, we're working well together. And as we provide the machinery that is needed to deliver the programs and services for senior citizens. If I may also give an anecdote, my father, former Congressman Abdullah Dimaporo, who's, I think, my room, first it was him and then it was me, and now it's my sister. 311 has been with four Dimaporos. It's been 4 generations already. So 3 generations. And my father is actually suffering with Alzheimer's now. I'm very close, the senior citizens very close to my heart because I'm taking care of my parents. I'm the eldest girl. Even though I'm busy, I'm the one taking care of my parents. And I could see, the gentleman from Valenzuela mentioned to me the word, we need to empower senior citizens. But in my anecdotal personal experience, when I take care of my father, it's not so much about empowerment, but it's about making him feel independent. Na kahit na may Alzheimer's siya, when other people take care of him, they cut his food. But when I take care of him, I let him cut his own food. So it's really more about independence. But at the same time, before my father started to realize that his memory was losing, he knew, he was very conscious. He told me, I need to write on a notebook. He was writing on a notebook everything he was doing every day, everything he was eating. He was lamenting how he was losing his memory. The one thing that I appreciate about him is that his legacy, as he's growing older, is to leave behind what he can for babies, for the ones growing old, for the ones growing up into this nation. That's his legacy. His legacy has always been education, school children, feeding. And for me, I appreciate that, you know, and I think that juxtaposed what we need for young children today and juxtaposed what we need for senior citizens today, I hope that we can find a balance with that. So to conclude, the DSWD remains ready to work closely with the committee's technical working groups to compute actuarial real requirements, scale localized implementation phases, and secure funding line items that reflect this progressive policy. Thank you, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. Yusek, I just want to ask a few questions real quick. First, under RA 11916, Section 3, which was passed in 2022, supposedly within 3 years, the function was supposed to be transferred from DSWD to NCSC. But I'm not sure what the status of that is. Was there a committee that was formed to help with the transition?
There was a change management transition committee, not committee, but a change management transition group, which was formed before I came into DSWD and when it started. When I came into DSWD, I became part of that group. It was under Chair Quijano at that time when I became part of that group, but he was also the first chair of NCSC. In the beginning, there was some pushback with Chair Quijano, but when I started, because I know him personally, we were able to map out from 2024, 2025, to all the way to 2028, the end of his term. And we had a Gantt chart and everything on how we will transition the programs from DSWD to NCSC. So there is open lines. We're not trying to keep the programs. It's just we got to make sure that you guys are ready, that you are mirroring our organizational structure. Now, I personally was a part of the MOA transfer of the ATOP. So there's 3 programs. The ATOP is the Assistance to Older Persons Fund. And then there is the Centenarian or the expanded Centenarian Fund. Shortly before it was moved by DBM, moved to NCSC, it was just Centenarian, but then the law passed and it became expanded Centenarian. And finally, it's a social pension. So with the ATOP, it was a MOA transfer. We agreed that they are ready to use it. I was part of drafting that MOA and transferring that fund to the NCSC. We were able to do that successfully. With the Centenarian Fund, we based on the modes of verification, we gave a report to DBM that we felt that NCSC was not ready yet for the Centenarian Fund, which is fine because in our conversation with Chair Frank, the Centenarian Fund was transferred to them in 2025. But with Chair Frank, he believed he would be ready to take it in 2026. And he believed that he would be ready to take social pension in 2028. There was really a timeline of what to transfer and how to train people and how to grow the NCSC organization. But at that time, it was already Chair Loreche. Chair Loreche fought hard to have the Centenarian Fund in her agency, in the NCSC. And so DBM was convinced to give the Centenarian, despite our recommendation that it should stay with DSWD for a while. DBM decided to give it straight to NCSC. Nagulat lang kami. So okay, that's the wisdom of the executive. That's the wisdom of DBM. That's fine. We will just accept what we are instructed. Now with the social pension, I know that Chair Loreche was also trying to fight for the social pension to be transferred to the NCSC. with the experience of the centenarian, DBM, and at that time it was Secretary Mina Pangandaman, felt that it's not right it's best to keep social pension in DSWD. And I believe that's the reason why it's with DSWD now. And then the EO 96 of the president transferring NCSC from OP to DSWD came out. And it was made clear to us during the time of ES Versamin that we would run the social pension program and we would make sure everything is efficient, is efficient. And the timeline to 2028 would resume. So that's the history of it, at least from the start where I started, I think around October 2023, from Chair Frank to Chair Lorecha, and obviously to Chair Mercy. I would say that me and Chair Mercy and her team have been very open in communications, and we've been able to coordinate really well. And but we still have to sit down and talk because they just completed their team. I think they're lacking just one commissioner in NCSC, but to have a full commission is the most important.
So I don't think there's a question of whether or not the SWD has the machinery to be able to distribute the social pension, no? But here, in terms of personnel services and administrative costs, no? There's a computation for how much funding should go into this from the budget from this bill. Is it included in this funding to increase the capabilities of the NCSC in order to make sure that they are able to distribute the pension fund in the future?
No, it's not included in the funding, but it's part of the training. We've held a number of trainings with budgetary trainings with the NCSC for the different programs. So with ATOP, may training talaga. We teach them training, and then everything is turned over to them. Even our guidelines are turned over to them. Whether they want to change it or not, that's up to them. But at least everything's turned over to them.
Okay. With that being said, I'd like to recognize the chair of the NCSC for her position. Madam, you have the floor.
Thank you very much. To the acting chairperson and to the members of the House of Representatives here present, and my co-resource persons, I would like to express my strong support for the consolidated House bill seeking to grant a universal pension to senior citizens and amend Republic Act 7432. I have problems regarding the administration of the program. So I recommend that the implementation of Section 5 of RA number 11916 concerning the transfer of functions from the Department of Social Welfare and Development to the NCSC. Now, the management, monitoring, and policy supervision of the Universal Social Pension Program should be directly lodged with the NCSC. Ito po ay nasa Republic Act 11350 that was enacted in 2019. So there was supposed to be a transfer of programs, projects, and activities under that law. And that never happened. And then 3 years after, Republic Act number 11916 was enacted, again, reiterating the need for the transfer of programs, projects for indigent citizens, indigent senior citizens, to the National Commission on Senior Citizens. So 3 years na from the enactment of Republic Act 11350, which created the National Commission on Senior Citizens, the transfer never happened. 3 years after the enactment of that law, another transition should have been made, pero walang nangyari, and until now. Now, it was supposed the transfer of the social pension should have been effective 3 years after the effectivity of Republic Act 11916, and that was in August 2025. But by September 2025, there was an executive order that was issued from the Office of the President, mandating the continuation of the distribution of the social pension by the DSWD. And the NCSC was attached to the Department of Social Welfare and Development for program and policy coordination. Well, the transfer of the continuation of this distribution, of course, was followed. But the transition was never effected and until now. Sabi nga na ating mga matatanda, 3 years noong 2019 for the transition, 3 years pa rin dito sa 11916, at ngayon, dito sa appropriations, meron na namang ibinibigay na 3 taon. So, parang lalabas na 9 na taon na magkakaroon ng transition from the DSWD to the NCSC. But it is clear that there are 2 laws that were passed for the transfer of these functions to the NCSC. So what is there that will prevent the DSWD from transferring those functions mandated? I would like to state that the NCSC is the primary agency mandated to formulate policies for senior citizens and provides for the transfer of all related functions. Because direct administration by the NCSC will strengthen policy coherence of related programs to it. Will strengthen policy coherence, ensure more focused service delivery, improve monitoring and data management, and reinforce accountability to the actual needs of older persons. Now, while DSWD currently implements programs across multiple sectors, which divides its attention and resources, lodging this program directly with the NCSC enables a concentrated effort exclusively for senior citizens. Now, the NCSC recognizes the valuable institutional experience of the DSWD and recommends that it continue to assist the NCSC during the transition period, particularly in the areas involving technical support, database harmonization, and payout mechanisms to ensure uninterrupted service delivery. Now, we recognize the House bill recognizes the role of the Commission in the implementation, distribution, and management na ando yun sa appropriations provision ng House bill na mayroong again transfer to the NCSC of the social pension. 3 years na naman. So it is a recognition that the social pension should belong to the NCSC. It must be remembered that the recognition of older persons is not a welfare concern, but a matter of human rights, societal inclusion, and state responsibility. Kailan naman mapupunta na, matatransfer sa NCSC, sa itong mga programs, projects, and activities, 6 na taon na kaming naghihintay. Now, when it comes to the inability or unpreparedness of the Commission, we can say that in 2025, ang utilization rate ng centenarian, ng ECA, Expanded Centenarian Act, yung utilization ng pondo, ay 97%. At yung 3% na hindi nabigyan, yun may mga problema, may mga nawawala, may missing. We can say that we can administer the social fund. Now, if there will be a transition, probably the transition would be for the social fund for the indigents. Now, for the social fund for the non-indigents, I think the Commission is ready to assume that responsibility.
Madam Chair, thank you for your position. If I may ask, no, what is the current distribution setup of NCSC para sa mga kasama natin sa Committee on Appropriations that aren't familiar with the machinery and dynamics of the NCSC sa distribution po ng benefits and social aid?
When I arrived, I found out that the payout mechanism is by hand. Yung binibigay isa-isa sa mga grantees, yung centenarian gift. And we have regional offices nationwide. But when I arrived, sabi ko, bakit hindi natin gawing digital ang payment? So ngayon, ma-expedite na ang pagbibigay ng mga grants sa ating mga senior citizens. Meron na tayong MOA with the Land Bank, and now we are discussing an arrangement with GCash, ang mga ibang mga digital payment solutions na pwede nating makasama sa pag-distribute nitong ating bicentenarian gifts. At kadalasan, ang nagiging problema ay ang submission of the OSCA of the documents of the applications to our regional offices kung minsan nagtatagal. Dahil kasi when they apply, most of our applicants, when they apply, walang birth certificate. That's why we have now a memorandum of agreement with the PSA so that the PSA people can help us can assist the commission by assisting our senior citizens on how to get the birth certificates. With respect to the transfer made by the DSWD tungkol dun sa yung ATOP, Assistance to Older Persons, 3 milyon lang po yun. 3.3 million lang. At when we started the distribution of centenarian gifts, we were just given the list of centenarian. At marami pa po kami pinaprocess na pending sa DSWD noon na ngayon ipinaprocess namin. So, yun po yung kalagayan ng social pension at ang aming relasyon sa DSWD.
Thank you, Madam Chair. Madam Chairperson of the NCSC. Yusek Fatima, if I may request for the committee, maybe we could get a copy of your transition plan, the original timeline and guideline, because I remember you mentioned that by 2026 you had a certain milestone, and by 2028 the NCSC, with the help of DSWD, should be able to should be up to standard, no? But we also want to make sure that even when we pass this law, that the implementing agency as well as the NCSC will be able to work together to meet those milestones in the timeline. Because eventually, we do need to deload some of the stress from our hardworking secretary. Hindi natutulog nga siya eh. Umiikot sa buong bansa, nag-aatid ng tulong. The more that we can devolve to other agencies, the better. But we need to make sure that our agencies also are up to standard so that our constituents are able to receive all the benefits that they were promised. So maganda din balita na we have MOAs now for digital payment services. But I think someone that can help shed a light on all of this would be the DBM. But before I recognize the DBM and our patient director, thank you for staying with us. I'd like to recognize Yusek Fatima for another statement.
Yeah, just on the digital payments, obviously, you know Secretary Rex, he's a very innovative, very modern individual. He also thought of that. But he's also a very people-centered leader. And as a people-centered leader, he went and consulted. We did a survey with our client base, senior citizens, and asked them if they wanted digital and or cash, and the majority of them wanted cash. And with regards to the way he works, is he doesn't wait for applications to come to him. He actually moves forward, especially with CBMS. We know now, for example, that those in the centenarian age is we know the numbers, we know where they are already because we have a DSA with the PSA. And obviously it's not with us, but his thinking would be, we'll go to them. That's always his thinking. We'll be proactive, we'll go to them. So with regards to operational capacity, we do have the digital system also. We have the social registry system, which it's a dynamic social registry where we have everyone there. All of our clients, we can see among the senior citizens who takes IX, who everything is unified already in one social registry. And if we duplicate that in another agency, then that's, again, that's taking from national budget of a system that's doing the same thing, two systems doing the same thing. So these are just a number of things that's on the top of the head of Secretary Rex. It's more, we can do it. We're efficient. And it's not a headache, it's not a problem because it's already a machinery that's running.
So with that line of thinking, I just want to ask also, because the current situation that we're seeing now when it comes to, for example, the distribution of IKEs is we only have so many disbursement officers available. If we also give them the Universal Senior Citizen Pension Fund, would they be overloaded with work or?
No, because that's a different office.
It'd be a completely different office. But they already have the personnel to be able to handle this.
We have a social pension office, we have an IX office.
Okay, so it's completely different. Okay. Well, part of the reason why I'm asking this is also because with the way that the law is currently drafted, it seems like there is a transition eventually. And I know you don't want a duplication of offices, but I know there are other pension funds that need DSWD support, right?
It's not so much us, Mr. Chair. It's more on the Optimization Act. We're just mirroring what President Bongbong Marcos wants.
Okay. Well, understood on that position. DBM, would you like to share your position on this?
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable members of this committee, and to everyone present in this meeting. First of all po, we fully recognize po the objectives of this bill. And syempre, in due respect po sa ating mga senior citizens po. But may we respectfully manifest po the following. First, the joint stance po of the economic managers for bills which has fiscal impact. So while, may I quote po, while we understand that some bills are well-meaning to help certain sectors, this should be balanced with the government's fiscal capacity, which is the key to sustaining our priority programs. Hence, it is crucial to have an understanding of the financial and expenditure requirements of the proposed legislative measures to ensure funding and sustainability of the programs. For bills that would erode revenues or increase expenditures, financial information on the proposal is vital in prioritizing the proposed measures and in assessing their potential fiscal implications amid resource limitations and competing priorities po. So, we have a very rough estimate po based on the bill po. So, rough estimates pa lang po ito, Mr. Chair. So, based on our data, kasi magkaiba po yung basis namin with DSWD. I think DSWD used po yung 2025 na from the CBMS data. But for our computation, we used po the 2020 PSA age distribution in the Philippines. So,
don't be shy.
Apo. For 2020, plus meron pong estimates din po si DSWD ng PS requirements and operational expenses po. So, based po doon sa figure na from DSWD, inad na rin po namin dito. So, computing for the same po, for both indigents and for all na. For 2027, ang magiging budget requirement po niya ay 101.3 billion pesos po. Apo. For 2028, since gusto po natin plus 250 po yung sa mga non-indigents, so for 2028, magiging 129.4 billion po. And for
Wait, sorry. This is based on 500 pesos a month or 1,000 pesos a month?
bali, kung ibabase po dun sa bill na may increase po siya ng 250 per year hanggang sa ma-attain po yung 1,000 pesos. So,
To be
3
clear,
years na
this
po.
is the hybrid stratified na
Opo.
magsisimula sa 500 tapos
Opo.
year on year mag-increase until
250,
1,000.
yes po.
So pag umabot ng 1,000, ano yung
Pag
estimate?
umabot po ng 1,000, for example lang po, for 2029, ang magiging funding requirements po niya ay 160.2 billion pesos po. So, included po dyan yung, as mentioned earlier, operating expense and yung PS requirement po ni DSWD. So, kung gagamitin naman po natin yung competition based sa DSWD data plus yung operating expenses po nila, malaki pa rin naman po yung magiging funding requirements po niya. So, for 2027 na 500 lang muna, it would be 93.9 billion po. And then for 2028 na 750 po yung for non-indigents, it would be 114.07 billion. And for 2029 na full 1,000 na po all senior citizens, it would be 134.2 billion po, Mr. Chair.
And included in these estimates are the personnel services and administrative costs.
Yes po. Per DSWD na binigay po sa amin na information, it's 5% of the subsidy given po.
I believe you have a presentation. Can you share that with us? One minute suspension. Session is resumed. I believe what's on the screen is the presentation of the DBM.
Yes, Mr. Chair. So, ito po yung based on 2020 PSA age distribution in the Philippines. So, as mentioned earlier po, yung for 2026 po kasi 51 billion lang po yung ating for social pension for indigents po. So, pagdadagdagan po natin yung, nakalagay po dyan, yung beneficiaries and ilan yung additional beneficiaries per year, yung total beneficiaries, and yung sa table po na 500, 750, and 1,000. And yung naka-highlight po ng green, yun yung mga additional expenses po from the DSWD if they will implement the program po. So yun po yung as mentioned earlier. For 2027, 101 billion. For 2028, 129 billion. And 2029, 160 billion po yung rough estimates po natin. And then kung magbe-base po tayo dun sa ginawang baseline po ng DSWD na
Okay. Sorry, could we have the numbers on the screen again? Thank you. Before we continue with DBM, could I get a comment from the DSWD? Kasi based on these numbers, DBM is showing us even higher numbers pa than what was projected by the DSWD. And the DSWD's projections are based on the 2024 population, which is actually even larger pa than the 2020 population that the DBM based this off of. So why is there such a big discrepancy in funding?
Mr. Chair,
Yes.
if I may, ito po yung showing the screen naman po, yung sabi ko po if magbe-base doon sa DSWD data na ang magiging budget estimates po ay for 2027, 93.9 billion, for 2028, 114 billion, and 2029, 134 billion. So, hindi ko lang po sure kasi iba po yung pinagbasihan po namin. Yung isa is based from the CBMS 2024 data. And then kami po, yung 2020 PSA age distribution po in the Philippines.
I see the difference, Mr. Chair. The difference would be in the number of beneficiaries because our numbers are based on universal, but I don't know if this is universal eh. Parang ito match kasi sa yung numbers namin na yon, yung based on yung GAA. So that's the poor, basically. Indigent, hindi siya universal. Pero yung sinabit namin, yung pag universal, ito yung...
So DBM, this isn't universal, no? This is just based on what the GAA has currently.
Mr. Chair, naka-separate po dyan, yung nasa GA, 4.2 million beneficiaries yung indigents po natin for 2026. So, in-stat lang po namin yun hanggang 2029, assuming hindi po magbabago yung number of indigents. Tapos, dinagdag po namin yung mga additional beneficiaries na madadagdag po. So, universal na po yung kung magbe-base po tayo, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, doon sa 2024 data po na DSWD.
Kasi baka wala po kasing yung personal services.
Andun po sa ilalim po, dinagdag na rin po namin doon.
Additional
So
requirements.
additional
Opo,
subsidies, no, na
PS
51
plus
million.
yung operating expense po sa baba.
Okay. So, Yusek Fatima, you're seeing the numbers now. With DBM's projection, is this something that you're okay with?
Mr. Chair, we will follow the wisdom of the House. We will follow the wisdom of Congress. As long as there's budgetary requirements, we will implement. That is our stand always. So
But
we
in
don't have a
terms of-
choice. We don't have a specific choice, whether higher or lower. It's just we're giving the numbers based on what CBMS is giving us. If maybe we need to meet with DBM so we can reconcile. I think it's just a matter of maths. And we can give a cleaner numbers. Maybe we
But
can-
roughly, this number looks about correct. We're looking at 134 billion at the end of this. It's similar to the projection that you have for 1,000 pesos per month.
Yeah, I think it's a matter of maths. We just need to reconcile there. So tech staff is telling me that it's probably because they've doubled, kasi baka na double instead of yung balance ng dapat universal, yung 6 million na ima-match or ita-times sa pension. Yeah, you did the whole thing. So parang na double or something like that. Instead of yung balance, something like that. I don't know. I think it's just a matter of maths.
Okay, but let's say math all solved. what is the position on DBM on this? Because this is 134 billion. Do you envision there are government sources for this, or is the DBM not in favor of this?
Mr. Chair, based on the estimates po, talagang malaki po yung magiging requirements po niya. And that is annual po, Mr. Chair. So, yearly, kailangan po namin makapag-put up ng 134 billion pesos for social pension alone po. So, given our current fiscal position po, talagang mahihirapan po ang government for this purpose.
But I'm asking if we would have the DBM's support for this version, because there are other versions that are pegging it at 1,500 pesos or more. So technically, this is already the more fiscally conservative. Is the DBM more in favor of that?
No, Mr. Chair. We recommend further study to check po kung ano yung mas magiging talagang feasible po and magiging sustainable po in the long run, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Sige. Thank you. May I get the thoughts of maybe one of the principal authors on 2 points? One is the current cost that we have right now. There's a position by the DBM that maybe we should have further study on this. Of course, the principal authors having consulted more with their constituents, maybe they would like to put out their 2 cents worth. The second is also the institutional capabilities of DSWD and NCSC to be able to implement this. As the wording of the bill says that NCSC should be the one to implement, maybe we could get some thoughts from the principal authors, if anyone would like to comment.
What do you mean, Madam, from the budget, that it is not sustainable? It was already approved on the 19th Congress with the corresponding budget at 500 each.
Mr. Chair, yung 19th Congress version po, I think it's spread out to a 5-year implementation period po. But ito po, mapipilitan po tayo ng in 3 years time, 1,000 pesos. But yung maski naman po yung version last Congress, meron din pong concerns po si DBM doon on the funding.
So, correct me if I'm wrong, would you be more amenable if it were a longer horizon, if it were longer than 3 years? Because you mentioned there was a version of 5 years. I'm just asking because the principal authors are here, baka they can, discuss this further.
Kaya, Mr. Chair, Your Honors, we are requesting po for further study para mas ma-project po namin considering po yung other fiscal considerations.
So DBM is requesting that we continue with further study on this. Is there any comment from any of the members?
Cannot understand is budget approved it on the 19th Congress. How come now you're telling us that it is not sustainable?
Mr. Chair, Your Honors, as mentioned po, while na-approve po ito ng 19th Congress, we expressed po similar concerns during the 19th Congress on the fiscal sustainability po and feasibility of the measure. Thank you po, Mr. Chair.
DBM, before we yield the floor to someone else, I want to ask, at 134 billion pesos, what % of the government budget is this? Pang 1%, right?
I-double check ko po, Mr. Chair.
Please let me know. Kasi from what I understand, Nepal set aside something like 1.6, 1.7% for their senior citizens pension. East Timor, or Timor-Leste, sorry, is at 2.7%, if I'm not mistaken. Medyo mataas yung budget nila for social pension, and their economies are smaller than ours. So there are questions as to why we aren't able to afford this if other countries with smaller economies are. No, and I believe that it's both the position of the DSWD and the NCSC that we are able to give our senior citizens this pension. No? So the question is why DBM doesn't want to agree to this when they already agreed to it in the previous Congress. Before you answer that question, Yusek Fatima, you wanted to say something?
Yes, Mr. Chair, thank you for the recognition. Of course, the DSWD is here to always want to try to help. And we work with in Spring. Spring is, anyway, Spring, yeah, Spring is a program that helps senior citizens that marginalized, which includes the IPs and also PWDs. It's a program looking at all of these. And we have, I don't know if DBM would be amenable to this, and also the good congressmen who are sponsoring the bill, to have to stagger the release of social pension. For example, unahin muna yung 65 years old and above, 65 years old, right? The rank between 60 to 65 years old, and then to ladderize it kasi hindi natin ma-afford agad everyone. So if I,
It's no
Mr.
longer
Chair,
universal social pension.
yes, universal
kung
po.
ganon.
Yeah.
We will go back to the indigents.
Hindi po. It's universal social pension, but instead of, actually we can start with the eldest. But the simulation that we have, if it's just for you to consider, so that we at least mapasa siya, if we can stagger the payments.
That's why we are just asking for 500, so that it would be universal, and I think that's only 5% from the budget of the government.
But if
0.5, it's not even 5%, it's 0.5.
Mr. Chair, if you may indulge the Spring representative, Ms. Aura Sevilla, to explain.
Yes, can we recognize the representative from Spring?
Yes po, good evening everyone. So I'm Aura Sevilla po from a Spring program which is supported by the Australian Embassy, providing support to the Department of Social Welfare and Development and DepEd on basic income security for older persons. So we did po a different studies on different versions po, or simulations of how much it would cost, and also the impact of social pension. One, we would like to reiterate yung sinabi ni Kong po kanina na it's an investment. So it's not a cost. For an instance po, in China, their universal social pension has increased their economic growth by 2.4%. So in terms of po the different options, there are different ways depending nga rin po sa available na budget. There are different ways on how to start universal. Would like to reiterate na marami talagang structural issues yung targeted. So one of ways to do that, again, this is just some example, is for an instance starting with 65 years old and above. So with 1,000 pesos. So the additional budget that would be needed if we will give it to 1,000 pesos at 65 years old, at the same time with the current 60 to 64, ibig sabihin din natin tatanggalin yung 60 to 64. They will still receive it. They are called legacy pensioners. So, and then 65 years old, it would need an additional of 49 billion pesos, or this is an equivalent of 0.15% of the GDP. So it's a very small amount, and then projected until 2040, kasi as this is based both on the low growth, it is projected po on 2040 if we will maintain the same growth ng Pilipinas. So it would only cost 0.73% of the national GDP. So yung sinasabi natin na kahit dumadami yung senior citizen, yung cost hindi siya tataas ng 1%. Kasi po, tataas din naman yung growth ng economy. So this is based po on both inflation and economic growth. So there are different ways po on how to compute it. Then another option is starting with relatively order. One way po to also do it is to increase the amount based on age. So which is what Thailand is doing. There's one reason to do it because yung disability and also vulnerability is also increasing by age. So that's why you need a higher amount based on age. So the second option is to increase it, for instance, for 60 to 64 years old. As for instance po is for 65 to 69, 1,000 pesos. For 70 to 74, 1,500 pesos. Tapos pag 80 years old, it's 3,000 pesos. So habang tumataas po yung age, mas lumalaki yung transfers. And this is the cheapest option. So with this option po, it will only be needing 22 billion pesos or about 0.07% of the GDP. Then again, bababa din, yung cost din po niya would not even increase to it would not even increase for 1% of GDP until 2040. So those are po, and of course the most expensive option is giving everyone 1,000 pesos, tapos magtataas siya unti-unti ng 3,000 pesos. Yun po yung more expensive.
I don't think we're discussing that at the moment because currently we're discussing 500 to 1,000 pesos. I think 3,000 is a bit out of the discussion at the moment. But this only highlights the point of DBM, which was they want further study on the matter. No, that's what you wanted. And I believe you're presenting us with different options that we can avail of. Before we close out the positions of the resource persons, I want to get one more word from the NCSC. Madam Chair, you have the floor.
Yeah, may I take this opportunity to ask the Supreme Representative whether it is accurate to say that 41% of the senior citizens, 41% of senior citizens who qualify as indigent were missed out, and that 41% who do not qualify as indigent received social pension.
Ms. Sevilla, you have the floor. The question was whether or not 41% are considered indigent.
No po. This is universal po. All the costing po that I gave was all universal, based on the universal figures po. Meaning,
I got this report, and I was told, that's why I'm asking you now, because this is part of the study, that there is that, which is finding that this one, that 41% of social pension of senior citizens missed out on 41%, okay? Yeah, and then the other one is 41% who do not qualify as indigent receive social pension. Can you say something?
Your response?
yes po. So I'd like to correct po that one point, that study po that we found out sa current system po na meron tayo, there are 41% targeting errors, meaning those who are poorest that's supposed to receive this pension around more than approximately 50%, or to be exact, 41% po are not currently receiving it. So that's one reason po of why we need to move to universal.
And would you like to share with us why 41% are not receiving it?
Yun nga po, kasi from based also on the study, meron tayong targeting errors from the ground. So sometimes kung sino, yung tawag nga natin, kung sino yung malapit sa kusina, sila yung nauulingan. So sino yung malapit sino yung malapit? This is before the CBMS po, no? This is before the CBMS. Kung sino po yung malapit dun sa nag-a-assess, sila yung nakukuha. So, or kung sino malakas dun sa leader or dun sa kapitan, so sila po yung nakukuha. But also, while we are now moving towards community-based management monitoring system,
global evidence pa rin po that targeting using proxy means have high targeting errors. Kasi they are more targeting the households. They cannot see who are the vulnerable inside the households. So that's one problem po. And age-based support like this, na based lang, they don't need a complicated targeting system. Kasi you just need the birth certificate just to verify the age, and you can cover already, or you can already identify.
All right, thank you very much. Is there anything else you would like to add, Chairperson Gutierrez?
Just like to reiterate that there are two laws that mandate the transfer of programs, projects, and functions of the DSWD regarding senior citizens that must be transferred to the NCSC, and that should be enforced.
Thank you. With that being said, is there anyone among our appropriation members who would like to make any statements, manifestations?
Mr. Chair,
Yes, you're recognized, Vice Chair.
after hearing all of the research persons and in view of the significant fiscal and implementation implications of the substitute bill on the universal social pension, I respectfully move that the measure be referred to a technical working group. The TWG shall refine the fiscal and implementation design of the measure, including the validation of senior citizens beneficiary database, the assessment of implementation readiness of the DSWD and the NCSC, determination of the appropriate treatment of senior citizens who are already receiving a pension or similar benefits from other sources, and preparation of a fiscal impact statement duly validated by the Department of Budget and Management. The TWG may also consider phased implementation, age bracket-based implementation, pension status-based implementation, or a hybrid model in order to ensure that the measure is fiscally sustainable, properly targeted, and administratively implementable. So move, Mr. Chair.
There's a motion on the
Mr.
floor.
Chair, before we go into that,
Second, Mr.
I just want to put it in record.
Yes,
That
you're
what we are
recognized.
asking is just 0.5 from the budget of the government. We are just talking of numbers. Let's also look into our hearts, no? It's just 0.5% that we are asking for this universal social pension. And by the way, we have 1% from all agencies of the government, and that's not being implemented.
Thank you, Kong Mila. I think it's clear naman from the members present who stayed until 9 p.m. that we want to give the social pension to the senior citizens. But of course, we want to be fiscally responsible so that it's sustainable and that we can continue to give it to them year on year. So with that being said, there's a motion on the floor to form a technical working group to explore the presented measures by DSWD as well as the fiscal concerns of DBM while studying the implementation ability of the NCSC. May I solicit a motion from the second? Will anyone second the motion?
Have seconded, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. So the motion has been seconded and carried. So we will proceed with the technical working group on this measure. The chair would also like to thank all the senior citizens who came very early in the morning and stayed until now to be with us. Thank you for your support. And of course, our resource persons, thank you for your patience regarding this matter. Session is suspended.
Comsec, can we please read the particulars of the next bill, substitute bill?
Thank you, Mr. Chairman. Under other matters, number 2, House Bill number 2416 in consolidation with House Bill number 1647, 2070, 2575, 4540, 6040, and 6364 titled An Act Providing for the Revised Cooperative Code of the Philippines, referred by the Committee on Cooperatives Development, authored by Representative Filemon Espares, Nicanor Briones, Maria Cristina G. Handlepa, among others. And for this purpose, Mr. Chairman, may we acknowledge our guest from the CDA, Angelo Bugarin. Are you still here, sir? And Mr. Ray Elevaso. Okay. Good evening, sir. And from the Department of Transportation, Attorney Christian Oberio. Are you still here, sir? So please take your seat. And also from the Government Procurement Policy Board, Attorney Katrina Margarita Lopez, Division Chief. And from the Department of Finance, Director Maria Carla Espinosa. And of course, DBM Director Tricia Baran. And for this purpose, Madam Chair, Mr. Chairman, may we acknowledge the author of the bill, Representative Filemon Espares, for his sponsorship.
Kongmon Espares is acknowledged for his sponsorship speech.
Thank you, Mr. Chair, and good evening sa ating lahat. I have the honor to sponsor the substitute bill, an act providing for the revised cooperative code of the Philippines. For the information, Mr. Chair, this bill is a refiled bill and was approved in the third and final reading in the 19th Congress, and it is still considered as the LIDAC measure. So, Mr. Chair, for the funding of this provision of this measure, seeking to revise the Cooperative Code of the Philippines are intended to support cooperative education and training, technical assistance, institutional development, research, and other programs essential to the effective implementation of these proposed reforms. These appropriations should be viewed not as mere expenditures, but as an investment in a sector that promotes financial inclusion, creates livelihood opportunities, strengthens agricultural productivity, and empowers millions of the Filipino nationwide. By providing adequate resources, we ensure that the objectives of this measure translate into a concrete benefits of our cooperatives and the communities they serve. So in view on this, Mr. Chair, I respectfully seek for the approval, consideration, and of this bill appropriating its fund which is required under the proposed legislation. Again, Mr. Chair, thank you very much, and hoping that the Department of Finance will have really to support this measure. Thank you very much.
Thank you, Kong Mon. May we now hear the comments and position of the CDA, Deputy Admin Rachel Elvaso.
Good evening to our Honorable Chair and members of the committee, as well as the author of this bill, sir. The Cooperative Development Authority supports the objectives of the measures that promotes the several provision of the initially implemented through existing fiscal year 2026 appropriations, particularly with the recognition of the cooperative quasi-judicial program as a distinct operations program under the fiscal year 2026 JA. The CDA also supports the retention of the general appropriations clause under Section 196, subject to refinement
so that immediate implementation will be charged against current appropriations, while recurring requirements shall be included in the succeeding General Appropriations Act. However, the authority respectfully emphasizes that the main appropriations is not only on program funding personnel on the programs funding personnel capacity. As of December 2026, the CDA supervised and regulates 21,199 registered cooperatives nationwide with 14.6 million members and total assets exceeding 879.8 billion. This is carried out by 1,180 plantilla positions nationwide, or roughly one CDA employees for every 12,372 cooperative members. At the regional level, each regional office has only one legal officer handling regulatory and quasi-judicial functions with some developmental support. The substitute bill expands the authority's coordination, enforcement, adjudicatory, monitoring, and developmental functions. While some of this may be totally absorbed under existing PAPs of implementation, will require corresponding plantilla and operational support, especially in the regions. Accordingly, the authority respectfully requests the support of the Honorable Committee for the approval of Phase 2 of the CDA reorganization plan, presently pending before the DBM and CSC, and for the programming of corresponding appropriations beginning FY 2027 and succeeding budgetary cycles. The authority hereby commits to work with the committee, the DBM and DOF, and all concerned agencies in ensuring that the revised cooperative code will be operationally workable and sustainable. Thank you very much, and good evening to everyone.
Thank you, Deputy Admin Elivaso. From the DOTR Operations Division, Attorney Christian Oberio.
Good evening, everyone. Good evening, Chair, with your permission po. The Office of Transportation Cooperatives, representing the Department of Transportation, its line and attached agencies, supports the measure to the amendment to RA 9520 and the participation of the transport cooperatives in nation building. We will coordinate further with the committees of the House of Representatives for the finalization of the bill and its passage into law. That's all.
Thank you, Attorney Oberio. From the GPPB, TSO, Division Chief, Legal and Research Division, Attorney Katrina Margarita Lopez.
Good evening, Honorable Chairperson, committee members, and distinguished colleagues in government. The GPPB expresses its general support for the proposed bill, including the benefits and privileges of cooperatives, as well as their increased participation in government procurement. We only wish to highlight certain provisions which may be better aligned with existing procurement laws and policies. Section 93J of the bill provides for the prioritization of cooperatives in the grant of government-funded projects and procurement contracts, as well as the exclusion of cooperatives from prohibited interest or conflict of interest under procurement laws, rules, and regulations. To better align this with the procurement framework under Public Act Number 12009 or the new Government Procurement Act, we respectfully recommend that the provision, instead of mandating the prioritization of cooperatives and their exclusion from prohibited conflict of interest outright, instead include language on the adoption of inclusive procurement measures to enable qualified cooperatives to participate in government-funded projects and procurement contracts. We note that under Section 75 of the new Government Procurement Act, as part of the Inclusive Procurement Program, procuring entities are mandated to encourage active participation of registered sectors, which would include cooperatives, in all procurement activities. Additionally, the second paragraph of Section 131D provides for an exemption from competitive bidding for procurement of agricultural products from agricultural cooperatives. We only wish to clarify that under the NGPA, competitive bidding is no longer the default mode of procurement. As such, with the enactment of the NGPA, procuring entities may now adopt any of the modes of procurement provided, consistent with the fit-for-purpose approach. The proposed exemption from competitive bidding would thus no longer be necessary. Nonetheless, we reiterate our support for the general objectives of the bill, and we will provide our proposed language in our position paper. Thank you.
Thank you, Attorney Katrina. Since the bulk of the recommendations of Attorney Katrina is not within the ambit of the Committee on Appropriations, maybe we would like to defer to Kong Mon as far as regarding the recommendations of Attorney Katrina.
Yes, Mr. Chair, I have already explained a while ago, but then might be on the style. Suppose we prefer to use really the word prioritize rather than an adapt of inclusive procurement measures, because sometimes we have a concern na kailan i-adapt, and then anong klaseng inclusive measures to, no? So, but then if that is the language that is really appropriate, I can still carry this. But then if the resource person can still reconsider our wording, our statement, no, that cooperatives must be given really priority rather than just wait and we will consider on that what nature, no, of the inclusive measures that they are going to prepare, and baka hindi naman nila gawan ng tamang procurement measures relative to the benefits or priority for the cooperative. So that's always my concern, Mr. Chair. So that's why if you're going to consider to retain the word prioritize, so we better take this statement.
Okay, thank you, Kong Mon. Next is from the Department of Finance, Director Maria Espinosa.
Good evening, Honorable Chair and members of this committee, fellow resource persons and participants in this hearing. For the unnumbered substitute House bill seeking to revise the Cooperative Code of the Philippines, the Department of Finance has comments but mostly on the proposal's tax exemption and other fiscal provisions, perhaps more appropriately taken up by the Committee on Ways and Means. For the bill's budgetary implications, Mr. Chair, we generally defer to the DBM. Nevertheless, Your Honors, with your indulgence, we would like to manifest comments on certain features of the bill which may be pertinent to this committee. If you would allow it, Mr. Chair.
Go ahead, Director.
We have reservations or concerns on Section 28 on sources of funds for cooperative unions. We generally recommend that the provision be clarified to ensure transparency, accountability, and proper utilization of funds, particularly with respect to grants, subsidies, and contributions sourced from public funds. We note that under this section provides that funds of a cooperative union shall be sourced from, among others, donations, grants, and subsidies from local and foreign sources, whether private or public. We note that any subsidy or financial assistance from government sources should remain subject to existing budgeting, auditing, and accounting laws, rules, and regulations. Further, the transfer or allocation of CETF, or the Cooperative Education and Training Fund, from member cooperatives should be consistent with the provisions of the Cooperative Code and relevant issuances of the CDA to ensure that such funds are utilized solely for their intended education and training purposes. We also wish to manifest concerns on Section 157 on Barrio Savings Fund, BSF, or Barrio Guarantee Fund, BGF, Cooperative Development Loan Fund, CDLF, Cooperative Marketing Program, CMP, and other funds administered by CDA, which seek to use such floating or outstanding funds, whether as active or dormant accounts in the books of cooperative banks, to augment the capitalization of such cooperative banks. We wish to note, Mr. Chair, that some of these funds are public or quasi-public funds originally intended for revolving credit or managed by the CDA. We submit that unilateral conversion of these government-administered funds into private bank capital may possibly circumvent national auditing procedures. We suggest that funds managed by or originating from government agencies must be remitted to the National Treasury, subject to appropriation or liquidated through proper legal mechanisms rather than being absorbed directly into private corporate equity. We also note that the provision, Section 157, appears to lack a clear transitional mechanism to identify or verify and quantify these funds. We submit that before any capitalization occurs, the bill mandate a comprehensive audit and reconciliation process led by the CDA and possibly the BSP. It must include, we think, a legal mechanism for farmers to claim or be credited for their converted shares to ensure transparency and protect vulnerable agricultural sectors. And finally, Mr. Chair, we have concerns on Section 174, proposing a minimum government assistance and subsidy to drivers and operators who modernize their units at no lower than 20% of the price per unit. The section also mandates the government to extend subsidies and other incentives to local manufacturers that invest in the modernization of public utility vehicles. We think that mandating a strict 20% subsidy floor on the price per unit, considering ballooning modern vehicle prices, may remove fiscal flexibility of the DBM and the DOTR and pose risks to the national budget. Then again, we defer to these agencies on this matter. That would be all, Mr. Chair. Thank you.
Thank you po, Director Espinosa. From the DBM, Director Tricia Baraan.
Good evening, Mr. Chair, honorable members of this committee, and to everyone present in this meeting. For this bill po, Mr. Chair, we respectfully manifest the following. First, on Section 28, Sources of Funds for Cooperative Unions, we note that donations, grants, and subsidies from public sources should be subject to the existing laws, rules, hello po. Opo. So we note that grants, donations, grants, subsidies, or assistance from public sources po should be subject to existing budgeting laws, rules, and regulations, and special provisions in the General Appropriations Act. And then for Section 131 po, for Section 157, we note din po the comments of the DOF. And for the Cooperative Development Loan Fund and Cooperative Marketing Program, we kindly note na meron na pong executive order na prohibiting the CDA to administer loans, and whatever po yung balance nila should be as mentioned in the special provisions of the CDA, should already be remitted to the National Treasury po. So we respectfully recommend to exclude yung Cooperative Development Loan Fund and Cooperative Marketing Program po. And then for Section 74 po, Government Assistance and Subsidy, na-mention po dito na the assistance should not be lower than 20% of the price per unit. So, baka to be more flexible, we respectfully recommend po to delete the percentage po. And that is all po, Mr. Chair. Thank you po.
Sir Chair.
Kong Mon?
Yeah. On Section 28, I have no problem on this, so I can adopt the recommendation. On Section 93, as what I have, I forgot to discuss this with the Government Procurement Policy Board to delete the conflict of interest rules, kasi ito man ang nagagamit palagi to prejudice the cooperatives participating, dahil minsan din natin maiwasan may mga certain members ng co-op na nasa government composition or team on the procurement, which sometimes it prejudice them. So kung pwede ma-delete to, and then the rest of the recommendations are adopted. On the Section 31, I have no problem. And then on Section 157 that you have mentioned, we are going to delete na lang itong Cooperative Development Loan Fund, Cooperative Marketing Program, and other funds administered by CDA, kasi wala naman talagang pundo ang ito sa mga cooperative banks. Only existing ngayon is the Barrio Saving Fund, Barrio Guarantee Fund, which maliit na amount. So I requested our Department of Finance and DBM, kasi ang purpose naman nitong provision is to augment the capitalization at maliit na amount to. So we are seeking to really provide this to the cooperative banks na lang as their capitalization, additional capital, rather than return back to the treasury pa. So maging treasury shares ng bank ito, hindi man ito mapunta sa mga individual. So that's my comment on this, Mr. Chair, for the agency to consider my recommendation. And the rest of their recommendation and corrections or suggestions on this, I will accept, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Mon. To formalize the amendments, may we recognize Kong Brian Poe to read out the recommendations of the Committee on Appropriations.
Mr. Chair, could we, okay, it's already on the screen. Okay, the committee recommends the approval of the measures of the following amendments. Number 1, Article 6, Section 28. On page 24, line 15, after the word public, insert a colon, and the proviso provided that donations, grants, subsidies, or assistance from public sources, whether local or foreign, shall be subject to existing laws, rules, and regulations, including the applicable general and special provisions of the General Appropriations Act. Under Article 9, Section 93J, page 45, line 30, between the verb shall and the article the, delete the word ensure, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase promote and facilitate. On page 45, line 31, between the preposition of and the word cooperatives, insert the phrase duly registered. Line 31, between the word programs and the punctuation period, insert a comma, and the phrase in accordance with RA number 12009, otherwise otherwise known as the New Government Procurement Act, its implementing rules and regulations, and applicable guidelines of the Government Procurement Policy Board. Lines 32 to 38 make the sentence a separate paragraph. Lines 33 to 38, between the verb shall and the punctuation period, delete the phrase prioritize cooperatives in the grant of government-funded projects and procurement contracts. The cooperative nature of ownership, membership, and governance excludes cooperatives from the prohibited interest or conflict of interest under the procurement laws, rules, and regulations, and in lieu thereof, insert the phrase, adopt inclusive procurement measures to enable qualified cooperatives to participate in government-funded projects and procurement contracts subject to the procurement planning, availability of appropriations, eligibility, price reasonableness, value for money, and applicable laws, rules, and regulations. On page 46, line 1, between the article the and the verb shall, delete the acronym DVM and the dash after the acronym GPPB. Insert a comma. The phrase, in consultation with the Department of Budget and Management, the Cooperative Development Authority, and other relevant agencies. Third, under Article 15, Section 131D, page 63, line 12, between the preposition from and the word accredited, insert and the phrase qualified and. Line 12, between the words cooperative and through, insert the phrase subject to Republic Act number 12009, otherwise known as the New Government Procurement Act, its implementing rules and regulations, and applicable guidelines issued by the Government Procurement Policy Board, GPPB, provided that said procurement may be undertaken. Line 13, between the words participation and negotiated, delete the conjunction and, in lieu thereof, insert a comma. Line 14, between the words saka and provided, delete the semicolon, and in lieu thereof, insert a comma, and the phrase or such that other appropriate mode of procurement may be applicable. Line 14, between the comma and the pronoun that, insert the word further. Lines 16 to 20, delete the entire paragraph. For the purpose of this code, such procurement shall be exempt from the competitive bidding under applicable procurement laws, provided that the said agency shall undergo a negotiated procurement in accordance with the guidelines of the Government Procurement Policy Board, GPPB. Fourth, in Article 17, Section 157 on page 72, lines 12 to 13, delete the comma and the phrase Cooperative Development Loan Fund, CDLF, Cooperative Marketing Program, CMP, and other funds administered by the CDA. Number 5, in Article 20, Section 174, page 77, line 36, between the words assistance and provided, insert the phrase may be, and between the preposition to and the words drivers and the word drivers, insert the word qualified. In lines 38 to 42, between the word measures and the punctuation period, delete the comma, and the phrase shall not be lower than 20% of the price per unit. The DOTR shall coordinate with the public and private institutions, including cooperative banks and other financial service cooperatives, to provide appropriate financing for such modernized vehicles, and in lieu thereof, insert a colon, and the clause, provided that the amount, coverage, qualifications, conditions, and release thereof shall be determined by the concerned implementing agency, subject to funds specifically appropriated for the purpose under the Annual General Appropriations Act or other appropriate appropriations laws and applicable laws, rules, and regulations. In line 43, between the words government and extend, delete the phrase shall likewise, and in lieu thereof, insert the word may. In line 44, between the preposition to and the word local, insert the word qualified. In line 45, between the word vehicles and the punctuation period, insert a comma, and the phrase subject to the same requirements. Number 6, in Article 24, Section 196, page 85, line 35, between the pronoun this and the verb shall, delete the word code, and in lieu thereof, insert the word act. Those are all the amendments, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Brian. Kong Mon.
Mr. Chair, I accept the proposed amendments.
Thank you, Kong Mon. May we solicit again from Kong Brian a motion to approve the said measure subject to the said amendments?
I move that we approve the said measure subject to the proposed amendments.
There is a motion duly seconded. The motion is carried. Congratulations po, Kong Mon. And for the research persons, salamat po sa pagpunta. For information of this committee, upon concurrence of the chairperson of the Committee on Agriculture, consideration of the Agricom Bill shall be deferred to allow further coordination and review of the measure. This deferral is intended to provide the respective committees sufficient time to harmonize technical provisions, align fiscal and budgetary requirements, and conduct comprehensive consultations with relevant government agencies and other stakeholders. May I solicit?
Mr. Chair, may I move that all members present and who were previously present in today's hearing be made co-author should they wish to be made co-author.
Kong Mon, there is a request to...
Yes, I accept, Mr. Chair.
Thank you, Kong Mon Espares. The motion is carried. May we solicit a motion to adjourn?
I move to adjourn.
Second, Mr. Chair.
Thank you. The motion is duly seconded. The motion is carried. Hearing is adjourned.